Lupo glanced at Ronquist. You think they'll come after us? Ronquist shook his head. I doubt it. I don't think even the Apogee can afford to stage a car chase and running gunfight in the middle of the city. So we are once again racing the dawn. Ronquist half smiled. We've both done that before, my friend. Indeed we have, Don Victor. How are those wounds? They're healing, but they still hurt. We both need sleep. If the Darisk women betrays us, any sleep we might have will be uncomfortably short. Ronquist thought about this. He could see why Lupo had doubts about the wisdom of the placing so much trust in a single human, especially a human who knew both the location and the true nature of the residents. Lupo had the traditional Nosferatu attitude that the words human and treachery were synonymous. She has given her blood. That alone has to merit our reliance on her. It's some weight of reliance. She may flirt with the idea of betrayal, but in the end she won't go against us. The bond of blood is a powerful one. Lupo drove uncaringly through a red light. In which case, we'll have two lovelorn Darklost on our hands. Ronquist smiled weakly. Such is the burden of the undead. Chapter 5. The tiny section of Victor Ronquist's mind that was able to remain objective even in sleep knew that the dream was way out of the ordinary. It was something more than a mere fanciful movement through impossible worlds. It was far beyond the fragmentary REM reprocessing of the day's thoughts, actions, and observations. This dream came neither from Ronquist's mind nor his own first-hand experience. Its origin lay deep in the double helices of his Nosferatu DNA. It was a part of a distant species' memory from when his kind had been newly created, pure, pristine, and impossibly dangerous, genes as yet unmingled with those of humans. The dream came from a time even before the Nosferatu had been worshipped as divine in the prehistoric river valleys of northern India, before they had been feared and revered as the Shan-Chi in ancient China. It predated the movements west into Europe that had followed the trails of the nomadic horsemen, the Huns, the Magyars, the Cossacks, and the Golden Horde of the Great Khan. The dream came from that most ancient of eras, some 15,000 years in the past, when the space-traveling Nephilim had walked the earth as gods and ruled as conquerors. He wasn't sure how he knew it, but Ronquist was even aware of the location of the bright and highly realistic dream. It was all happening at the great spaceport of Baalbek, the transit hub for the Nephilim enclave in the eastern Mediterranean, and Ronquist was in the body of what was known as an original being. Ronquist immediately recognized the body in which he found himself. Larger and heavier than his own, it stood 9 feet tall and possessed a leathery, armored hide. Ronquist had entered bodies like this in similar DNA dreams he had experienced down the years, but this dream was unique in its brightness, color, and detail. The body he occupied stood under a cloudless and deep blue sky, with 20 or more like him. Their eyes were hooded against the sun and they moved restlessly. A building sense of anger and resentment seemed to be taking hold of this group. The original beings were the prototype ancestors of the Nosferatu, created by the Nephilim during their colonization of the earth. The Nephilim intention had been to construct the perfect, genetically engineered warrior class, a subspecies of implacable, free-ranging beings, part human, part reptile, who, if separated from their conventional supply lines, could feed and even reproduce themselves by preying on the indigenous human population. Unfortunately, the project had fallen somewhat short of perfection. The original beings had proved to be impossible to discipline or organize into any coherent military unit. Their fighting rage, their strength, and their driving rapacious instincts made any attempt to confine or isolate them an exercise in futility. Should they be allowed to run free, however, they ceaselessly hunted and killed the human population, even posing a threat to their Nephilim creators. In addition, many of the original beings had turned out to have a fatal sensitivity to protracted sunlight. In the end, the Nephilim had admitted defeat. The project had been cancelled, and sun bombs, flying discs, and death rays had been deployed to wipe out the products of the failed experiment. Although most of the original beings had been destroyed in the first Nephilim onslaught of mutant cleansing, they had proved hard to exterminate completely. Enough had escaped and found refuge in mountains and jungles to the east for the line to continue, albeit with their genetic structure progressively diluted by their intermingling and unique interbreeding with humanity. At the end of this long and less than natural evolutionary thread stood Ronkist and the rest of the contemporary undead, the species that most of mankind knew as vampires. In previous DNA dreams, Ronkist had only occupied bodies of those original beings who had survived the Nephilim eradication in what, in the annals of the Nosferatu, was known as the Flight. This time, however, he seemed to have arrived in a time before failure had finally been recognized and the original beings were still a supposed military resource and part of the local Nephilim hierarchy. He also discovered that the mind of the creature he had entered was somewhat different than the others he'd encountered. The ones from the time of the Flight had been nearly mindless, with emotions that fluctuated between violent hate-filled fury and black desperation at their Nephilim-imposed near immortality. Most of those had simply wanted to hide and die, and were only forced on by their ingrained fury. His current host, on the other hand, was arrogant, warrior-proud, self-assured, and contemptuous of its creators. It also commanded a much more ordered set of thought processes that followed a distinct, if not regimented, structure. Ronkist could also feel the restless resentment that he had to assume would eventually erupt in the final doomed uprising. The group of original beings, of which his unknowing and unwitting host was a part, stood together, just outside the inner ring of obelisks and trilithons, facing the central Baalbek landing ziggurat. The relentless sun beat down on the massive, precision-hewn granite power stones that were the primary construction material, reflecting from their marble, titanium, and gold facings with sufficient intensity that the beings' eyes were heavily hooded against the glare. The original beings maintained no uniform ranks, uneasily shuffling, scarcely able to contain their fury at the way in which they were being treated. Ronkist didn't immediately grasp the whole picture, but he very quickly gathered that something was coming, something very powerful that would descend from the sky, and it angered and disturbed these original beings. If the size of the assembled crowd hadn't been enough to indicate that the expected arrival was some supremely exalted entity, the fact that the humans, who comprised by far the majority of the multitude, were already on their knees in worshipful abasement provided ample confirmation. This crowd was there to greet and adulate. Ronkist also knew that the original beings were expected to make some demonstration as obsequious as that of the humans, but instead, they were remaining on their feet, obdurate and defiant, in a gesture that only just fell short of open mutiny. In addition to the original beings and the humans, other life forms were also present in the highly stratified and segregated throng. Small gray bioentities, humanoid but hardly human, scarcely more than 3 feet tall, with over-large infantile heads and huge black eyes, milled around in another section of the landing area, chattering in high-pitched voices that were beyond the range of human hearing, but fully audible to the original beings. On a raised platform beneath the largest of the trilithons, another group that Ronkist understood were called courtiers manifested their leading position in the hierarchy and were also the primary target of the original beings' resentment. The courtiers were much closer to human in form, but as tall as the original beings and dazzling in the magnificence of their shining robes and tall gold headpieces. They seemed to be an exquisite and wholly complete summation of how the groveling men and women might have imagined a tribe of glorious demigods, something that made Ronkist reluctant to completely accept them based on their appearance alone. Although the original being that he inhabited in his dream firmly believed that these were the privileged children of the Nephilim and humanity, hybrids conceived by entirely conventional sexual unions, Ronkist was convinced that some form of illusion was being created. He couldn't, for instance, accept as normal the way in which the courtiers appeared to glow from within. As an adept creator of his own illusions, the courtiers struck him as too much a compendium of easy tricks to impress the natives to be completely real. Even though Ronkist still had no idea as to why he had been drawn into this dream, the courtiers made him eager to see a purebred Nephilim. The problem with this kind of dream perception was that Ronkist was seeing everything through the eyes, and indirectly the subjective prejudices and misconceptions, of his host. Initially Ronquist had known or understood very little. Each time a creature or an object entered his second-hand field of vision, his host's memory provided a name and only a fragment of information to go with it. This made fabricating a full picture of the place and time in which he found himself frustratingly akin to attempting to solve a complex and often incomplete jigsaw puzzle. He obviously could not blame his host for this less than perfect view of his surroundings. The original being was not aware that Ronquist was there, and could not be expected to either make him welcome or facilitate his comprehension. Just to complicate matters, the host's mind was subject to all the propaganda, control, deception, and manipulation that its colonizing alien masters might be expected to unleash on one of an increasingly unstable and suspect warrior caste. The trappings of classic colonialism were everywhere. In addition to the tall gilded courtiers on their elevated platform, flags and banners, with strange devices and unreadable designs, streamed and fluttered in the breeze, while imposing gushes of brightly colored vapor jetted up from vents in the lower levels of the landing ziggurat, and huge iron wind chimes clashed and clanged. Only a brass band was needed for the scene to rival the British, French, Spanish, or Romans at the height of their imperial powers. The level of ostentation only made Ronquist more eager to see the creatures responsible for all this oppressive pomp and circumstance. The spectacle was not just confined to earthbound display. The sky itself also came alive. The show began with a flight of 5 white discs maintaining the shape of a perfect V. As they approached the airspace over the landing ziggurat, they finally broke formation and spread out, positioning themselves like the 5 points of an extended stylized star. Once the discs were in position, flotillas of vimanas rose from the ground and clustered around them like schools of lesser aerial fish. Other aircraft, flying too high for Ronquist to see any details, inscribed a white cross hatching of contrails across the azure upper atmosphere. At the climax of the display, a disturbance started in the sky itself. Spiral clouds began to form where no clouds had been before, with flashes of shuddering, violet and white static electricity at their epicenter. As the ancient air show reached this meteorological climax, the humans fully prostrate themselves, knees bent, arms spread, fearful faces pressed to the ground. Via his host, Ronquist knew the moment for which they had all been assembled was close at hand. What could only be a space vehicle appeared in the center of the whirling celestial vortex. It was disc-shaped, but larger and of a much more elaborate design than the plain white discs. A voice in the mind of Ronquist's host proclaimed a name. Marduk-Ra. The god King Marduk-Ra descends from the great orbiting mothership. The voice took Ronquist completely by surprise. At first he thought it was an external, shouted proclamation, but then he realized he was not hearing the words in any orthodox sense. They were being projected directly into his host's mind. Ronquist was stunned. Could it be that he was party to something that was nowhere mentioned in the admittedly disjointed Nosferatu history of these crucial and formative days? Was this the secret key to the relationship between the original beings and their Nephilim creators? Had the Nephilim been able to exert direct mind control over his forebears, and had this been the true cause of the eventual uprising? If this was so, the majority of the theories about the Nosferatu's own mental powers, which had reached their peak in the era of the shapeshifters, would have to be discarded or revised. As one of the acknowledged protectors of Nosferatu history, Ronquist found this fascinating, but he couldn't quite believe this was the reason that such a detailed DNA dream had surfaced at this point in time. With all that was going on in his own reality, it hardly seemed the appropriate moment for a highly revisionist and radical history lesson. The god King Marduk-Ra descends from the great orbiting mothership. Warriors will make their salutations. This time the voice in the host's head not only proclaimed, it also had the insistence of an order. The original beings, however, seemed less than inclined to obey. Barely suppressed rage seethed faster through his host, and the original beings around him glanced at each other in sullen discomfort. Apparently the rebellion was more advanced than he had imagined. The voice in the head of his host came again, and with it a twinge of what Ronquist could only recognize as communicated pain. Warriors will make their salutations. Among the original beings, an embryonic sense of solidarity was growing, a stiffening resolution that they would stand and fall together. Their backs straightened, and Ronquist could have sworn that their leathery, almost unreadable faces grew even more grim. He could scarcely believe what he was seeing. Could this actually be the flashpoint of the legendary uprising that forced the Nephilim to destroy almost all of his ancestors and give up their colony on the earth? Was he truly being allowed to witness one of the most significant moments in Nosferatu history? Again he questioned why. DNA dreams invariably had a direct and relevant purpose, even if it might take the dreamer some time to recognize it. Now the voice in the mind slashed like an overseer's whip. Warriors will make their salutations now. This time the accompanying pain was much more than a twinge. It burned through the host's simplified cortex and nervous system like a deliberately applied punishment. Some of the original beings cringed and clapped their hands to their heads, but most stood unbowed and insolent. Almost all let out an angry reptilian hiss. The voice in their heads made one more attempt to crush the burgeoning insubordination. Warriors will make their salutations now, or suffer the wrath of the god King Marduk-Ra. The new pain was searing. A number of original beings staggered involuntarily, and one actually fell. The hissing, on the other hand, continued, growing louder and more rhythmically coordinated. The original beings might be suffering for their rebellion, but they were not allowing themselves to be deterred in any way. Ronquist felt a thrill of pride at the tenacity of his distant precursors, but he also wondered how much of this relayed pain his own spirit might be able to tolerate. Even 1 degree removed, he feared damage to his sanity should the severity be increased. He knew from his history that the original beings were, under normal circumstances, close to indestructible by all but the most powerful and sophisticated of the Nephilim weapons, but was his wind-walking Ka as hardened as the body he currently occupied? Although awed by being present in the moment, he had no desire to perish or be rendered gibbering mad because of it. He would also have liked to identify the source of the Nephilim mind control, to have looked around to see if he could spot some physical manifestation like a generator or transmitter, but having no control over the being he occupied, this was impossible. He could only look where the being looked, and right at that moment, the being was staring at the sky. The craft bearing Marduk-Ra was in the final stages of its descent. It dropped slowly and ponderously on a cushion of energy only visible as a violent shimmer in the air. The craft of Marduk-Ra required no burning jets or flaming, smoking retro-rockets either to impress or to slow its drop down the gravity well. Its very design seemed to have been calculated to frighten and intimidate. It also appeared more organic than the geometrical machines to which Ronquist had become accustomed in the 20th century, as though parts of it had been grown rather than built. The long, threatening spines that extended from its underside and the outer edge of its convex, saucer-shaped structure seemed more akin to something that might be found on a creature from an extremely hostile marine environment. The sense of the aquatic was reinforced by fringes of waving tendril-like projections that undulated between the spines. Even the very fabric of the craft's main hull was composed of formidable overlapping scales, like those of a mythological dragon or sea monster. Ronquist could easily imagine how effective these things must have been in putting the fear of the gods into primitive mankind when they had first arrived. The space vehicle ceased, dropping some 30 feet above the flat platform at the apex of the ziggurat. An intense burst of white-violet ball lightning flashed between the craft and the ziggurat, as though two massively unequal energy fields were achieving a kinetic parity. An iris port opened in the underside of the craft and a vertical beam of light shone down on the platform. The appearance of the beam seemed to challenge the courage of the original beings. Some actually took a step back, and Ronquist could feel his host's apprehension. For a moment he was puzzled by what the beam might represent, then a figure appeared in the beam, slowly dropping from the craft to the platform as though riding the shaft of energy. Now all was clear. Marduk-Ra had arrived. Ronquist had doubted the total reality of the courtiers, but in the case of Marduk-Ra, he knew for sure that what he was seeing was pure projection. The Nephilim's godlike perfection was just too imperiously perfect. The being that came down the beam of light was over 10 feet tall and substantively superhuman, a honey-skinned, blonde Adonis in a flowing robe of golden flame, and with eyes that blazed with all-consuming fire and were capable of gazing deep into every one of the assembled souls. Even the conviction that he was being mentally duped didn't stop Ronkist from momentarily wishing for a place of concealment lest the God King should discover him hiding in the mind of his host. He felt a shudder of kindred emotion ripple through the original beings around him as the feet of Marduk-Ra touched the solid surface of the platform at the top of the ziggurat. The beam snapped off and a glowing aura materialized around the Nephilim. An eerie silence fell over the crowd. The humans remained prone, their eyes pressed tightly closed as though they believed that even a glimpse of their god was enough to strike them dead. The little bioentities had stopped chirruping, and even the resentment of the original beings had waned considerably, although he was pleased to see that none of them retreated so far as to salute, genuflect, or otherwise honor the appearance of Marduk-Ra. Ronkist's host was staring directly at the God King as though hypnotized, and Ronkist tried hard to fix on the face of the entity, but quickly discovered that it was virtually impossible. It was all impression with little tangible detail, the features were regular to the point of almost absolute symmetry, and at least as far as Ronkist was concerned, primarily Northern European, but they seemed to keep shifting, refusing to remain consistent, as though a high-speed program was being run that enabled Marduk-Ra to quite literally be all things to all people. Only the eyes remained constant, and these were like no eyes Ronkist had ever seen, even after a millennium among the power elite of the undead. The eyes of Marduk-Ra didn't look, they probed and, if need be, even assaulted. The eyes were an undeviating power source, and perhaps the only segment of truth in the whole artificial facade. It only took a matter of seconds for Ronkist to be wholly certain he was seeing an advanced form of alien mass mind control in action, and he couldn't help but be impressed. He also suspected that for this Nephilim to go to so much trouble to awe his subjects, whatever lay behind the mask must be hideously unacceptable to any and every inhabitant of the earth. The legend, both as told in the sacred texts of the Nosferatu and in the human book of Enoch, claimed the Nephilim had mated with humans. This suggested that the aliens were actually quite close to humanity in both biology and form. Previously Ronkist had never been given reason to doubt the stories, but now he wasn't so sure. Perhaps the mating had been one of engineered gene splicing rather than natural procreative lust. His mind began to conjure possible images of what the Nephilim might really be like. Perhaps they were sci-fi horrors with sucker-studded octopus tentacles and pulsing, scrotally wrinkled external brains, or maybe they were even further removed from terrestrial terms of reference, discorporate fabrications of pure rapacious energy, relishing only power beyond all the prosaic earthly boundaries of good or evil. Despite the original being's obvious loathing for Marduk-Ra and those like him, Ronkist found a dark Nosferatu satisfaction in the knowledge that the creation of his kind had been instigated by such unknowable and mysterious creatures. Marduk-Ra started to move and Ronkist had no more time to conjecture on the true reality of the thing. The God King halted at the head of the long flight of stone steps that ran directly from top to bottom of the landing ziggurat, and paused to survey his assembled subjects and worshippers. After scanning the courtiers, the bioentities, and the groveling humans, the Nephilim's relentless eyes came to rest on the group of original beings. He gazed at them long and hard before he spoke, and when he did, the sonorous, resonating voice seemed to be simultaneously a natural sound in the ear and a reverberating thought in the host being's mind. "My warriors." The original beings were silent and perfectly still, as though they had fallen under some kind of immobilizing influence. "My warriors, your dissatisfaction has come to my attention." The word dissatisfaction came edged with a subtle reinforcement of induced pain. Compared to the previous chastisement, this one was insidious and intricate, the stroke of a straight razor as opposed to the crude bludgeoning of a club, and the clear product of a mind that was highly versed in the telepathic arts of darkness. One of the original beings actually began to tremble as Marduk-Ra continued. "It is hard for us, the ones that gave you life, to learn that our noblest and most exalted warriors chafe and fume against the lives that, in our wisdom and charity, we have created for them. Ronquist suddenly realized the voice he was hearing was, in fact, a modified version of his own, almost as though he had somehow been rendered bicameral and was listening to the commands of one half of his brain dictating to the other. Truly this was mind control so advanced that he could not even approach the basic principles. Again, however, Marduk Ra's ongoing harangue made it impossible to consider the problem at any length. We have therefore concluded that you warriors are in need of a greater increment of motivation, a fresh spur that will return you to your designated duties with a renewed enthusiasm and vigor. The anger of the original beings was returning. Mention of their designated duties had rekindled their resentment. Marduk Ra gestured to the space vehicle that floated above him. I therefore wish to introduce you to the mighty Lord Thulhu. Thulhu. Suddenly the reason that such a DNA dream should come to him at this time was frighteningly revealed. For Ronquist, everything fell into place. The dream started making unpleasant sense. He had grasped the pylon in the Apogee building, and in so doing he had at least brushed against the power of Thulhu. Now he was about to be indirectly faced with this possible adversary in his own time if indeed such a thing had a face. Somehow, in the dream state, he was unconsciously accessing the available information, disjointed as it might be. The beam from the underside of the Nephilim spacecraft snapped on again. A new figure appeared, but this time it didn't grandly descend the length of the beam. It simply appeared, in a sudden explosive burst of light and smoke, like the Demon King in a theatrical pantomime. Ronquist had decided that the physical appearance of Marduk Ra was almost total illusion, but Thulhu turned out to be something even more complicated. The thing that appeared in the beam was approximately humanoid in shape, but beyond that, it had almost no relationship to any earthly life form, past or present. As Ronquist saw Thulhu, the entity hardly seemed to have a solid physical form. Its wavering and less than substantial shape vibrated with a shimmer of snapping angry energy, beneath which lurked a shadowy and dreadful emptiness, as if Thulhu was really nothing more than a breach in reality, a black hole portal that led through some rent in the quantum fabric to a nightmare dimension of potential and impossible horror. At the very heart of the creature was an aperture to infinite deeps of threatening nothingness, dotted by fell and unwinking stars. The answer to Ronquist's earlier question turned out to be that, in the moments when Thulhu seemed vaguely humanoid in its constantly shifting appearance as opposed to either pod-like and invertebrate, or bulbous and bacterial, it did manage to manifest what amounted to a face, malevolent but unreadable, with a bizarre, vertical, almost vaginal slit for a mouth, beneath which depended a beard of moving tendrils, like articulated feelers or fleshy slug-like probes. Was this item from its menu of images what had originally given rise to the traditional depiction of Thulhu as the soul-sucking, squid-headed god of human legend? Ronquist knew from the history of his own kind that truth and myth can be impossibly deviate, but frequently still have a common starting point. Ronquist realized that he might actually be seeing that starting point, and he was suddenly chilled. It was all very splendid to stand here in a dream state as a disembodied and objective observer, but back in temporal Los Angeles, he might have to confront this thing without any of the protection of a dream. And as this chill came, the dream receded. Its colors began to fade and lose their intensity. The great spaceport of Baalbek became filmy and insubstantial. Even Marduk Ra shrank to little more than a shadow show. Only Thulhu, seemingly by its very unreality, remained whole. Not only whole, but growing until it began to fill all of Ronquist's perception. Abruptly Ronquist experienced the sense of a trap being sprung. Somehow Thulhu knew about him. It knew what he was and would discover where he was. It might have been illusion, or a strange undead paranoia, but Ronquist was convinced that the thing was casting around in search of him. As a seasoned hunter, he recognized when he was being hunted. Mercifully, though, fear was also pulling him from sleep, and this might prove his means of escape. The single option left to him was to wake before Thulhu could find him and grasp his discorporate dream spirit, either to keep him there, 15,000 years in the past, or take him to some even more hostile and outlandish place. Ronquist had not felt panic coming upon him in a very long time, but now it loomed almost as large, and rushed at him with the same speed as the searching Thulhu. Ronquist threw himself into a thrashing mental paroxysm. He knew that such a convulsion might quickly reveal him to Thulhu, but it was the only action he could think of that might break him free of the mind of his host and return him to wakefulness and normality back in the residence. His host seemed to sense the turmoil inside his mind and looked around in confusion. Ronquist was suddenly treated to a view of Baalbek he had never seen before, and found that, dead center in his vision, mounted atop one of the tallest megaliths, was a pylon exactly like the ones on the roof of the apogee building and on the marble table in the underground chamber. The split-second, cell-by-cell sequence of events was now moving so fast, however, that Ronquist was entirely unable to assign any exact significance to this new and astonishing discovery. A terrible, paralyzing hand was about to close on his consciousness, but at the same time Baalbek and everything connected to it was starting to fragment and he could feel the comfort of his own body awaiting his re-entry. The tall stone structures, the weird aircraft, and all the exotic denizens of the dream vision were breaking down into random fractal patterns. Only the abyssal chill remained. Thulhu closed on him, and Ronquist used all of his strength for a final psychokinetic twist. And the dream was over. Ronquist found himself awake and drenched in icy Nosferatu sweat. The specter of what had just transpired was behind him like a huge, echoing edifice of nightmare, a black cavernous headache that would take a long time to go away. For a moment he hardly trusted the familiar physicality of his great bed and his room in the residence. That too could be a snare or illusion, and he remained lying stiffly, arms crossed, face to the ceiling, waiting to see if Thulhu would yet take him to whatever doom the thing intended. In the end, it was a simple trickle of perspiration that followed the line of his left eyebrow that convinced him the danger was over. It was so rudimentary and of the body that it had no place in a wind-walking dream state. He sighed audibly. Nosferatu by no means sweated as much as humans, but in times of extreme stress their icy glands did still function, and at that moment Victor Ronquist was profoundly glad they did. Ronquist sat up and drank a little water. He didn't have to check the time to be aware that many hours of daylight still remained. The best thing that he could do would be to return to a dreamless sleep. He still needed to regain his strength after the ordeal in the apogee building, but there was no way he could guarantee he would not dream. That's right, perchance to dream, the primal fear of Shakespeare's Prince of Denmark. His DNA might all too easily force him back to Baalbek and inadvertently return him to the clutches of Thulhu. Besides, how could he sleep when he so urgently needed to process the contents of the dream and attempt to ascertain what had really happened and why? All round him, the residence was eerily silent as the rest of the colony lay cocooned in sleep. The only movement was that of insects and small rodents scurrying in the walls and under the floorboards, or was it? Ronquist heard a sound that was larger, a sigh that could only be human, followed by the creak of a chair and a quiet tread somewhere on the ground floor. Ronquist cast around for Lamar, the only human who could be legitimately up and moving, but even the chauffeur was dead to the waking world after his long night driving Julia. An intruder in the house of the undead? Ronquist's first thought was that Thulhu had somehow followed him to the 20th century, but then he heard a cough and he very much doubted that something like Thulhu ever coughed. He doubted Thulhu even had lungs to cough with. Silent as a wraith, Ronquist rose from his bed, slipped into his robe, and moved to the door. Orton Gast surfaced to a world of noisy pain that, after a period of total incomprehension, he realized was the ringing of the phone. Okay. He lifted the receiver and found that he could hardly speak. Yes. Mr. Gast. Who is this? It's Clayton, Mr. Gast, I'm the shift commander. Gast cut the man off. I know who you are. What do you want? I'm sorry to disturb you, but... I'm sorry too. Gast wasn't simply being rude to an unfortunate underling. The sentiment was heartfelt. The more he became conscious, the more he found himself in a world of pain. All hell broke loose here last night. What? Intruders, Mr. Guest. 3 of my men were killed, and 5 more seriously injured. Did you say killed? That's right, Mr. Guest. Killed. Did you call the police? No, not yet. I thought. Don't. I haven't. I thought I should speak to you first. You did right. I also closed down all but the most routine operations. I'll be there as soon as I can. Is there anything? I just told you. I'll be there as soon as I can. Gast put down the phone and groaned. Killed. Intruders. It was a new nightmare on top of the last one, and it made no sense. Recall was returning, albeit in painful fragments. The chemical and psychic beating that he'd taken from Terra Swirling's black and purple capsule had left him damaged and brutalized. His brain felt sautéed, his middle-aged muscles ached as though they had been subjected to a lengthy session on the medieval rack, and his liver swore that it would never recover. Coffee and painkillers, maybe a couple of Valium. That was about all that Gast could prescribe to save himself. The morning was impossible. Outside it was a bright and perfect LA day, but within all was hideous disorder. Who the hell would break into the building and kill 3 security men? It made no sense. The only mitigation in the whole immediate mess was that he was in too much pain to be totally consumed by despair and panic. Then, as if to compound Gast's confusion and misery, a legacy of the night before was waiting for him by the coffee maker. Terra Swirling's tiny, nickel-plated, .22 automatic with the mother-of-pearl hand grips lay on top of her neatly folded metallic silk panties. Beside them was a note written in black ink in a curlicued feminine hand on a sheet from a purple memo pad decorated with tiny silver stars. Dear Orton. The choice is yours. You can either die or ascend the heights. Those are the only options. Love, Terra. So the mind game continued, did it? What did she think he'd do? Kill himself in the aftermath of hungover depression from the booze, coke, and the weird capsule? If she did, she had seriously underestimated Orton Gast. With shaking hands, he set the coffee maker in motion and went looking for sufficient medication to dull the come-down agony. After the pills, he turned and sought his next refuge in the shower. The hot water coursing down his body made him feel a little better, but unfortunately the alleviation of the immediate pain also freed up more of his cringing mind to consider the current crisis at the apogee. Persons unknown had stormed into the place and fatally mixed it up with the security guards. In the normal world it made absolutely no sense. The apogee building wasn't a bank or a liquor store, and aside from the gift shop, virtually no cash was turned over there. The place was an implausible target for even the most demented stick-up artist. A disgruntled employee? It was possible, but hardly likely. Of course, the apogee didn't exclusively exist in the normal world, and Gast had a strong and sinking feeling that the answer might be related to the part of the operation that extended in the tentative direction of the paranormal. If that was the case, the odds had to be that the attack was either triggered by, or somehow interwoven with, Marcus' crazy plans. Terra Swirling had already pulled a gun on him, dosed him with an incredibly destructive drug, and if his memory of the previous night could be trusted, she had also fucked him all in the interests of Marcus' quest for psychic conquest and life everlasting. Who knew what else the two of them might have been up to, or who they might have pissed off. As he emerged from the shower, he warned himself not to go jumping ahead with the theories and possible explanations. Although he was loath to admit it in his shell-shocked condition, he was walking on thin ice, or maybe into a minefield. 1 minute at a time, boy. Just 1 minute at a time. 25 minutes later, by a near miracle, Gast was dressed, shaved, and approaching semi-human, and as a semi-human, no way remained for him to avoid the rest of the day. With a sigh he picked up the phone and dialed the direct line of Shirley, his personal assistant. It rang twice and then Shirley picked up. Apogee, Shirley Fitzgerald speaking. Shirley, it's Orton. I'm on my way in. I need all the department heads in my office in half an hour. Also try to find Marcus and Philippa, and call Jack Fromm and find out how soon he can get there. With his instructions issued, Gast picked up his car keys. The Vicodin, Valium, and coffee had just about started to kick in and, to some degree, they were initially at war with each other. It probably wasn't a good idea to drive, but he didn't have the patience to wait while Hudson came to get him. As he was about to leave, a thought struck him. He went back into the kitchen where Tara's note, panties, and gun were still on the countertop. He folded the note and placed it carefully in his wallet. Ignoring the panties, he almost furtively slipped the gun into the side pocket of his jacket. Orton Gast had never carried a gun in his life and he had no desire to start now, but under the circumstances and since it was there, it seemed like a good idea. Lt. Jack Fromm, without consulting the menu, had straight away ordered eggs Benedict with hash browns, coffee, and a screwdriver. Vodka, orange juice, caffeine, cholesterol, and grease. In this he was definitely more cop than fashionably health-conscious Los Angelino. On the drive to the coffee shop he had also smoked an unfiltered Pall Mall. Jack Fromm wanted what he wanted and damn the emphysema and the dietary torpedoes. He had further compounded what might be seen by some as a breakfast atrocity by pouring ketchup directly onto the virgin yolks of his eggs, and then slicing them with his knife, commingling the two viscous fluids so they looked more like the splatter from a red and yellow accident than a meal. Elaine, who had taken the middle route via a tuna salad sandwich and a Diet Coke, was all but sickened as Fromm cut and speared layered rectangles of Canadian bacon and English muffin on his fork and stirred the mess with them. Unaware of the reaction he was provoking, Fromm grinned at her like a large overconfident kid who believed everything was always going to go his way. You know something? Elaine shook her head. No, what? You're a smart girl. I am. You've saved yourself a whole lot of trouble by playing along like this. Elaine avoided the pale blue eyes. Nothing boyish about them. This really doesn't have anything to do with official police business, does it? Fromm forked ketchup-drenched hash browns into his mouth and wiped his chin with a napkin. It depends what you mean by police business. Is giving you my client list going to make the city any safer? Fromm sipped his screwdriver and laughed. You've kind of missed the point here, sweetheart. Elaine wanted to tell him curtly that she wasn't his sweetheart, but she knew she wasn't out of the woods yet. I have. This is the age of information. Information is a commodity. You give it to me. I move it along. It all goes round and everyone profits. Elaine sucked on the straw of her Diet Coke. Oh yes? How do I profit? You stay in business. I won't stay in business very long if I get a reputation as a snitch. Confidentiality is crucial in my trade. Your secrets are safe with me. I only have your word on that. Fromm's eyes stared hard into hers for a moment, and Elaine felt the cold bite of apprehension. Had she gone too far? Had she been that tad too clever? Fromm was about to say something, but the cell phone in his pocket shrilled. He took it out and snapped it open. Fromm. He listened for at least half a minute and then frowned. You're fucking kidding me. He listened again and his frown deepened. 3 dead and 5 injured. Elaine was only partially hearing the conversation, actually grateful that some real police business had interrupted the uncomfortable coffee shop tete-a-tete. Fromm pulled a pen from his pocket and reached for a napkin. Wait a minute. Let me write that down. What was that name again? He listened for a moment. Ronkist, first name Victor? Okay, I've got that. So where is this place? Elaine had difficulty stopping her face from betraying her. The voice at the other end of the phone was now relaying a set of directions that could only be to the place where Victor, Julia, and the other Nosferatu had taken up residence. Since her affair with Kinara and the exchange of blood, her hearing had become much more acute, and now, if she concentrated, she could clearly hear the voice on the other end of the phone. She noted the voice was that of a woman. From was jotting down the dictated directions on a napkin, and Elaine had always been adept at reading upside down, ever since her fucked up childhood. She attempted to make her memory as photographic as possible. Benedict Canyon, Woodland Drive, Villa Canyon. She silently repeated the directions as From went on talking. Yeah, sure, it's no problem. I'll take some of the boys out there tonight and throw a scare into whoever we find. Pause. Yeah, I know exactly the right boys. And when you talk to Gast, tell him I'll be over there as soon as I can make it. He tapped off the call, but immediately dialed another number. Yeah, Chuck, it's Jack From. I'm setting up a little rock and roll tonight. You want to get me a crew together? Yeah, make it ugly motherfuckers, some of the real psychos who ought to be kept in cages and fed raw meat. We need to scare some people. Elaine watched while From continued to talk. She suspected that his tough, laconic telephone manner was as much to impress her as whomever he had called, but Elaine was too breathlessly excited and also too busy trying to hide it to be impressed with anything over and above what she had already heard. She not only knew the location of the Nosferatu colony's LA residence, but she had an excuse, no, not an excuse, an absolute reason to go there. If she came with a warning that From was planning to raid the place, surely she ought to be guaranteed at least a modicum of a welcome. As soon as she managed to get away from and his bullshit shakedown, she would have to rent a car. No way was the Mustang going to take her anywhere. From, meanwhile, had finished talking and was folding his cell phone. I'm afraid we're going to have to break up this little party, Miss Dance. I'd love to be sitting here with you, but duty calls. Elaine's stare was even and impassive. Yeah, right, you son of a bitch, duty calls. More extracurricular free enterprise if she'd heard the other end of the phone call correctly. Does that mean I'm off the hook? From smiled nastily. For the moment, beautiful, but don't think that I won't be in touch real soon, to resume where we left off. As he slid out of the booth, Elaine raised a hand in protest. You're even going to stick me with the check? From laughed. The check's already all taken care of. In this place, the check's always taken care of. Elaine should have known. Jack From didn't even expect to pay for his own breakfast. The lieutenant seemingly had all the angles covered. What the fuck are those things? Isn't anyone prepared to venture so much as a fucking guess? Orton Gast was enjoying a momentary catharsis by raging at those around him, but he knew that its benefits would be short-lived. The images on the video had complicated the already difficult situation by many multiples. Just how many multiples was still anyone's guess. Gast rounded on Marcus Derisk. You're very quiet about all this, Marcus. Don't you have any idea what these things might be? Marcus made an airy gesture as though indicating that, as far as he was concerned, the problem was purely academic, but his detachment wasn't entirely convincing. It would seem to follow that what we're dealing with is either an intruder who has a kind of stealth capability by which he or she can distort video images, or an entity that actually looks like an amorphous cloud. An amorphous cloud was about the best description of what appeared on the relevant security tapes of the night before. The Apogee's state-of-the-art surveillance system provided permanent records of all that happened on the various floors of the building, shot in color by dozens of synchronized cameras. Unfortunately, despite the hundreds of thousands of dollars that had been invested, the only record of the violence and confusion of the previous night was nothing more than psychedelic swirls of solarization, alternating with the advanced looping geometry of Mandelbrot fractals. All that was preserved on the screen seemed to be a bizarre electronic burn-through rather than any kind of digitally registered image. For fractions of a second, here and there, during the course of the tape, the strange apparitions would take on a briefly humanoid form, but Gast didn't attach too much significance to this. It could be nothing more than a random coincidence. Gast was starting to find Marcus' lack of concern decidedly aggravating. He also suspected that Marcus might know quite a bit more than he was telling. "That's all you've got to say on the matter? Nothing to add?" Marcus shook his head. "No, I don't think so. Not at this time. But you're our expert on entities, aren't you? You seem to be taking all this as a personal affront, Orton." Gas stared hard at Marcus and was suddenly very conscious of the weight of the little gun in the pocket of his jacket. "Maybe that's because 3 men are dead, and I also have my worst hangover in more than a decade." Marcus' expression was insultingly bland. "Maybe you're letting the strain get to you. And maybe you shouldn't have sent your girlfriend round to my place last night to fuck with my head." Marcus glanced round at the others present at the meeting, but his expression remained unreadable. "I don't know what you're talking about, Orton, but it sounds like something we should discuss later and alone." 4 of the 5 men, gathered around the 40-inch TV in Gast's office, were watching the security tapes from the night before that had already been edited and transferred to videocassette. Marcus sat in a chair on the far side of the room, as though, after the first viewing, he had no more interest in the images on the screen. It could also be that Marcus was sulking. Marcus had wanted to hold the meeting in the sub-basement chamber of the 9, but Gast had flatly refused. "We need to talk about this shit in the light of day." Gast knew that Marcus wouldn't be able to make an issue of the location of the meeting. The chamber of the 9 was virtually unusable, with cleaners still vacuuming up the broken glass from the exploded computer monitors. This might not, however, prevent him from resenting the procedural defeat. In addition to Gast and Marcus, Marty Roth was also present, along with Dunleavy, the overall head of Apogee Security, and Clayton, the shift commander from the night before. A number of others were expected, including Tara Swirling, Philip Otterisk, and Jack Fromm, Gast's hired gun from the LAPD, but Gast hadn't wanted to wait. They'd run the tapes as soon as the tech boys had sent them up. Outside, beyond the armored glass of the big, suicide-proof windows, the sun shone and the Los Angeles sky was blue, smog-free, and all but cloudless. A 747, flaps down, made its final approach to LAX. Late morning traffic flowed smoothly, 12 floors below on Santa Monica Boulevard. Externally, all was a picture of normality, but the normality failed to penetrate Gast's office or in any way mitigate the continuing aberration of the events of the night before, and what they were watching on the tapes. If anything, it made it worse. Marty Roth was staring thoughtfully at the screen. "I suppose it would be theoretically possible to carry a device, some kind of pocket generator, that would fog the taped image from a security cam, but to produce effects like this, it would have to be highly sophisticated." "Okay, but who would want to? What's to be gained from what we're seeing here? Let's run the whole thing over from the top." The tape was wound back to the beginning and began to play again. Gast pointed to the screen. "This is the first time we see it?" Roth interrupted. The inventor of the Apogee seemed to be treating the entire matter as little more than a puzzle in applied physics, but that was usually Marty Roth's way when anything importantly unexpected occurred. "It seems more likely to be they." On a number of occasions the blur separates into 2 distinct, if equally unformed, shapes. Gast looked exasperated, but continued without comment. "Okay, so this is the first time we see them. They appear to have been brought in by Leslie, one of the sidewalk pitch people. She is talking to the blur quite normally as though it, or they, was just a sidewalk mark. Thus I think it's safe to assume that Leslie's perception was that she was talking to one or more perfectly normal human beings. They could have been deliberately creating an illusion in her mind." Marcus sipped on a bottle of Evian. "Where is this Leslie now?" Dunleavy had so far supplied all of the factual answers. "She's still sedated. She claims that one of the basement security detail tried to rape her." Dunleavy consulted a clipboard. "Makovich. He's been with us for 2.5 years and there's been no previous trouble." "What about him?" "He seems to be in some kind of post-stress catatonia." Can't we shoot both of them full of speed or something so we can question them? The doctors advise against it. You think it's all related? The rape and the intrusion. Gast wondered if he should have another Valium. He was more than ready to take a swing at Marcus. If they're not, it's a coincidence of fucking astronomical odds. He tried to refocus everyone's attention on the screen. What he needed now was practical brainstorming, not inane questions. Okay, so here, for some reason, we temporarily lose track of them in the elevator, but then we pick them up on the third floor. Again Leslie acts normally, except, right at the end of the sequence, she looks up at the ceiling for no apparent reason, and then the entire movement of her body changes. At this point, Marcus again interrupted. What's the point of repeating all this over and over? We know the damned girl starts walking stiffly. We know this thing or things get her to take them down to B2. They confront Makovich, but then we lose them. The most interesting part, when they supposedly penetrated the chamber of the Nine and did whatever they did to Philippa, that's missing. The tech people tell us that those tapes were wiped clean by the subsequent electrical surges, and it seems to me, without that part of the story, we're essentially pissing in the wind. Roth glanced at Marcus. And Philippa still remembers nothing. That what she claims? As Marcus spoke, the door of Gast's office quietly opened and Philippa Derisk stood in the doorway. What the hell do you mean, that's what she claims? Marcus looked round. I'm sorry, my dear. I didn't see you standing there. Philippa walked into the room bringing a palpable air of tension along with her like a dog on a leash. Apparently not. You sounded just then as though you didn't believe me. Philippa had shed her usual Queen of Heaven blue and was dressed for power confrontation in a dramatic black sequined jacket with a matching skirt, and a wide-brimmed hat with a veil. Gast was quite surprised at her radical change of appearance. What did she think this was? A mafia funeral? Marcus seemed unperturbed by Philippa's sudden entrance. I'm not sure what I believe at the moment, Philippa, my darling. Although I am rapidly coming to the conclusion that we may be entering the final turbulence. He paused and looked his estranged wife up and down. I must say, you seem very well recovered for someone who was discovered prone and insensate only a few short hours ago. And what's with the costume? Are you in mourning for something? Philippa ignored the jibe, and when Clayton and Dunleavy stepped back to make room for her, she positioned herself beside Gast in front of the TV. I hate to agree with Marcus, but I don't think anything is going to be achieved by going over these tapes. I have this very strong feeling that if we want answers, we really need look no further than our own previous abode, the old house up in Benedict Canyon on the road with no name. Ronquist moved spectre silent through the residence. The sounds he had heard, the cough and the cycles of bronchial breathing, were plainly emanating from the library. Although a bright California sun was shining outside, the interior of the residence, behind its sealed and shuttered windows, was as dark as night. If the intruder was both human and an adversary, the gloom would give Ronquist a virtually unbeatable edge in any confrontation, but he still proceeded with caution. He had, after all, lived through the era of the professional witch-finders and vampire hunters of the 18th and 19th centuries, the depredations of Cronus, Van Helsing and the unspeakable Feldstein, all of whom had made a professional practice of entering the daytime refuges of his kind to impale with their wooden stakes and long iron nails and decapitate with their swords and axes. He paused partway down the corridor that led to the library. Light was leaking from under the closed door as though from a reading lamp lit within. Ronquist had never encountered a vampire hunter who went around announcing his presence by lighting reading lamps, but he continued to proceed with silent care. He stood for a moment beside the large antique grandfather clock that had come with them from New York, the one on which carved wooden demons scaled a carved wooden tower, and green copper dragons and gargoyles appeared at the windows when it tolled the quarter hours. Above the clock's ticking, and the faint grinding of its worn escapement, he could still hear the breathing and, after a few moments, Three new sounds that Ronquist easily identified as the turning of the page in a book, the movement of a heavy body in a chair, and the discreet splash of liquid being poured into a glass. No, this wasn't any vampire hunter with his bag of tricks. No one was waiting with a club hammer and a flintlock pistol loaded with a silver bullet. Those who'd once hunted the Nosferatu had anticipated their victims with staring eyes, sweating palms, and fearfully bated breath. They didn't pour themselves a drink, settle into a comfortable chair, and read a book. This was something entirely different. Ronquist advanced on the door and pushed it open with a more than necessarily dramatic flourish. As his ears had indicated, the interloper was sitting, in fact, in Ronquist's favorite burgundy leather armchair with a book in his lap, and a glass and decanter on the small occasional table beside him, apparently making free with either Ronquist's cognac or vintage port. To call the seated figure portly was a statement of extreme kindness. The human was obese, and although Ronquist didn't immediately recognize him, he seemed vaguely familiar. As Ronquist entered, the human looked up with an expression so devoid of either surprise or fear that Ronquist halted in the doorway. "I see you've made yourself comfortable." Somewhere the man had found a plaid traveling rug and had wrapped it around himself. "You do have the air conditioning set extremely high in here. It's positively chilly. Some of us formerly spent a lot of time in much less temperate climates, and we still miss the cold." The intruder nodded as though he understood perfectly. "You must be Victor." Ronquist swiftly scanned the superficials of the man's mind and found himself on the threshold of a place of labyrinthine complexity, full of fragments of dozens of assumed characters. He also discovered why the stranger was so familiar. "You're Brandon Wales, the actor." Again the human nodded. "For my sins." That Ronquist was easily able to hide his confusion didn't mean that he wasn't highly confused. "I have, over the years, been a great admirer of your work." "Thank you. I am, however, more than a little surprised to find you sitting in my library. As you can see, the place is hardly ready to receive visitors, especially one as distinguished as yourself." One of the symptoms of Ronquist's apathy since the destruction of Kinara had been a complete lack of motivation to reorganize the library of the residence in the way it had been in New York. Hundreds of books still remained packed and neglected, shelves and furniture were thick with Southern California desert dust, and the armadillos, also brought from New York, had made nests in the strewn packing material that had come from the crates in which the paintings had arrived, the ones that still stood, faces to the wall, unconsidered and unhung. Brandon Wales waved a dismissive hand, as though all this was really of no importance. "It took me years to organize my own library. It can be an onerous and time-consuming task, particularly if one has other things on one's mind. I'm still a little puzzled why you're here." Wales raised a quizzical eyebrow. "No one told you." "Told me what?" Wales indicated the decanter. "Maybe I should offer you a little of your own cognac." "That's if you drink brandy." Wales' mind was still available to Ronquist, and it only took one cursory look for Ronquist to see, to his complete disbelief and consternation, that the human knew exactly what he was, the nature of the residence, and had a considerable grounding in Nosferatu history and folklore. Unless Wales' life had taken him down some very strange dark night highways, such information could only have come from one of the colony. "I rarely drink these days, but I think I'll join you." Wales glanced at the table where only one glass stood beside the decanter, and struggled to rise. Ronquist waved away the attempt at courtesy. "Please. I'll get a glass. Just tell me who brought you here." Wales seemed puzzled that Ronquist didn't already know this. "Why, Julia, of course. Her intention is make me one of you." Ronquist halted, glass in hand. "Julia." Although Ronquist believed he had himself under complete control, Wales seemed to sense some measure of his fury. He paused as he removed the cut glass stopper from the decanter. "Does this create a problem?" Ronquist could, at that moment, have happily thrown Julia out into the sun, but it would have been unthinkable to display his rage in front of a human, no matter how respected. Exerting all of his control, he slowly shook his head. No, not a problem. Julia can, however, be extremely independent. Wales proffered the decanter. Such is the way of young women these days. Ronquist extended the balloon glass for Wales to pour. His hand was as steady as a rock, belying his inner turmoil. Apparently Julia's vanity had prevented her from informing Wales that she was, in fact, over 80 years old. Perhaps the only reason Ronquist hadn't disposed of Julia long ago was that her weaknesses could, at times, be charmingly feminine. Still standing, Ronquist inhaled the bouquet of the brandy, then looked at Wales. "Would you excuse me for just one moment?" "Of course." Ronquist went back to library door and spoke in a voice that, to Wales or any other human, would have merely sounded light and conversational but, to another Nosferatu, was a command that could only be disobeyed at extreme peril. "Julia, would you join us in the library?" Everyone who had so far assembled in Orton Gast's 12th floor office gazed at Philippa Therese in amazement, and from the knowing and superior look on her face, it was exactly the effect that she had hoped to achieve. Even Marcus had lost some of his previous detachment and was staring at her with both surprise and suspicion. "Would you mind repeating that?" "If we want answers about what happened here last night, I said that we need look no further than our own previous abode, the old house up in Benedict Canyon." "I thought you said you have no memory of last night's events." Philippa moved away from the TV screen where the security tapes were playing and seated herself behind Gast's desk in his own imposing leather swivel chair. The action might have been construed as a direct insult to Gast himself, but Gast chose not to take offense, deciding any implied affront was more directed at Marcus. At least Philippa was asserting herself, attempting to assume control of the situation. He was relieved that someone else in the hierarchy was taking things seriously. Philippa stared at Marcus long and hard before she replied. "I have no memory of whatever events took place, but I have a distinct feeling that the entire matter is somehow connected to our old house." Marcus' smile was nothing if not condescending. "A feeling? Don't insult me, Marcus. I've been all the places you've been, and I'm well aware of the power of such an impression, even if it's not backed by factual and sequential memories." The last thing Gast wanted was Marcus and Philippa gouging each other when they should be focusing on the crisis at hand. "According to my records, the house was purchased in the fall of 1993, by agents acting for one Victor Ronquist. After the purchase, the place remained empty for a number of years, but was recently occupied by this Ronquist, plus a collection of unnamed adults and one child." Dunleavy looked at Gast. "Maybe we could pull a few strings and get child welfare to take a look at the place." Marcus' condescending smile broadened. "Isn't that how Waco got started?" Philippa regarded Marcus with open contempt and then addressed herself to Gast. "There's no need to send child welfare or anyone else to take a look at the place. I already have the matter in hand." "What do you mean you have the matter in hand?" "Before I came here, I put in a call to Jack Fromm." "I didn't think you even knew Jack Fromm." "What's the matter with you, Orton?" "I make it my business to know people like Jack Fromm." "And what did you tell him?" "I asked him to take a crew over there and see what was going on at our old home." "Wasn't that a little precipitous? You don't have a monopoly on calling the cavalry. Suppose this Ronquist is completely innocent. You've done research on Ronquist, am I right?" Gast was more than a little surprised at how much Philippa knew. "Yes, I've had some people dig into his background. He's wealthy, very wealthy. So it would seem. In fact, he's some kind of shadow player who goes to great lengths to conceal his business interests." "That's pretty much right. So even if he's no threat to us, he's unlikely to be what you might call innocent." "I suppose you could look at it like that. Why are you so bug-eyed, Orton? Did you think I spent the last 2 decades being vapid and decorative?" "Of course not. At that precise moment, the door opened and Shirley ushered in Tara Swirling. Now Gast knew the fat was really in the fire. Like Philippa, Swirling was also dressed in black, in her case, a short and very tight black dress with a wide red patent leather belt, and matching lipstick and heels. Philippa laughed and shook her head, getting in the first shot. And speaking of vapid and decorative. Swirling glared at Philippa and then looked to Marcus for support. Are you going to let her talk to me like that? Before Marcus could say anything, Gast stepped in. The very last thing he needed was a catfight on top of everything else. Here they were on the 12th floor of this prestigious building, surrounded by the accoutrements of high-powered corporate luxury, and all they could do was behave like a bunch of old-time, ragged-ass cultists driving themselves crazy behind too many bad drugs and petty sexual complexities. Ladies, please, we have vital matters to consider here. Swirling arched her eyebrows. I'm surprised you're up and about so early, Orton. Gast scowled at her. In case you didn't hear, 3 people were killed in this building last night. They were only security guards, weren't they? Again she turned to Marcus for reinforcement. I mean, strange things are bound to happen now that we're entering the final turbulence. Philippa leaned back in Gast's chair and stared at Swirling with disdainful amusement. So Marcus has sold you the final turbulence and the whole bit, has he? Did he mention that he's been waiting for the final turbulence for over 30 years? He said that you wouldn't understand. My dear, no one understands the final turbulence, because for the most part it's a product of Marcus' recurrent psychosis. Swirling pouted. I understand it? I very much doubt that. Now Swirling swung angrily round on Marcus. Don't just sit there. Do something. Do you hear what she's saying? Still Marcus remained unperturbed. Tara, my love, don't let Philippa get to you. Very soon, anything she might say or do will be completely irrelevant. Philippa was out of the chair and looked determined to do bodily harm to either Marcus, Swirling, or both. Dunleavy and Clayton stiffened, ready to restrain her, but Gast, close to the end of his rope, came near to screaming. Will you all sit down and shut the fuck up? We have a multimillion-dollar business here that's threatening to unravel before our eyes. I, for one, am not about to let that happen. If this wasn't enough to sober the room, the phone rang and Gast grabbed for it. What? He paused and listened. Yes, Shirley, I understand. Tell them to keep him waiting for about 5 minutes, and then send him up. Okay. He put down the phone and looked round at the shambles of a meeting. We'd better all start putting on a united front and fucking quickly. Jack Fromm is downstairs in the lobby. Philippa resumed her seat and gestured to the security tape that was still running, unwatched, on the TV screen. I wouldn't show those tapes to Fromm, if I were you. They'd only confuse him. I'd like to see him stay focused on rousting this Ronkist. Julia woke with a start. Something was calling her, dragging her up from a strange and disturbing dream. She had been riding a black horse among thousands of other Nosferatu. It was a moonless night, but the ranks of white faces and black cloaks were illuminated by an equal number of blazing torches. The cloaks were decorated with a single heraldic device in blood red, a bat-winged griffin coiling around a double-edged sword with a strangely curled hilt. Overhead, threatening vulture clouds roiled across a sable sky. No bands played and no choirs sang, but the air was filled with the dull crunch of a multitude of matching boots and the hammer of thousands of iron-shod hooves. It was the kind of power dream fantasy that Carfax had liked to share with her, before Victor had destroyed him. An invincible tide of uniformed and militant Nosferatu, capable of carrying all before them, was about to embark on their final solution. They would finally rid of the earth of humankind. In retrospect, maybe those in the colony who had claimed the relationship between herself and Carfax, her favorite creation, was unhealthily incestuous were telling the truth after all. Of course, she knew that a measure of her own Nazi-related past was interwoven into the vision. The black cloaks, the strange symbol, the flames, and the oiled and muscular horses with their funeral plumes, a part of the roots of these knights of an undead Teutonic order, had to be in Hitler's marches and all those elaborately choreographed, Busby Berkeley rallies she had witnessed, squired by young blonde SS men, while she was still human and impressionable. It went deeper, however. The dream was too real, too vivid, and too tactile to be just a REM recycling from the closets of old memory. It was far grander than anything Carfax had ever imagined, darker even than the Nazis' apocalypse, if that was in any way possible. The muscles of the great horse rippled and undulated between her legs as it tossed its head and snorted, impatient with the slow pace of the parade. Harness jingled and steam rose from its flanks and nostrils. Even these stallions of war were caught up in the terrible anticipation of the bloodletting so soon to come. Her gloved hands kept the reins taut, scarcely holding the dark charger in check. She also held a plaited cord, but she knew that she wouldn't have to use it. Given his head, the beast would run and run, to the very point that his heart gave out if need be. The young Brandon Wales rode beside her on an equally skittish and impatient mount. Like a somber arcane knight, he carried a long lance at vertical port, steel-tipped with a fluttering red and black pennant. She knew it was him even though he had the hood of his cloak pulled up to conceal his face. The rebel posture and the set of his shoulders were absolutely unmistakable. He even curled forward as he rode, the same way he sat a horse in his epic western, Ace of Diamonds. She suspected that, sometime before the commencement of the dream, they had become soulmates, hunters, and lovers. Up ahead was a tall reviewing stand, a tower of monolithic geometry that looked to be a single solid slab of black glass, from the top of which the leader of this undead army of the night received the salutes of his followers. As they passed, each member of the procession raised sword, lance, or burning brand in homage to their guide, master, and inspiration. Julia might have expected to see that Victor had become this Führer of masked vampires, but as she drew closer to the monolith, she learned that all this respect and worship was being accorded a being who seemed to be neither of this earth or even of Julia's dream reality. The creature was approximately humanoid in shape, but at the same time lacked any solid physical form, as though it still half resided in some distant, dreadful emptiness, some fearful and heinous other dimension. Julia could hear a name being chanted by those who passed the reviewing stand. Thulhu. 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 Julia. Thulhu. 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 Would you join us in the library? The chanting voices faded, the horse beneath her felt less solid, the flames dimmed, the young Brandon Wales seemed to move away from her. Her excitement waned to nothing, and she found herself fully and depressingly awake. What the fuck? The library right now please, Julia. The voice that had raised her from her sleep and her glorious nightmare was Victor's, and he wanted her to come to the library. Now fully in the waking world, she realized to her dismay that Victor must have somehow risen from his sleep and found the real Brandon Wales. She knew that Victor couldn't be anything but furious, maybe doubly so, as the discovery of Wales came on top of the mysterious injuries that he and Lupo had sustained the previous night but had refused to talk about when they'd staggered into the residence just seconds before the rising of the sun. Her first instinct was to pretend that she hadn't heard the voice, that she was so deeply asleep it had failed to penetrate. With childish resistance, she remained supine, with her eyes tightly closed, flat on her back, legs together and arms folded across her chest in the traditional Nosferatu attitude of rest. The more adult part of her, however, knew that if she didn't present herself in the library in approximately 5 minutes, Victor would come and look for her. She rose from the gilded, swan-shaped bed. The dealer who'd sold it to her had claimed it once belonged to Theta Bara, the original Hollywood silent screen vamp. Adam the kitten looked up from the small nest of sheets that he had created to sleep beside Julia's feet, yawned, stretched, and then closed his eyes again. She reached for her robe, but then thought better of it. The sheer peignoir in which she'd been sleeping would serve admirably. Why not give Brandon Wales a teasing glimpse of possible future delights? Of course, once he'd been brought through the change, any conventional human sexuality would be history, but a certain erotic interest would remain, and to lay the groundwork for that interest by appearing to him all but naked might be some compensation for having to face the ire of Victor. Julia left her room and walked barefoot down the stairs. She did her best to adopt an attitude of nonchalance, but she knew the impending confrontation was going to be less than pleasant, and it was hard not to feel a measure of intimidation. She had hoped to be able to pick the time and place to inform Victor of Brandon Wales, and her projected intentions for him. The last thing she'd wanted was to have him discover Wales for himself without her present to run interference. She also wished that Dahlia and Imogen were awake. They had been so enthusiastic when she'd first told them of her plan, it would have been nice if they were around to absorb some of the coming flack. As she reached the foot of the stairs, she saw the silk-robed silhouette of Victor standing in the doorway of the library. From the inflexibility of his posture, and the somber flare of his aura, she gleaned that he was perhaps even more angry than she had at first imagined. Almost by force of habit, Julia went on the offensive. She made her voice stiffly formal with a definite undertow of outrage. "Was it you who woke me in the middle of the day, Victor?" The ploy didn't even buy her any time. Victor was too furious to be sidetracked. "Would you care to explain why Brandon Wales is sitting in the library drinking cognac and reading a book?" Julia's only hope now seemed to be to brazen it out. "He's there because I invited him." "You invited him?" "I invited him. What's so untoward about that? I've brought other humans back here before." Ronquist dismissed this argument out of hand. "That was entirely different. They were brain-dead and chained up in one of the basement bunkers, and they never lived more than 24 hours. Julia looked past Ronquist into the library. Wales was still seated in the leather chair and had gone back to his book. "Can he hear you?" "Of course not. So what if this one's a little different? So what if I decided to make him comfortable rather than a prisoner? This is Brandon Wales, Julia. He can hardly be considered an average human. That's why I put him in the library with a decanter of cognac. I take it you don't intend to use him as prey." "No, I don't intend to use him as prey." "So what's he doing here?" Again Julia looked past Ronquist. "He appears to be reading a book. This is no time to be funny. I told you, I brought him here. I thought it might be amusing, both for him and us. Was part of the amusement to tell him what we are and infuse him with a considerable portion of our history." Julia avoided the probe of Ronquist's eyes. "I don't know what you're talking about." Even as she spoke, though, she knew her aura was giving her away. Ronquist sighed at the futility of her pretense. The wealth of information he has in his mind could only have come from another Nosferatu. "Are you accusing me?" Ronquist was unequivocal. "Yes, I'm accusing you." Julia took a deep breath. "All right, Victor, you win. I brought Wales here because I intend to make him one of us. The colony is far too small to be viable in the long term. We don't have enough males, and I decided to do something about it. Don't you think you should have discussed any addition to the colony with me first? I was still master the last time I looked. Some of us have been wondering about that." Ronquist's aura blazed bright with indignation. "What did you say?" "Calm down, Victor. Nobody's about to challenge you. It's just that you seem to have been avoiding the whole issue of the size of the colony." Ronquist's aura dimmed and Julia knew that she had scored. His guilt regarding his neglect of colony affairs was his most obvious current weakness. The matter has always been open for discussion. "That's bullshit, Victor, and you know it. Anytime anyone brings it up, you run a mile." "That's not true." Julia almost smiled. She had him on the defensive. "Oh, yes it is. And, for that matter, when do you ever discuss what you do with the rest of us?" Such as whatever happened to you last night." You and Lupo came back looking as damaged as I've ever seen you. We ran into a little trouble. I thought you and Lupo were both too old and smart and wise to ever get into trouble. Isn't that what you're always telling us youngsters? Where did you get into this trouble? We visited a place called the Apogee. I know the Apogee. What the hell did you go there for? It's some asinine human religious cult. The only thing to marginally recommend it is that it makes vast amounts of money. Both Lupo and I had noticed it was the source of some very threatening emanations. And the emanations got you. We came a little too close to something very fundamental. From the state of the two of you when you came back, it looked as though you'd started a war. It wasn't that bad. Lupo had been shot, damn it. Ronquist was suddenly silent and Julia pressed home her advantage. You start a war with some apparently well-armed human religious cult, and then arbitrarily decide that the rest of us don't need to know about it. But if I consider making Brandon Wales one of us, you drag me from my sleep like a misbehaved schoolgirl. She posed in provocative parody. So what do you intend to do, Victor? Bend me over and give me a whipping? My punishment for being a bad girl. Does Wales want to be one of us? He all but asked whom he had to fuck to make it so. He's terrified of death. Ronquist shook his head. I really don't see the point. I know it's easy to become starstruck in this town, but Wales. You only have to look at him, Julia. The size and condition of him, how is going to be able to hunt? He's going to have his prey brought to him. He's a genius. I thought he was deserving of immortality. Ronquist's eyes narrowed suspiciously. For you, that seems atypically altruistic. At that moment a high childish voice came from the darkness of the stairs. What Julia has neglected to tell you, Victor, is that she also intends to make Mr. Wales young again. She's asked me to restore him to the gilded glory of youth that first made him famous. Julia's aura blazed and she rounded on Dahlia who, dressed in a baby doll nightdress with her blonde ringlets in curlers, was now standing, as Ronquist had done, beside the carved grandfather clock. Julia's voice shook with the fury of betrayal. You miserable little snitch. As there are no gunshot wounds, the deaths should be manageable. I can arrange for an industrial accident report, and that should bury the whole thing. What are the causes of death? Gast consulted the medical report. A broken back, a broken neck, and a rather odd skull fracture. Jack Fromm nodded. No need to sweat the details. We'll say a trash container fell on them. I'll call in a couple of favors and there won't even be a coroner's investigation. I should warn you, though, this isn't going to come cheap. Money has never been a problem. Fromm grunted. If I had a few thousand gainfully employed retards forking over 10% of their income, I wouldn't have a problem with money either. You're lucky, though, that none of my boys are among the stiffs. A dead cop, even a dead moonlighting cop, is hard to cover up. Since Fromm had made his entrance, the emergency meeting in Gast's office had taken on a much greater semblance of order. Philippa and Tara Swirling remained quiet and on opposite sides of the room. Marcus had also assumed a silent backseat and was leaving dealing with the detective to Gast, Dunleavy, and Clayton. Marty Roth had made his excuses and left. Roth had never overcome his original drug culture, street kid fear, and dislike of law enforcement. Jack Fromm's relationship with the upper echelon of the Apogee was, to say the least, complicated, and at times conspiratorial. On one level, he clearly regarded them as a bunch of nuts and con men, which engendered a strange combination of scorn and respect. On another, though, they were also the most lucrative customers for his somewhat unique services, and thus he dutifully maintained an attitude of urbane and bantering bonhomie that also covered the fact that, by the nature of those services, he was revealing his own corruption. Now what about this guy Makovich who's supposed to have raped the girl? He seems to be in catatonic shock. Marcus spoke for the first time since Fromm had arrived. Not unlike Anthony Perkins at the end of Psycho. From ignored him and went on talking to Gast. No love had ever been lost between Marcus and Jack From. And the girl? What was her name? Leslie. What about Leslie? Is she going to press charges? She isn't about to press anything right at this moment. She's about as much of a vegetable as Makovich. From looked around at those present with a nasty half-smile. Then all it needs is to stash the pair of them in some nice discreet nothus, and that problem will be solved. Which I guess brings us to the final item on the agenda. Which is the visit that Philippa asked me to pay on this Victor Ronquist character. Gast avoided looking at Philippa. There's still some debate about that. Philippa took a hard pack of menthol cigarettes from her bag and lit one with a gold Dunhill. There is. I thought it was all settled. From turned to Gast. His unnaturally pale eyes carried just the hint of a threat. Ms. Derisk was very insistent. So insistent, in fact, that I already put one of my best crews together. The plan was to go in tonight. Gast sighed. His nervousness around From was starting to show. Maybe we should postpone it. It's still going to cost, even if you call it off. Like I said, I've already lined up the team. Philippa exhaled blue smoke. We don't need to postpone it. Gast shook his head. I still doubt the prudence of such a move. You people are going to have to make up your minds. Do we do it or not? Either way you pay. Philippa stared at Gast like a cat while everyone else watched what would happen. So Orton, it's your call. Gast shook his head in surrender. Okay, so do it. But if it looks like he had nothing to do with last night, back off straight away. For all we know, this Ronquist may have connections. What exactly are we looking for? Gast shrugged. Ask Philippa, she seems to be running this particular show. Swirling seemed about to say something, but Marcus motioned her to silence. The clear implication was that Philippa should be allowed to hang herself. If the business with Ronquist blew up on them, it would be in her face. Philippa pretended not to have seen the exchange. My feeling is that Ronquist and these others may be a fledgling cult of some kind, jealous of our success and looking to engage us in a power struggle. If they were indeed involved in last night's action, it may well have been a first attempt to destabilize and discredit us, the first move toward an eventual takeover. What you and your men need to do, Lieutenant From, is to look for confirmation of cult activity. Should you find it, then go on to dissuade them from attempting any further actions against us in the future. Run them out of town if need be. Gast had to admit that, presented like this, Philippa's reasoning did have a certain logic, as long as one trusted her first intuition. Jack From actually grinned. The Hat Squad. Philippa frowned. The Hat Squad. From seated himself on the edge of Gast's desk. You know why LA doesn't have 5 mafia families like New York? It's because back in the 40s there was something called the Hat Squad. A group of detectives who all favored wide-brimmed fedoras. They were led by one Digby Smith. You rarely see the like of Digby Smith anymore. He drank old Bushmills for breakfast and was, by all accounts, one of the most psychotic sadists to walk the earth, but a fine police officer, nonetheless. After Mickey Cohen went to jail, a lot of mob guys in from the east decided that LA was ripe for the picking, and it was up to Digby Smith and the Hat Squad to disabuse them of this idea. Old Digby and his men, they'd pick up these goombas from New York, Miami, or Detroit at Union Station, and take them to some quiet place in the hills for some positive reinforcement with ball bats and brass knuckles. The way the old-timers tell it, old Digby beat them, he battered them, he broke their bones, and some he even killed, and not swiftly either. Later, the squad was expanded to become the OCID. OCID. The Organized Crime Intelligence Division, but back then it was just called the Hat Squad. The Hat Squad. That's right, Ms. Derisk, the Hat Squad. But what does this have to do with the subject at hand? From shrugged. Back then it was a matter of warning off organized crime before it got started. Now it's warning off rival religious cults. Maybe it's a sign of the times. And this warning will be delivered tonight. Just like we arranged on the phone. I figure sometime after midnight. Maybe around 3 a.m. That's traditionally when the bad guys are at their weakest and most vulnerable. Philippa gave him a strange look. Some things grow more powerful by night. With all due respect, Ms. Derisk, the night time's the right time. He grinned. I mean, it worked for the Gestapo and the KGB, and it sure as shit works for us. So just let us play it our way, okay? We know what we're doing. If Philippa found the police lieutenant's smile deliberately offensive, she didn't let it show. I'm sure you do, Jack. I'm sure you do. For a moment, it looked as though Julia was going to physically attack Dahlia, and given their relative sizes, the outcome would have been a mess. A fight between any two undead could be awesome in its violence, and both Julia and Dahlia had egos that took no prisoners. Ronquist knew this had to be nipped in the bud, and his aura flashed powerful and white as he quickly employed the voice of authority. Both of you. Stay exactly where you are. The two froze. Ronquist looked at each of them in turn. Are you both going to behave yourselves? Just nod if you are. Both Julia and Dahlia had been so locked into their own confrontation that they'd been taken helplessly unawares by Ronquist's sudden paralyzing burst of energy. He had the Nosferatu drop on both of them, and there was nothing they could do about it. Until he grudgingly permitted them to nod, neither could move a muscle. After a moment's pause, they both indicated acquiescence and assent. Ronquist still didn't fully release them. I want no more fighting, okay. Again the two nodded. Ronquist took a deep breath and made a motion with his hand that permitted them to move again. So, does one of you want to explain this business of making whales young again? Julia looked at Dahlia and Dahlia looked at Julia, each not wanting to be the first to speak. Finally Julia took the initiative. We decided that at least one more male should be added to the colony. We. The females. All of you. Sada wasn't there, but the rest of us decided. Dahlia, Imogene, and I. And you thought Wales was the most suitable candidate. Now Dahlia found her voice. Can you think of a better one? If he was young again. Ronquist was well aware that Dahlia and Julia knew him so well they could read the slightest nuance or inflection in the flickering of his aura, and even look into his mind if they so desired, although it would be an aggressive intrusion, and he doubted they'd attempt it under the current circumstances. His problem was controlling this giveaway display of his emotions as the shocks and revelations came so thick and fast. Julia must have observed something, as a smile of shrewd insight spread across her face. What's the matter, Victor? Do you have something against a young Brandon Wales joining the colony? Could it be that you fear the competition from another powerful alpha male? Ronquist ignored the question and directed his attention at Dahlia. Can you do it? Can you actually restore him to youth? Dahlia regarded Ronquist as though he was an idiot. What do you fucking think? She gestured to her child's physique. I've kept myself like this for almost a century, haven't I? Doing it for oneself is not exactly the same as doing it for another. Give me a goddamn break, Victor. After all this time, I know just about all there is to know about fucking age reversal. The ritual is a little complicated, but it's quite manageable. Why all the doubts? Is Julia right? Does something about a young Brandon Wales worry you? Now the two females were ganging up on him, looking for payback for the earlier paralysis. Ronquist almost began to tell them that he thought it was unwise to add such a potential wildcard to the colony in the face of what might be an impending crisis, but he thought it just as unwise to bring up the matter of the apogee right there and then. The middle of the day, with Brandon Wales in the library, was hardly the time to embark on all the explanations that would be demanded. Then Julia shot him a rapier-fast glance. What impending crisis? Ronquist was shocked by Julia's question, taken totally off guard. Have you been reading me? Julia looked insulted. Of course not. Even I'm not that ill-mannered. The words appeared like a damned neon sign. Clearly Ronquist had less control than he thought, or Julia's perceptions were becoming too highly tuned for comfort. Fortunately Dahlia was sufficiently preoccupied with whales that she dismissed the subject with something close to scorn. Victor always thinks we're on the brink of a fucking crisis. You know how he worries. Now that I'm up and awake, can I see whales? Ronquist was about to reply, but Julia spoke first. Her attitude to whales was highly proprietorial. For better or worse, she had brought him there, and therefore, for the moment, he was hers. Of course you can, although I have to warn you that he's not too impressive in his current condition. Dahlia also waved this away. I know how he looks, I watch the E! Channel. The three of them entered the library only to find, to their consternation, that Wales was seemingly unconscious. The brandy snifter and decanter were still on the table beside him, but the book had fallen from his hand, his head had sagged over to one side, and if it was possible, he looked even paler than he'd looked before. Julia frowned. Has the old fool passed out drunk? Dahlia made a closer inspection. Oh, fuck. What? I don't want to worry anyone, but he looks dead. Wait up a moment, Philippa. Orton. Now that the others have gone, do you want to level with me? Level with you? There's more to this Victor Ronquist business than you're letting on, am I right? What makes you say that, Orton? Don't treat me like an idiot. I've known you half a lifetime. The meeting had broken up soon after Jack Fromm departed. Aside from the raid on the old house that Philippa had instigated, no real course of action could realistically be planned except to beef up security and see what might happen next. Nothing more was going to be gleaned by going over and over the enigmatic security tapes, so almost by default the apogee was returning to business as usual, albeit with a high degree of watchful circumspection. The dedicated, not to say fanatical, young men and women that made up the apogee rank and file would be briefed to watch for anything out of the ordinary, but beyond that the organization was forced into a waiting, responsive role. Marcus and Tara Swirling had been the first to leave, followed by Dunleavy and Clayton. For a moment, Philippa had seemed inclined to linger, but then she too had headed for the door. That was when Gast had called her back and the present conversation had ensued. Then you've known me long enough to have figured out that I'm playing a hunch. But you're not prepared to take me into your confidence. Philippa treated Gast to a long, hard stare. I may well be fighting for my life here, Orton, so don't take it personally if I don't tip my hand this early in the game. But you're holding some cards, I suspect. Philippa countered his question with one of her own. Did it occur to you that I might not be the only one at risk? What's that supposed to mean? What was that remark you made to Marcus earlier about the swirling woman coming to your apartment last night? Gast looked at her in surprise. How did you know that? I turned on Shirley's intercom when she wasn't looking. Gast's voice became monotone. She came to my apartment last night. If I remember rightly, you accused Marcus of sending his girlfriend round to your place to fuck with your head. Gast sighed. He'd never been able to keep secrets from Philippa for very long. She observed everything and forgot nothing. If you want the truth, she came round and dosed me with some new designer psychedelic. That's why I look like shit this morning. And how was it? It was a motherfucker. Demons on top of demons. I didn't think you did that kind of thing anymore. Booze, a bit of coke maybe, and far too much Valium, but psychedelics. She didn't leave me any option. What did she do? Put a gun to your head. Gast turned away and looked out of the window. The planes were still coming in and out of Lax and, in a lot of ways, he wished he was on one of them. You'd be surprised. And did she fuck you? Jesus, Philippa. Well, did she? I think so. What do you mean, you think so? Don't you know? It was hard to tell what was real and what wasn't. So Marcus is really pulling out all the stops. So it would seem. And Swirling's his willing spy Matahari. I guess. Philippa moved toward the window, closer to Guest. There's something more you're not telling me. That's rich, coming from you. She reached out and stroked his cheek. This is Philippa you're talking to, Orton. Gast knew he was doomed. When it came down to it, she had always been able to wrap him round her little finger. He reached for his wallet and pulled out Tara Swirling's note. He handed it to Philippa, who took it and read it. You can either die or ascend the heights. That sounds ominously like playing for keeps. Doesn't it just? Philippa handed back the note. So it would seem that we both may be fighting for our lives. Gast returned the note to his wallet. That's the way I read it. Fall in with them or else. And are you going to fall in with them? Not if I can help it. If you don't fall in with them, doesn't it put us on the same side? Gast turned and faced Philippa. Haven't we always been? He was surprised at how sad she looked, and more than a little unnerved by the way she hesitated before responding. Orton, you know I love you, but things can change when the shit comes down. People tend to look for a place of shelter whatever the cost. And that's why you're keeping up this mystery about Ronkist, while I spill my guts about everything. You got it in one, Orton. Check his brain. A pseudopod extended from Julia's aura and touched the inert Brandon Wales. She frowned. His brain's alive, but there's no activity. I don't know what's wrong with him. He seems to have gone into some kind of suspended animation. Ronkist shook his head. Damn. What? I think I know what's happened. When I used the voice to stop the two of you from going at each other, it must have frozen him too. Can you unfreeze him? Ronkist nodded. I think so. Julia moved back and let Ronkist take over. His aura expanded to wholly envelop Wales. The first thing is to restore his heart and breathing, and get some oxygen to his brain so there's no risk of damage. Dahlia watched Ronkist go to work. So now we're running an emergency room. If you two hadn't tried to claw each other's eyes out, we wouldn't have this problem. Are we supposed to stand chastened? You might as well. I didn't cause this. Okay, Victor, we're sorry. Now go to work. Do the ER thing before he becomes a fucking vegetable. In the gloom of the library, lit only by the single reading lamp, amid the shadows cast by the unpacked boxes and stacked faceless paintings, Julia and Dahlia watched, and the armadillos peered from their hiding places as Ronkist, bent over the lifeless Wales, slowly changed his aura until it was a strange, unnamed color. Dahlia's foul-mouthed cynicism melted, and Julia's face softened into something akin to seldom-seen wonder. The act of healing was so contradictory, for one as predatory as an Nosferatu, that an awesome hush, more complete than anything that could have been created just by those present, assimilated all sound in the room. For long moments, no result could be seen despite the power visibly flowing from Ronkist to Wales. Then at long last Wales' chest heaved and air rasped through his windpipe and into his lungs. Ronkist shut down his aura and placed his finger on Wales' neck, feeling for a pulse, a familiar gesture, but in this almost unique case, not a prelude to feeding. He seems to be living again. Should we wake him? Ronkist shook his head. Not yet. Let him breathe for a while and get his heart rate stronger. The three Nosferatu stepped back as Wales' chest rose and fell with increasing depth and intensity. After watching Wales for some time just to make sure that he wasn't going to fade again, Julia turned to Ronkist. Victor. Ronkist knew that this had to be a preliminary to something, and maybe he shouldn't have sighed. He did, however, consider that perhaps he'd had enough for one day. All he really wanted was to go back to sleep. Julia. Can I ask you a question? If it's not too aggressive or complicated. Does the name Thulhu mean anything to you? Ronkist closed his eyes. This exceeded both aggressive and complicated. Where the hell did you hear that name? In a dream. Dahlia looked away from Wales. I've heard the name too. You had a dream as well. It was Imogene's dream. Ronkist took a deep breath. It must be nearer than I thought if it can invade so many of our dreams. Julia and Dahlia both looked at him impatiently. What is this Thulhu? You'll have to bear with me. I'm very tired. This is the reason that Lupo and I went to the apogee. We thought we detected something very unhealthy going on in that place, and we discovered that one of the cult's founders is attempting to bring a very dangerous and powerful entity into this dimension of existence. And this thing's Thulhu. And it's dangerous? To us. Thulhu is dangerous to everything. As far as I know, the last time it came here was when the original beings walked the earth. It was brought through by Marduk Ra himself. And what happened then? There was a disaster. Wasn't our kind's creation and its aftermath enough of a disaster? Julia and Dahlia stared at each other. The comforting rationalization could have been that Victor was being overdramatic, but they knew he wasn't. So there really is an impending crisis. Ronkist suddenly looked very worn. Every hour of his 1,000-year life weighed heavily on him. Yes, I fear so. In the silence that followed Ronkist's words, Brandon, Wales began to mumble to himself, at first inaudibly, like a man talking in his sleep, but rapidly gaining in strength and clarity. I do beseech you, though I perchance am, vicious in my guess. Ronkist spun round. Wales now sat up, head raised but eyes still closed, talking to himself, all but declaiming. As I confess, it is my nature's plague, to spy abuses, and of my jealousy, shapes thoughts that are not. What's he saying? Dahlia was first to recognize the words. It's one of Iago's speeches from Othello. He played Iago in the movie way back when. He must be roaming around in his own memory. Elaine Dan stared down the road with no name. Her life had entered a realm of almost total unreality. Renting the car had been her last contact with the mundane. Even in that normal act, she had thrown thrift to the winds, and opted for a black Infinity to carry her to her rendezvous with the undead. The car certainly contributed with its rich leather interior, patrician ride, and confident instrument panel, a luxury pod, a streamlined sarcophagus of precision finish. By the time she reached Woodland Drive, she felt as though she was in the process of moving from one world to another. She was leaving sunlit, inept, and short-lived humanity, and entering the realm of wild dark, immortal perfection, and even though she'd been grooming herself for the transition for as long as she could effectively remember, it was still far from easy. By the time she passed the entrance to Villa Canyon, she was also afraid. Unreality, maybe, but also the unknown, and who could not help but fear it. According to Fromm's eavesdrop directions, the moment of truth lay just a half-mile on. Would there really be an unmarked turning? When she saw that there was, she pulled the car onto the shoulder of the narrow two-lane road and stopped. Before she continued, she needed a little time to gather her courage. Up to this moment, all down the passage of time since Kinara had gone, Elaine had worked her way toward this epiphany, and now every doubt that she could ultimately go through with it surfaced at once. And yet she had to go through with it. She wasn't only acting in her own interest, she was also the bearer of the grim warning. The safety, perhaps even the survival, of Victor and the rest of the Nosferatu colony depended on the news she was bringing. She believed they would welcome her, but would they? She had spent all those hours with Kinara, but how much did she really know? She had been in such a state of protracted bliss, she'd had no objectivity to learn or observe. She knew the Nosferatu could be brutal, that was a part of why she so admired them, but would that brutality be turned on her? Would they receive the message that she so proudly and urgently brought, and then turn her away, rejected and banished? She knew such a chance existed, but previously she had always deemed it unthinkable. Now she not only had to think it, she had to live through it. Her hand shook as she started the car once again. She gripped the wheel tightly, as though clinging to a life belt or the shrouds of a parachute, as she eased the Infiniti into gear and started forward down the uneven rutted surface of the road with no name. You make the Nosferatu sound like an endangered species. Ronquist nodded. That's one way of looking at it. Like the wolf or the Bengal tiger. We have always had a great affinity with the wolf. Mankind hates to think that some other creature is above it in the food chain. Ronquist laughed. That's true, but I think humanity's hatred of us goes much deeper than that. Brandon Wales thought about this. I would imagine jealousy also plays a part. To know beings exist who can live for 1,000 years would tend to make the human lifespan seem wretched and futile. It certainly does for me. Wales and Ronquist sat facing each other in the library, conversing deep in their leather armchairs. Outside, the hills basked in a Southern California afternoon, but in the dark, sealed, and air-conditioned residence, it might just as well have been the wee hours of the morning, and the man and the Nosferatu nothing more than two gentlemen talking long into the night over their brandy and their common determination to know and understand each other. Ronquist would have preferred to be sleeping, especially after the trauma of the foray into the apogee, but now that Brandon Wales had been presented to him as a virtual fait accompli, he decided it was best to spend the time getting the measure of the man who, it appeared, would play a major part in their collective future. As master of the colony, Ronquist could, in theory, oppose the admission of Wales, but he knew that this would only provoke an open confrontation with the females, something he profoundly wished to avoid, knowing as he did their almost infinite capacity to make his life miserable. Julia and Dahlia were clearly sold on the idea of bringing Wales into the fold. Imogen would naturally follow her sister's lead, and he couldn't imagine that Sato would buck the trend and raise any objection. Of the two remaining males, Lupo would undoubtedly endorse whatever decision Ronquist might make, and Siegel, recently so noticeable by his absence, might well be delighted to have Brandon Wales as one of their number, if only because of his current obsession with motorcycles. The only real objections were the ones that Ronquist might raise himself. Weighing the pros and cons with even-handed logic, he knew that the addition of Wales would largely be of benefit to the colony. To add a young vigorous male to their number made obvious sense. If the problem with the apogee played itself out according to a worst-case scenario, they would need to be at their optimum strength. He was forced to admit, however, if only to himself, that his reservations about the adoption of Wales were strictly personal, almost to the point of selfishness. When Julia had accused him of fearing the competition from another powerful alpha male, she had been all too close to the truth. At the very best of times, a newly created Nosferatu was angry, volatile, and violent, prone to unreasonable rage and the need to flex its newly acquired power. The conflict with the young Kurt Carfax had been damaging enough, and the prospect of engaging in a similar, possibly fatal conflict so soon after the last one filled Ronquist with a terrible weariness. Ronquist knew that, when recreated, Wales would bring with him all of the ambition and ego that had made him so prominent in his human life. Couple that with his restored beauty and potency, and the understandable intoxication that would go with it, and the transformed, undead Wales would be very hard to control, a beast impossible to cage or tame, convinced, at least until his first reversal or brush with destruction, that he was capable of anything. To start to form some bonds of friendship and loyalty with Wales, even before he went through the process of change, not only made sense for the well-being of the colony, but also served Ronquist's own long-term interests. Thus Victor Ronquist talked when he should have been sleeping, answering all of the actors' questions. Our great protection has always been humanity's general unwillingness to accept that we really exist. The more men and women who believe that we are merely figments of legend, superstition, and folklore, the safer we are. In fact, the times when we have found ourselves the most threatened have been when our numbers have grown to such an extent that the humans can no longer remain in the state of denial. Does this happen often? Ideally it shouldn't happen at all, if we remain circumspect and attempt to balance the number of the undead. When one has the chance of living forever, it is complete folly to create more and more of one's own kind. Unfortunately, these population explosions do occur, more often than not during times of massive human bloodletting. The Nosferatu flourish in time of war. Always. When human death is all around, it creates a perfect environment for us. We can hunt and leave no trace amid the general carnage. Wales refilled his glass. The actor seemed to have an infinite capacity for alcohol. What's one more bloodless body, more or less? Exactly. Unfortunately, it's a situation that tends to breed overconfidence. The Nosferatu are a wild and foolhardy breed at the best of times, and if we have it too easy, we tend to lose all protective caution. The pattern has always been that, once the war in question is over, we continue too long with our open depredations. Sooner or later, the humans become aware of our presence and start to move against us. The last great extermination was after the First World War. All over Europe we died in our thousands. Ronquist stopped speaking and began feeding images directly into Wales' mind. The movie star was not only a charming drinking companion, but also highly receptive and a fast study, who seemed eager to absorb everything he could about the Nosferatu way before he became one himself. In many respects, he was once again an actor preparing for a part. Ronquist was determined that Wales should be left under no illusion about the precariousness of Nosferatu life, and was giving him a full resume of the horrors of their history. He spared no details in recounting the story of the slaughter of 1919. Point by point, and without editing or censorship, he demonstrated how, led by the notorious Bishop Rock, an alliance of the secret human elite that included elements of the Dominican Order, the Ultima Thule Society, the Knights of St. Michael and St. John, and a number of fascist mystics who would later provide the mythic and theological underpinnings of Nazism, had launched a bloody crusade to eliminate the undead who had multiplied and grown bold during the hideous fighting in the trenches. Using units of the Freikorps, gangs of disaffected German soldiers, back from the front, jobless and hopeless, to do the actual killing, Rock and his co-conspirators had spread a wave of destruction that had started in Germany and then spread west into France, and east into Poland, Hungary, and Romania. He showed Wales the Freikorps slayers, amply supplied with whores and cheap schnapps, traveling in convoys of military trucks, invading an area and then going to work rooting out the resting places of the undead. Wales was treated to graphic visions of figures in ragged uniforms, gripped by a mass-killing frenzy, hacking their way into Nosferatu lairs, deadly sunlight streaming in behind them. Hammers and axes swung, and blood streamed from bodies that contorted, fangs bared, snapping at the air in gnashing death spasms. Moving back in time, he took the human prospect back to similar massacres in the wake of Bonaparte's invasion of Russia, the 30 Years' War, the Black Death, and the Turkish invasions of the Balkans. He even showed him the strange and little-known events in Vietnam after the U.S. withdrawal, when enclaves of Nosferatu, who had infiltrated areas of the Central Highlands, were destroyed by the victorious communists under the guise of political re-education. After the rapid travelogue of atrocities against his kind, Ronquist allowed Wales a few moments to digest what he had just seen. Ronquist was half hoping that the man might, at that point, back out of his compact with Julia, but he appeared neither dismayed nor discouraged by the negative side of Nosferatu history, and marveled instead at the means of delivery. The way you people can directly exchange information is quite amazing. Ronquist allowed himself a small smile. Strictly speaking, we're not people. Will I be able to do that? After a while, with a degree of practice. Wales seemed about to ask another question, but a soft electronic beeping interrupted him. He frowned and looked round. What's that? Ronquist put down his brandy and quickly rose from his chair. I don't know. We may have unexpected company. He moved to a small video monitor on one of the library shelves and turned it on. As it warmed up and came alive, it showed a multi-screen composite of different views of the exterior of the residence. Wales also heaved himself to his feet and came and looked over Ronkest's shoulder. "This is your security system." A black Infiniti was parked in the driveway. Ronkest touched a control and the image of the car filled the screen. One can never be too careful. As the Nosferatu and the actor watched, the driver's side door of the car opened, and a young woman stepped out, tall, slim, blue jeans, leather jacket, dark glasses, and a dark burgundy shirt. Her hair was slicked severely back. Wales looked more closely at the picture. "She's quite something, but I would hardly think she's a fearless vampire hunter." Ronkest glanced at Wales. "As I said before, one can never be too careful. In this case, though, you are quite right." "You know her?" Ronkest sighed. "Yes, I know her. She's out in the sun, so she can't be one of yours." Ronkest continued to stare at the screen. "One of mine? No, not quite. She was the love of a one-time love of mine. One day you'll learn the word Darklost." Wales looked at Ronkest but didn't comment on the oddly oblique statement. The woman on the screen appeared hesitant, nervous. She looked up at the house as though she feared it, then, seemingly summoning her courage, she started up the path to the front door. Ronkest faced Wales. "I wonder, could you do me a favor? Could you let her in for me? I can't go to the door. The sunlight." Wales made a mock courtly half-bow. "It would be my pleasure." The superstar shuffled heavily away, acting as butler for the Nosferatu. Elaine's head was spinning, and her knees kept threatening to give way. The light and color all round her seemed painfully intense. The birdsong from the overhanging trees was close to cacophonous. Was this the way soldiers felt when they advanced into combat? They feared death, but all she feared was rejection. Or did she too fear death now that she had come so far? The house looked dead and anonymous. Silent and shuttered, with blank walls and blind windows, it gave away nothing, certainly not encouragement or invitation. It did not seem a place that wished to be visited, but visit it she must. She wondered if this was how the threshold of madness felt. The imposing oak door was in front of her. Should she knock? Should she hammer? Did Castle Dracula have a bell? Was all locked and barred against her, and what had been started by Kinara would never be completed? She raised her hand to touch the wood of the door, not to summon or demand admission, but just to feel its solidity, to know it was really there, to touch the untouchable. But before Elaine's hand made contact, the door opened, and Brandon Wales, the movie star, stood smiling in the doorway. The vision was so impossibly incongruous that Elaine was totally overwhelmed. Unwilling to admit that she had finally entered a world of psychotic hallucination, she took the only avenue of retreat open to her. She fainted dead away. Chapter 6. Kinara. Kinara is no more. You have to accept that. They're coming. Don't speak. Drink this, it'll help. Wales had struggled to bring the young woman inside, and then, once the great door was closed and the sunlight excluded, Ronkest had lifted her easily and carried her quickly into the kitchen, at the same time calling back at Wales, "You better bring the brandy from library." He'd placed the inert woman in a chair and waited for Wales to return. The man might be an international icon, but, by issuing curt orders, Ronkest was unintentionally underscoring how he was master of this house of the undead. The surprising part was that Wales appeared to accept it without rancor or any competitive resistance. When Wales came back, the two of them forced a little brandy between the woman's lips. She spluttered and opened her eyes. Dahlia was right, the place really was turning into an emergency room. Wales looked at Ronkest. "Should I wake the women?" "No, we can handle this." He fed Elaine more brandy. "Besides, I doubt you'd be able to. They sleep like what they are." Elaine Dance * looked up at Ronkest bending over her. Her eyes immediately widened, and she appeared about to fall into a second swoon. "Victor." "That's right. Victor, Do you remember me? Ronquist nodded. His expression was as close to kindly as it ever came. Of course I remember you. You're Elaine. I've been searching for so long. Ronquist's face hardened. I know. It's the affliction of the Darklost. Darklost. You're not the first who's been left hanging between our world and that of the humans. Now that Elaine seemed to have somewhat recovered, Ronquist straightened up. It was turning out to be a day for one problem coming on top of another. In addition to everything else, he had to work out what to do with this former flame of Kinara's. The choice could really only be to transform her or kill her, and he wasn't going to make that decision on his own. Before he could move back, however, Elaine clutched at his arm. Victor, I came to warn you. Warn me. They're coming for you. Who's coming for me? They're coming for all of you. Ronquist all but snapped at her. Who's coming? Ronquist's kindness had its limits. Just because she was recovering from a fainting fit was no reason for the human not to make sense. Elaine finally managed to say the name. From. Ronquist attempted to probe her mind, but immediately ran into an almost holy image of Kinara and quickly backed off. Elaine took a deep breath as though trying to clear her head. A policeman, a lieutenant called Jack from, he's coming here tonight with some men. Her hands started shaking. She seemed to be having some kind of delayed reaction. Could I please have a little more brandy? Ronquist gave her the glass and she drank from it. At the mention of the police, Wales stiffened. Elaine saw him and her jaw dropped. What's he doing here? Don't concern yourself about him right now. Does this Lieutenant from plan to arrest us? Elaine continued to stare at Wales. Is he one of you? No, but I don't have time for explanations. I need to know about this from. The drink helped Elaine recover her wits. From is a bastard, as corrupt as they come. He seems to do gun-for-hire dirty work for all kinds of people. So he's been hired to come here and kill us. I don't know if he intends to kill you. We are not easy to kill. Elaine's eyes widened in angry challenge. That awful Kelly killed Kinara. Ronquist looked away. I'm very aware of that. But he came by day. You say this from plans to come tonight. That's what I heard him say. Ronquist smiled, somber and knowingly. By night, killing us will prove more of a trial. Do you know who hired from? No, I don't. All I know is that it was a woman who gave him instructions how to get here. A woman. It was a woman's voice. And how did you come by this information? From was holding me for questioning. I overheard him on the phone. He didn't know I was listening to the whole conversation. My hearing has been very acute since. Kinara. Ronquist didn't want to think about Kinara. Do you want to tell me why you were being held for questioning? Now Elaine avoided Ronquist's eyes. She was clearly on the verge of breaking down. I've had to survive in some strange ways since we last saw each other. Ronquist put a hand on her shoulder. I know it probably hasn't been easy. The glass in Elaine's hand was empty. Could I have another shot of brandy before I embarrass myself by crying? As Ronquist went for the decanter, Wales drew him to one side. Do you believe her? I'd be a fool not to act as though I did, wouldn't I? Then you think this is serious? I fear so. I have some contacts, maybe I could have this from called off. Ronquist shook his head. I think we can handle this ourselves. So what do we do now? I think it's become time to wake the women. Ronquist left Wales and Elaine alone together in the kitchen. Elaine poured herself another drink, trying not to stare at the actor. Finally, after watching her for a while, Wales smiled. You're wondering what I'm doing here. Are you really Brandon Wales? Indeed I am. I don't understand. I'm going to become one of them. Elaine could hardly believe what she was hearing. After all that she'd done and all that she'd endured, how could this man, who'd already had virtually everything life could offer, calmly stand there and tell her that he was going to get the gift of immortality? She knew it was hardly logical, but she felt horribly threatened. Did this mean that her own hopes were about to be dashed? How many newcomers could these vampires take into their colony? Obviously, if it came to a choice, they would choose someone like Brandon Wales over her. She felt like lashing out. She wanted to hurt someone, and Wales was the only person to hand. When she struck, she did it in a very quiet voice, repeating something that Kinara had once said. They don't always keep their promises. This is a mess, Victor. I thought we left New York to find a quiet and secluded life. Ronkus stared grimly at Imogene. Clearly that wasn't to be our destiny. Imogene had become surprisingly vocal at this hastily convened meeting. For once she was talking more than her sister. The meeting was a small one, graphically demonstrating how contracted the colony had become. It was down to just 6 of them: Lupo, Dahlia, Imogene, Sada, Julia, and himself. Wales and Elaine Dance had been politely sequestered in one of the empty bedrooms, with alcohol and each other's company to pass the time, and then the colony, with still an hour to go before sunset, had assembled in the residence kitchen to discuss what was to be done about Elaine Dance's warning. Lupo sipped the espresso he habitually made for himself on waking. Whoever said it was the destiny of the Nosferatu to be quiet and secluded? Anyone who believes that is deluding him or herself. Our destiny has always been to hunt and to fight. Our nature is to ride the cyclones of human turbulence. That is where the pickings are invariably the most rewarding. Lupo could always be counted on for brave words of encouragement, but his voice was so weak that they barely rang true. His gunshot wounds were only partially mended, and his aura was still slight and fragile. Dahlia, realizing this, looked round angrily. Where the hell is Siegel now that we need him? Imogene arched an eyebrow. He's probably sleeping, ready for another night of carousing with his motorcycle buddies. Dahlia hissed. Then damn the bastard to hell. The only thing the deformed motherfucker was good for was his strength in a fight. And now that we have a fight on our hands, he's nowhere to be found. In a weird way, despite the danger that they faced, Ronkus felt he was home again, more at home than he'd been at any time since they'd come to California. The colony was one again, bickering, argumentative, and recriminating, but united against a common enemy. He just wished that they were in better shape. Lupo wasn't the only one in a weakened state. He himself had far from recovered from the ordeal at the apogee and a day with no sleep. Julia must have sensed this, because she looked quickly round at the small assembled group. We need to feed. Ronkus shook his head. It isn't possible. We don't have the time. The Darklost said this from wouldn't come until after midnight. We'll have to make do on blood packs. Julia scowled. If there's to be a fight, we need warm blood. You and Lupo, especially. 2 of us could go into the city and bring back enough prey for the rest. Again Ronkus shook his head. The risk is too great. We need everyone here. The Darklost could be wrong. From could come before midnight. Lupo sighed. I hate to go against you, Don Victor, but Julia's right. We need warm blood. You have to face facts. We are 2 weakened males and 4 females. We don't know how many men From will bring, and they will certainly be armed. We also don't know when they will come. Julia repeated her previous statement. The Darklost said he wouldn't come until after midnight. Are we about to gamble everything on the word of a Darklost? Think cop psychology, Don Victor. Traditionally they like to come in the small hours. It's been the same since the 16th century. Sada, who hadn't previously spoken, extinguished her most recent habitual cigarette and stood up. I'll go. I'll bring back the prey. Ronkus tended to forget Sada. Back in New York, she had been what amounted to Kinara's erotic pet, and had thus not allied herself with the other trouble-making young ones. The decline that she seemed have fallen into in Los Angeles, complete with the morbid obsession for Mexican soap operas and unfiltered camels, had concerned him, but with typical Nosferatu self-absorption, he had assumed she was mourning Kinara just as he was, and like him, she would eventually get over it. Even though Kinara was no more, her presence still seemed to haunt the residence. He was surprised that Sada so readily volunteered herself for a role in the current crisis, and he hoped that it might be a sign of impending recovery. If she could make it through the loss, then so perhaps might he. This didn't, however, change his feelings regarding the practicality of organizing an emergency blood feast at such short notice. I really don't think so. To his increasing surprise, Sada actually stood up to him, something that she had never done before in all of the history of the colony. I'm sorry, Victor, but I have to agree with Lupo. The odds are that this From won't show up until after midnight, or later, and those are the odds we have to play. Ronquist looked round at the others. Do you all feel this way? As one, the Nosferatu nodded. In the face of the obvious need for blood, democracy seemed to have turned against him. He shrugged. Then so be it. Julia frowned. She wasn't exactly a dissenting voice, but she had her own reservations. She shouldn't go out on her own. We'll need 3 or 4 humans to feed all of us, and herding them here could pose a problem if, at any point, they began to panic. Sada turned to Imogene. Why don't you come with me? Imogene looked up at her in surprise. You want me to hunt with you? Dahlia shook her head. Not Imogene. Imogene ignored her sister. The dynamics of the colony were definitely changing. I'd like that. In fact, I'm delighted you asked me. It would be nice to be of some use for a change. Dahlia looked at her sister in shock and amazement. She was so totally accustomed to having the last word in their relationship. You can't. Julia quickly cut in. Imogene can function on her own. She's a big girl. Imogene smiled sweetly at Dahlia. That's right, my dear. I'm a big girl. She turned to Ronquist. We'll need the limo. Ronquist decided to remain absolutely neutral in all this. I'll wake Lamar. Imogene nodded. Thank you, Victor. Now she directed her attention to Sada. You and I had better get ourselves ready. We're going to have to look absolutely stunning if we want to bring home quality prey. In a complete reversal of character, Imogene was treating the mission like a fine girlish adventure. A dark aura of sibling betrayal now surrounded Dahlia, but she said nothing. Ronquist gazed somewhat bemusedly after Sada and Imogene as they made their exit. Where do you intend to find this prey? Don't worry about that, Victor. We'll come up with a plan. Philippa Therese watched the sun go down in its usual gaudy blaze from the window of her 10th-floor suite in the downtown Intercontinental Hotel. Immediately after the meeting and her final conversation with Gast, she had driven to the hotel and checked in. By so doing, she was still in the city, but far enough away from Beverly Hills and the apogee for her to feel anonymous, hidden, beyond the reach of Marcus and his new concubine, whom she was starting to suspect might be equally as power-crazed as her estranged husband. When the sun had finally disappeared beyond the horizon, she crossed the room and picked up the phone. Victor Ronquist and his tribe should just be waking, and it was time to deliver the warning. It had not been easy to obtain the unlisted and well-camouflaged number. A fanatical, long-time, and easily intimidated apogee devotee who worked for Pacific Bell, and who Philippa had kept in her metaphoric back pocket for exactly such contingencies, had, after some hours checking numerous computerized lists, managed to unearth it for her. That it had taken so much trouble to obtain the vampire's number said a great deal about how thoroughly Victor Ronquist concealed the existence of himself and his followers. Philippa was extremely confused about her feelings toward Victor Ronquist. Indeed, she was even confused as to the true source of her confusion. She found herself drawn to him as she had not been drawn to any man since she first encountered Marcus. On the other side of the coin, she was well aware that Ronquist was not, in fact, a man at all, despite his charm and human good looks. He was an entity almost as dangerous as the ones Marcus had tried to raise over the years. Why she had saved his life by impulsively giving him her blood was a total mystery, and the reasons that she was now embarking on this elaborate plan to both save Ronquist and the others like him, and at the same time eliminate From, were equally murky. The elimination of From was logical enough. He was corrupt, sadistic, and too much of a potential asset to Marcus to be allowed to run around unchecked, and it could only be to her advantage if Ronquist destroyed or otherwise neutralized him. Her desire to continue to aid and protect Ronquist was something else entirely, though. Was the fact that he'd taken blood from her the basis for her finding him so hellishly attractive, or did it go deeper? Had Ronquist cast some vampire spell on her? She simply didn't know. All she could do was to shelve her doubts and work on blind instinct. Accordingly, Philippa picked up the phone and keyed in the number she'd obtained from her phone company spy. The tone repeated itself 3 times, and then a woman picked up. "Could I please speak with Victor Ronquist?" After a short wait, Ronquist himself came on the line. Philippa was direct and to the point. "Victor, I've betrayed you." Ronquist came back from taking the call to find Imogen and Sada arrayed for seduction. His eyes widened at the transformation. "Good grief, what are you two supposed to be?" The two spoke as one, already into a bizarre double act. "Irresistible." "I can't argue with that, but irresistible to whom or what?" "Irresistible to a clutch of prey who are going to think they've finally found the rabbit hole to erotic wonderland. And whom we will deliver back here for your dining pleasure in the shortest possible time. We are the Domino's Pizza of the undead. Where do you get those clothes?" "Mail order catalogs." Of the two, Imogen was the most outlandish, having gone for a jailbait fetish motif with a full bodysuit of second skin latex in a vibrant, emergency warning sign yellow. The ensemble was completed by teetering platform shoes in matching patent leather, mask-like mascara airbrushed across her eyes, head still billiard ball bald, but decorated with a temporary tattoo of a coiling basilisk in black and the same yellow. Sada was more traditionally undead, in a Victorian-style evening dress made of scarlet satin, hair piled Gibson girl high, bare shoulders, a velvet choker with a single large ruby at her throat, an optimum of cleavage and blood-red lipstick, and a pair of black, Ray-Ban, movie star nightwear sunglasses. Together they made a strange, if not to say traffic-stopping, couple. Both acted with the kind of excitement to be expected if they were on the way to the social event of the year. An outsider or a human might have assumed that Imogen and Sada were not taking the situation over seriously. In that, they would have been supremely mistaken. The apparent frivolity masks something much deeper and of profound seriousness. Theirs was the eagerness of the predator. The wolfhound straining at the leash, the leopard tensing before the exhilaration of the spring, the eagle joyously flexing its talons. The intoxicating anticipation of the kill was also coupled with a certain social pride. Not only were these two females going to hunt for their own survival and satisfaction, the entire colony was depending on them. Ronquist treated them to due admiration for their efforts, and then restored a degree of sobriety. Sada and Imogen stopped pirouetting and posing, and Ronquist faced the group. "Now that the fashion show is over, I must tell you all that I have just received some fortunate news. From is not planning to raid the residence until 3 a.m. Who told you this?" "An informant." "You trust this informant?" "Yes, I trust her." "Her?" Lupo looked up knowingly, but said nothing. Dahlia, still in the same foul mood engendered by her sister's ongoing display of independence, eyed Ronquist bleakly. "You have a woman informant connected to the apogee? How did you manage that? What exactly were you and Lupo doing there last night?" Ronquist refused to be drawn by Dahlia's question. There were other more pressing matters demanding their attention. You should know as well as anyone that an Nosferatu never reveals his sources. Before Dahlia could respond, Sada posed a more business-like question. Does this information mean we have more time in which to gather the prey? Ronquist nodded. It does, but don't take it for granted. At that moment, Lamar came into the kitchen to announce that he'd brought round the limo. Imogene and Sada made ready to leave. Don't worry, Victor. We won't let you down. On the way back to his apartment, Orton Gast had stopped at a 7-Eleven and purchased himself a carton of Marlboro Lights. He hadn't smoked in 15 years, but suddenly the need was on him. Back at the apartment, Gast had opened the carton, taken out a pack, unwrapped it, tapped out a cigarette and lit it. He had coughed, but persevered. Then, with blue smoke filling the previously virgin air of his living room, he found a saucer to use as an ashtray, poured himself a very large scotch on the rocks, and sat down to think as hard as he had ever thought in his life. Indeed, he thought so hard that he became oblivious to even the luxury surroundings of his home. The TV remained silent and, for a long period, even the scotch was untouched. All he did was think and chain smoke. After nearly an hour, he finally stubbed out his 7th cigarette with the finality of man who has not only made a decision, but summoned the courage to act on it. He took a long hit on the scotch, now well diluted with ice water, and reached for the phone. Marcus? Yeah, it's Orton. I think we need to talk. No, not on phone, face to face, one-on-one. As soon as you can. Right. But Marcus, I'm warning you, don't bring your girlfriend. So we wait. The 4 remaining Nosferatu stood on the observation deck like defenders on dark battlements and watched the tail lights of the limo vanish down the approach road. When the red pinpoints were no longer visible, Dahlia turned to Ronquist. You think we can trust them to do the job? You trust your sister, don't you? No. Julia rounded on Dahlia. The two were still bristling like cats around each other after the previous confrontation and near violence over Brandon Wales. Has it ever occurred to you that you might be holding her back? Dahlia's eyes flashed dangerously. What do you mean, holding her back? Repressing her development. Exactly how? Physically, mentally, emotionally, stopping her from becoming a complete being rather than your own creeping shadow? Maybe she doesn't want to be a cross between Emily Dickinson and something out of the story of O. Do you have to work on being a bitch, or does it come naturally? Julia's hands tensed into claws, but Ronquist snapped at the two of them. Will you both cease? Right now, internal dissent could sink us. Dahlia blazed back at him. Then tell her to get off my ass. I said cease. Dahlia pulled her aura under control, but it still smoldered. Just tell her to quit fucking riding me. Lupo had been ignoring the exchange between Dahlia and Julia, and was staring out over the nighttime grounds of the residence like a general studying the topography of a battlefield. Once the two women had fallen silent, he glanced at Ronquist. How many men do you think this From will have with him? Ronquist shrugged. I imagine he will be staging a law enforcement style raid, so we can probably expect between 10 and 15 of them. Julia moved to stand beside Lupo and Ronquist. If 6 of us can't handle a dozen or so humans, we don't deserve to survive. It's not just a question of handling them. We have to ensure that they are left with no memory of this place, or how and why they came to be here. That will not be easy. Julia smiled crookedly at Ronquist. There is one way of ensuring all of that. Ronquist shook his head. A simple massacre won't work. From's team will almost certainly consist of a number of off-duty policemen, and they'll be missed. Dahlia, not to be outmaneuvered by Julia, joined the other 3. Did anyone consider just running away? I mean, what are we planning here? A rerun of the Alamo? Julia didn't even try to hide her contempt. And where exactly do we run to? I don't know, exactly, Rio, Paris, anywhere but here. As far as I can see, you're the only one of us who actually fucking likes LA. At least I don't lack the stomach for a fight. Again Dahlia's aura blazed. I don't lack the stomach for anything, you fucking crowd. You're the one who wants to run away. I'm not advocating it, I'm just bringing up the option. Fuck knows, we've done it before. Ronkus swung angrily round. I've already told you to stop this. Dahlia is right in one respect. I'd be the first to leave if I thought it would do us any good. This business with From, however, may be only the first skirmish in what could prove to be a protracted and desperate fight. If Marcus Derisk actually manages to let Thulhu loose in this realm of reality, no place is going to be particularly safe. Dahlia frowned. I'm still not 100% clear about this Thulhu business. Perhaps now that we've got time on our hands, Victor, you'd like to fill in the details of what exactly went down inside the Apogee building last night. Orton Gast arrived at the bar at the Sunset Pavilion a full 15 minutes before the agreed meeting time with Marcus. He wanted a chance to gather himself before what he knew was going to be a confrontation, to acclimate to his surroundings, and have at least one drink to stiffen his resolve. He found a stool at the bar with an empty one next to it, and ordered a scotch from the black, handsome, and strikingly gay bartender. Gast had chosen the bar at the Sunset Pavilion very deliberately as a place where Marcus could gain no advantage and most probably wouldn't feel comfortable. The bar at the Sunset Pavilion had been a popular trend-conscious watering hole for more than a quarter of a century. Gast remembered that, back in the 70s, Rod Stewart had filmed a rock video there involving California bikini babes and models dressed like fascist prison matrons. The current decor was white on white with angular muted neon. The center of the room was occupied by a piece of sculpture from the Double Take School, in which four white, polymer, hyper-realistic drinkers sat round a totally real table in frozen attitudes of conversation. The clientele were primarily music business or young Hollywood, with a sprinkling of visiting Japanese media types, plus some high-priced hookers and a couple of drug dealers. As far as Gast was concerned, the location was perfect. It was public enough to deter Marcus from doing anything that verged on the drastic, sufficiently fashionable to keep him off balance, and had enough undertow of noise that they would be able to talk freely. Right at that moment, the majority of the noise was being generated by a table of young people in their 20s whom Gast could only assume to be a current rock and roll band. He leaned toward the bartender. "Who's that bunch? They call themselves Final Pop Solution and I understand they're momentarily very hot. I've never heard of them. That means you're over 14 and probably don't watch MTV." Gast shook his head. "Bands come and go so fast these days. Now isn't that the truth?" The bartender moved off to serve another customer, and Gast checked the door just in time to see Marcus Derisk come through it. His longtime partner looked a lot less than pleased to be there. He moved straight to the stool beside Gast and sat down. With no preliminaries, Marcus began to complain. "I really don't see why it was necessary to drag me down to this dreadful place. If you wanted to see me, you could have come by my home." Marcus' hair was pulled back in a ponytail, and he was wearing a light gray Italian silk suit and small round purple glasses. Gast idly wondered why Marcus felt he needed to dress like an elder cocaine king. Then, at the thought of cocaine, Gast realized he still had Tara Swirling's gun in his pocket. His hand went to it, but Marcus was too busy signaling to the bartender to notice. A chilled Stoli and an Evian on the side. Gast let go of the gun and took his hand from his pocket. "I felt this conversation should take place on neutral ground." Marcus drank half the vodka and then took a sip of water. "You seem very preoccupied with territory these days, old friend. This afternoon you insisted the meeting be held in your office, and now we have meet in this upmarket pickup joint like two characters looking for a James Bond movie. Could it be that you feel threatened?" "Yes, Marcus. I do feel threatened." "How long had this been going on?" "At least since last night when you sent Tara around to threaten me." I think you're being paranoid, Orton. I found a note from her in the morning that essentially said get with the program or get whacked. Whacked, Orton. Whacked. When did we start using wise guy terminology? I suppose since we started issuing wise guy ultimatums. We're hardly gangsters. You have the suit for it? Derisk stroked his silk lapel. Perhaps. He looked round the bar. I thought it suited the mood of the place. He finished his vodka and drank some more water. Did it not occur to you that Tara was perhaps being a little overly dramatic? I think she was doing exactly what you intended her to do. And what do you think that was? Gast signaled to the bartender for another scotch. Shall we cut the crap? By all means. I asked you to come down here so I could appeal to you, privately, just you and me, to stop this Thulhu nonsense and the entire romance with ancient evil while there's still time. You don't believe in ancient evil. Of course I believe in ancient evil. You've shown me ancient evil twice before, and we were almost eaten alive in the process. I know they're out there. That's why I'm so fucking serious. I'm quite prepared to beg you, right here in public. Stop this now while there's still time. It can only end in disaster. You really don't have very much faith in me, do you, Orton? And that disappoints me, considering that you have become a bloody multimillionaire, living in the deep lap of material luxury, under my guidance and leadership. Let's not push the divine leader thing too far, Marcus. We both know the apogee was a combined effort, you, me, Philippa, and Marty. When are you going to grasp that things have to move on? Come on, Marcus. Let's remember the other times you thought things ought to move on. We ended up running for our lives. One jump ahead of a life sentence, violent death, or worse. This time it's completely different. The only difference this time is that you have even less room to maneuver. If it goes wrong, we can't just cut and run. We're tied to a huge corporation. You've alienated Philippa and... Marcus was staring hard at Gast as though trying to hypnotize him. Gast angrily shook his head. Stop it, Marcus. You know it doesn't work on me. Derisk at least had enough good grace to smile ruefully. It never did it? For a few moments, neither man spoke, then Gast realized that Marcus was actually looking past him. He turned to see what had caught Derisk's attention. Two women had just come into the bar, and they had not only Marcus Derisk looking at them, but just about everybody else in the place. One was a wild Scarlett O'Hara with a dash of Evelyn Nesbit, hiding behind dark glasses, and with the most amazing ivory white skin that Gast had ever seen. The other was arrayed for extreme deviance with a smooth-shaved and tattooed head, and a second skin of yellow latex. Gast was well aware that Marcus still had a weakness for out there young women, but that didn't seem to be the sum total of his distraction. It was almost as if these wild girls somehow disturbed him. For an brief instant, Gast could have sworn that Marcus looked confused, as if he sensed something about them that he didn't understand but definitely didn't like. The pair passed Gast and Derisk as they made their way to the other end of the bar, soaking in all the attention and causing all the comment they possibly could. The bartender was on them in an instant. At first the problem seemed to revolve around the age and legality of the one in the yellow latex, but the one in scarlet leaned close to the bartender, and it appeared to be instantly resolved, since he straightway turned and mixed them each an elaborate Technicolor cocktail. With their drinks in front of them, they turned and slowly surveyed the room. They looked briefly at Marcus and Gast, but quickly moved on. Their attention finally came to rest on the table occupied by Final Pop Solution. This seemed to break the spell on Marcus, and behind the purple lenses, his eyes moved back at Gast. I'm sorry, what were you saying? Gast took a deep breath. This man thought he could, quite literally, be a master of the universe, and yet he was totally thrown by two fancy gift-wrapped pieces of S. If it wasn't so frightening, it would have been funny. I was saying that any negotiation with Thulu is impossible. Without any disrespect, it makes as much sense as the flea negotiating with the dog. Darisk arched an eyebrow. The flea negotiating with the dog. I'm not trying to insult you. For fuck's sake, Marcus, it's no disgrace to admit you're only human and you can't make deals with something from beyond space and time. Thulu doesn't care, man. It's going to eat you right along with the rest of us, if it feels so inclined. Leave it where it is and let's just go on as before. Darisk shook his head as though Gast was hopelessly blind. I'm afraid you're not seeing the full picture, my friend. Your cozy techno cult is already at an end. A new and apocalyptic day is going to dawn, and there's nothing any of us can do to stop it. Up to now, we've made a lot of money, but this is our chance to own the world. Roll with the new age, old friend, before it rolls over you. Is that another threat? No, Orton, it's the way things are. The sequence is already in motion. The confines have been broken. The alignment is all but complete. Thulhu has left our lie. The Great One is in transit. Even behind the tinted glasses, Gast saw the fanatic zeal and he knew that it was hopeless. Marcus Darisk was too far gone for any appeals to reason. He would do his damnedest to bring the monstrous Thulu into this world, even if he took out the whole city while doing it. All Gast could concentrate on now was saving his own skin, along with, as far as possible, his wealth, health, and current way of life. Again Gast thought of the gun in his pocket, but dismissed the concept. This place was too public. If it came down to it being either Marcus or him, he wouldn't hesitate, but he would like some assurance that he'd get away with it. He hadn't come this far to end up in the cell next to Charlie Manson. I'm sorry I can't get you to see it my way. Stop trying, Orton. Just have a little more faith. Behind Marcus, the girls in scarlet and yellow were now moving from the bar, cocktails in hand, heading for the table of final pop solution. We could kill this Marcus Darisk. It seems to me the most direct way out of this mess. Ronquist looked uncertainly at Dahlia. It may be too late for that. Thulu could have moved so close that it no longer needs Darisk to force its way through into our world. We wouldn't lose anything by killing him. In fact, he deserves to die for causing us all this trouble. Julia shot Dahlia a sly sidelong glance. Why don't you and I kill him? After we're done with this from creature, and after we've brought Brandon across. It's Brandon now, is it? Wait to see what he comes out looking like. You'll be aching to call him Brandon. Dahlia though about this. Okay, so after we've done all these other things, we kill Darisk. Just you and me. Julia nodded. Just you and me. Dahlia turned to Ronquist. Do you have any problem with that, Victor? Ronquist didn't like to remind them that there was also the matter of Elaine Dance, the Darklost, to settle, so he merely nodded. Kill him, by all means. Are there really that few of them? That's what Kennara led to me to believe. She said that, during the 20th century, the numbers of the Nosferatu had been strictly limited. Wales nodded. Ronquist and Julia told me the same thing. Just these few in LA, seemingly none in New York right now, a fairly large cell in New Orleans, some more in Colorado, and others scattered around in Northern California. One or two in the Midwest. Elaine interrupted his list recitation. And the Wild Wanderers. I didn't hear about the Wild Wanderers. Elaine was pleased to know something that Brandon Wales didn't. Although he was exceedingly charming for one so universally famous, he did tend to act overbearingly well informed. They're the nomadic loners who have almost no contact with the rest of their kind. Kennara once had a relationship with a wild wanderer. I don't think Victor knew about it. According to Ronquist, the numbers have been really low since the end of World War I. Since the slaughter. You know about that? Of course. Kennara told me about Bishop Rock and the whole catalog of horror. It was one of those afternoons when she felt like educating me. She showed it all to me in these visions. The Nosferatu from all sides. The passion and the splendor, stalking through Gothic towns under an enormous full moon, and also the Nosferatu hiding in the trenches of the abandoned battlefields, while these drunken free corpse killers and crazy peasants with pitchforks and axes hunted them down. She showed me more, though. Like what? Like the various clans and colonies across the world, the loose networks by which they maintain contact, the treaties and agreements, the way that territories are divided to ensure that internal clashes were kept to an absolute minimum, their strange and savage ceremonies. It was all very sophisticated in a dark and wild way. There's that much organization. That's what Kinara showed me. I don't think all of the Nosferatu really knew about it. Most of their weird diplomacy is conducted only at the highest level by the colony masters or the various clan chiefs, the ones like Victor. I don't believe regular rank and file Nosferatu, the hunters and killers, are really aware of what goes on, or care that much. Kinara only knew about these things because she was Victor's consort. She gave the impression that her and Victor's colony was very modern and progressive, but some of the older clans were much more primitive, with ancient blood rites and rituals, and even some members who couldn't pass as human by any stretch of the imagination. Kinara seems to have shown you a lot. Elaine, who was lying on her side on the bed, protectively curled her knees up to her chest. I was with her for almost 2 months. We exchanged blood. She added this last tidbit to let Wales know that, in this one respect, she had the edge over him. She had actually tasted the blood of the vampire. She knew that Julia hadn't so much as fed from Wales, and in that, Elaine was closer to undead than he was. She had the heightened perceptions and the loose psychic contact of what she now knew was called a Darklost, although she had certainly paid for these advantages through the long months of misery and searching. Both Elaine and Wales had been somewhat nonplussed suddenly to be shuffled unceremoniously off to a vacant bedroom and locked in. Wales, of course, was totally unaccustomed to not being the absolute center of attention, and Elaine certainly hadn't expected to be put to one side like an inconvenient appendage. She had imagined she'd either be killed out of hand, or welcomed with at least partially open arms. After all the angst involved in reaching her long-cherished goal, she felt she merited one or the other, a cessation of pain, or a full and glorious immortality. The bedroom was pleasant enough, although Elaine would have liked to have been able to look out of the sealed and shuttered windows. Both the decoration and furniture were somewhere between sparse and deliberately minimal, a large brass bed and a night table, a pair of comfortable, if slightly worn, leather chairs, a Persian rug on a polished hardwood floor, a colonial-style washstand, and a large framed Miro print on one wall. It was very obviously a rarely used guest room, but it did come equipped with a 13-inch TV that Wales had turned on almost immediately after Julia had ushered them into the room and locked the door, but then mostly ignored as he and Elaine fell into conversation. Elaine had stretched out on the bed and Wales had eased his bulk into one of the armchairs. For Elaine, the situation was made even more strange by the fact that she was sharing what amounted to at least a temporary prison with no less than Brandon Wales. There had been a time, as a teenager or maybe younger, when she would have done anything to be locked in a bedroom with Brandon Wales. Now she just looked at the ruin of the man and wondered how he had let himself get that way, and also if he was going to prove an impediment to her being made Nosferatu. She had also found herself thinking idly about sex. This, in itself, was quite unique. In a very long time, Elaine hadn't thought about anything but commercial sex, or the magically undefinable pleasure she had received from Kinara's hands, body, and undead mind. All those years ago, she had lusted after the early movies of Brandon Wales, his brooding but incandescent presence as he dominated Flowers for the Dead, Docks of the City, and the Hell Riders. Even when he had started playing older parts, as in Slow Mirrorball, The Patroni, or Saigon, she had still wanted him from the dark of a cinema seat, or in the flicker of late-night TV. Now as he sat just 3 feet from her, she wondered if maybe she should still attempt to fulfill her girlish fantasy. He wasn't attractive anymore, but if she did have sex with Brandon Wales, it could, one way or another, be the last sex she ever had as a human. That should surely mean something. Or did Wales even have sex anymore? Right at that moment, he seemed to be more interested in pumping her for information, although he also regularly and, she suspected, habitually kept glancing at the TV. Perhaps you'd like to explain to me a little about Kinara. It's hard to talk about her. Wales' eyes went momentarily to a Burger King commercial. Don't if you don't want to. She was so all-encompassing, I still can't say what she was really like. But you said you were with her for almost 2 months. That's true. Then it must have been a quite intense relationship. Intense? Yes, you could call it that. And she liked you. Elaine uncurled and sat up. She must have liked me, otherwise why didn't she just use me and kill me? Wales raised an eyebrow. Being permitted to survive is, I suppose, one measure of love. Don't get me wrong, I'm not usually insecure about how people feel about me. With men, I can usually get them to respond how I want. The game show Jeopardy was now playing, and Wales was watching it with half an eye. You take control. It's so simple I sometimes get disgusted. But with a woman it's different. Elaine corrected him. With an Nosferatu it's different. Or, at least, with Kinara it was different. She'd lived so long and knew so much and could do all these things. She didn't even have to touch me. She could conjure all these feelings in my mind just by thinking at me. There were times, though, when I felt more like a pet. What is a quince? Wales paused to answer a Jeopardy question and then turned his attention back to Elaine. I used to keep tropical fish. I wasn't likening myself to a guppy. It occurred to me that those fish probably thought I was God. From their fishy perspective, I fed them from the heavens, I created night and day at the turn of a switch. I changed their water and I took out the dead. What more is God supposed to do? When Kinara was destroyed by the crazy priest, I wanted nothing more than to sit at her grave and howl at the moon. Except she didn't have a grave. Greyfriars Bobby. At first, Elaine thought this was a Jeopardy answer, but then she realized that Wales was talking to her. Greyfriars Bobby. Wales reached for the brandy decanter that Julia had thoughtfully left for them. A particularly Victorian story of animal devotion. Back in 18-something, in Edinburgh, Scotland, this little dog sat at his deceased master's grave for 7 years before he himself died. There's even a statue erected to him. Elaine wasn't certain she wanted to be likened to a small Scottish dog any more than a fish. I see the connection. Pets perhaps, my dear, but they can also make us immortal. If they feel like it. Wales frowned as he offered Elaine the brandy. But you said they don't always keep their promises. Elaine leaned forward and took the decanter. I'm sorry, I was just being nasty. You were afraid that we were in competition for a single prize. If it comes to a choice between you and me, I know they'll choose you. So it wasn't true? They do keep their promises. I'm not sure. One day, when she was in a particularly strange mood, Kinara said the same thing to me. They don't keep their promises. It was so cryptic and out of nowhere that I didn't know how to react, but it stuck in my mind. She was having problems with Victor at the time. Julia was making a play for him, so that may have had something to do with it. Julia and Kinara were rivals. Oh, yes. Kinara didn't keep her promise to you, though, did she? Elaine immediately sprang to Kinara's defense. She was destroyed before she had a chance. And you think Victor will make good on that promise? If he doesn't, I'll die. Isn't that being a little melodramatic? It's the plain truth. If they don't make me one of them, they'll have to kill me. I know too much about them to be allowed to live. Wales inhaled the bouquet of his brandy, stared at the TV, and thought about this. After almost a minute of silence, Elaine turned the focus of the conversation onto him rather than her. You're really Julia's, aren't you? She seems to be my sponsor. You'll find it goes deeper than that, believe me. Like most predators, the Nosferatu had the gift of waiting but, at the same time, were cursed by a hungry impatience. They could sit for hours in anticipation of a victim, but they could also fly into an almost hysterical anger at a simple delay over which they had no control. The situation in the residence had yet to reach the point of hysteria, but Ronquist, Julia, Lupo, and Dahlia were all keeping one eye on the time and wondering how much longer it would be before Sada and Imogen returned. Dahlia was the first to become vocal. I knew we shouldn't have trusted those two. Lupo attempted to keep the peace. It could take them some time to assemble the right prey in the quantity we need. They're probably doing something stupid and fancy. They should have grabbed the first humans they came across, straight off the street. We can't be expected to wait around like this. Julia couldn't resist taking a shot at Dahlia. You want street trash blood? Chock full o' drugs and germs. Neither can hurt us, and I thought speed was of the essence. Both can slow us down and make us stupid. We sure as hell don't want that. Fuck you, Julia. Ronquist, who was also feeling the strain himself, had trouble keeping his temper. Damn you both, don't start. I'm just saying that I think it was a fucking stupid idea to send those two off on so vital a mission. We've got hours before From and his men arrive. That's not the point. Sada and Imogen are out there wasting time, probably trying to prove some point. Ronquist snapped at her irritably. And you've made yours, so let it be. I seem to recall that you were fully in favor of those two going. Ronquist glared at Dahlia. Enough was enough. Any more and he would happily tear her tiny, little girl head off. So bring it up at the next colony meeting, but let's get tonight over with first. Ronquist's aura should have warned her, but Dahlia couldn't let it go. Yes, and it increasingly looks like we're going to have to get through the night without feeding. Lupo suddenly growled. If everyone would just be quiet, I think I hear something. The four Nosferatu froze, straining their senses for whatever might be outside the building. I hear it, it's a car. It's big, like the limo. Dahlia laughed, all previous displeasure forgotten. I can feel Imogen. It's them. There are a number of humans in the car with them. Maybe a half dozen in addition to Lamar. Dahlia started for the kitchen door. Then let's go out and welcome them. Wait. What? We don't want to spook the prey. We don't know what story they've been told. Ronquist turned to Julia. You look the most normal and least threatening of the four of us. Go out and help the girls bring them inside. Julia nodded and left without a word. Lupo glanced at Ronquist. We should probably make ourselves scarce. Ronquist nodded. I think that's the best idea, until we know what we're dealing with. Julia moved quickly down the hall and unlocked and opened the front door. The limo had halted outside and humanity was already spilling out of it, young, rock and roll humanity who seemed to think they were on their way to some very special party. One young male looked bemusedly up at the house. Jesus Christ, it's the fucking Addams family. Sada emerged from the car in time to hear his exclamation and laughed. I told you it'd be a trip, didn't I? Her scarlet dress was disarrayed and loose strands of hair hung down over her face as though some kind of interaction had been going on in the car on the way there. A second young male spotted Julia standing in the doorway. Hey, who's this? Imogen was now also out of the car. She looked less mauled than Sada, but, with latex, it was hard to tell. That's our friend, Julia. The second young male leered. Well, hello, Julia. Julia let her expression remain strictly neutral. Hello. Excluding Lamar, 8 young humans had now emerged from the car, gothic in dress, a little drunk, and all in party mode, 5 males and 3 females, very excited that they'd just been picked up by 2 very unusual young women in a limo. They seemed to believe that all their Hollywood fantasies were about to come true. As Sada introduced them with mock formality, Julia smiled inwardly. Yes, we'll see about those Hollywood fantasies. Julia, this is the band Final Pop Solution and some of their friends. We just met them at the Sunset Pavilion and invited them back here. Julia lied. I've heard of you. The male preened. No kidding. No kidding. You'd all better come inside. As Sada shepherded the humans through the front door, Julia flashed Imogene an urgent telepathic signal. Are they okay? Of course. They're not full of heroin. No, just speed, and that could be all to the good in our current situation. There was one junkie, but we left him behind. Sada led Final Pop Solution, their hangers-on, and their road manager in the direction of the kitchen, with Imogene and Julia bringing up the rear, in case, for any reason, one or more of them should take flight and attempt to bolt back the way they had come. They all made it to the kitchen, however, without incident, and Sada immediately assumed the role of the perfect, if somewhat rumpled, hostess. Who wants a drink? Apparently they all did. Sada and Imogene busied themselves with liquor bottles, glasses, and mixers, while Julia kept a discreet eye on the bunch. She wasn't particularly interested in scanning their minds, even to the limited degree of attaching names to them. They'd so soon be history, and it was best not to personalize them. They were young, reasonably healthy, and that's all she needed to know. If, as Imogene had said, their blood contained amphetamines, so much the better. It could indeed provide a certain extra second-hand jolt that might prove useful in the night to come. As the two Nosferatu dispensed drinks, the humans took in their surroundings. Apparently their expectations of adventure were in no way diminished. The first male looked questioningly at Julia. It's just the three of you living here. Julia shook head. No, there are some others. They'll be joining us in a while. I think you'll like them. When each human was clutching a generous measure of booze, Sada smiled brightly. Why don't we take our drinks to the playroom and make ourselves comfortable? At the words playroom and comfortable, two of the males, whom Julia identified as the drummer and the roadie, nudged each other knowingly. Julia decided that it was going to be a pleasure killing these gauche and libidinous children. This time, Imogene led the procession, out of the kitchen and down the hall to the cellar stairs, maintaining the males' excitement by uncharacteristically swinging her hips under their second skin of yellow rubber. Two of the females showed a trace of nervousness as the party started down the dark stairs that led to the underground bunkers. It's dark down here. It'll be all right. We never seem to be able to replace the bulb on the stairs. We're a bit domestically disorganized. Nervousness and confusion spread to the rest of the humans as they entered the bunker and Imogene turned on the lights. The long bare concrete box with its overhead neon, originally built by the residence's previous occupants as a subterranean marijuana farm, and still smelling faintly of hydroponic chemicals, was the last thing that Final Pop Solution were expecting. What the fuck is this? Imogene turned and faced the humans. It's our playroom. The roadie peered around with drunken suspicion. And what fucking games go on in here? You'd be surprised. The first male was also the first to sense danger. I don't know about the rest of you, but I don't like this. I think I'm outta here. He attempted to make a bolt for the door, but was confronted by Ronkist, Lupo, and Dahlia, who had silently entered behind them. Oh my god. Wales was horrified, but Elaine shuddered with an almost unbearable ecstasy. They're feeding. The muffled screams could be heard, even in the guest bedroom on the second floor. Oh. Yes. Elaine was now trembling uncontrollably, close to some strange contact orgasm. Wales looked at her in amazement. You can actually feel it? Elaine gasped. She could barely speak. Oh, yes. You're almost one of them. I'm sure, it's only a shadow of the real thing. Wales reached compulsively for the brandy. Elaine spoke between spasms. Does it make you afraid to become one of them? No, but what? I didn't know it was going to be this noisy. To call it carnage would have been a quantum understatement. The Nosferatu had no need to immobilize their victims with induced hallucinations or brute mind control, or physically chain them as had been done with some captured prey. The victim's own paralyzing fear did it all. Hideous black shapes came at them, casting equally ghastly shadows on walls that had turned from white neon to hellfire red. Vision slowly revolved in slow, two-dimensional, black and red kaleidoscope patterns as stress and adrenaline gave way to ebbing consciousness. All boundaries between fantasy and reality were dissolved, and all that remained was horror and the fast track to inevitable death. The human's own screaming bounced back from those same hard red walls until it was a battering physical assault, making it impossible for them to think, or to plead, or even to look desperately for a hiding place, a sanctuary from these demons that were rapidly losing even their human form. When an individual Nosferatu fed, he or she might lull the victim into a languorous illusion of warmth and well-being, making the terminal moments of life as essentially painless, and as mercifully beyond the full grasp of reality, as they could be. In a mass-feeding frenzy of this kind, however, such niceties were swept away in a mayhem of baying, ripping savagery. No power on earth could prevent the carnivore madness spreading from one Nosferatu to the next, until they were nothing more than a mindless ravening pack, cruel and lupin, beyond all consideration or control. Even Ronquist found himself losing all decorum, culture, and civilization in the snarling atavistic moment, plunging himself totally into the kill thrill, what the Germans called the Lustmord, as he sprang to seize and drag down the young woman who had been afraid of the dark on the stairs. Beside him, Lupo's fangs, at full extension, sank into the throat of another of the final pop solution women. Warm arterial blood jetted down, staining her dress. It also ran down Lupo's chin as he drank greedily. Julia had the first male pinned to the cement floor and was going to work on him with her steel spike. Sada had divested herself of the cumbersome Victorian dress and undergarments and, body gorily glistening, with the large ruby gleaming at her throat, was luxuriating in the naked kill. Despite her diminutive size, Dahlia incapacitated the second male with a feline spring, and a precise and lightning-fast chokehold, forcing him to the ground and then crouching over him with a smile of pure childlike evil, letting the full horror sink in before rupturing his jugular. Imogene rose from the body of the drummer, bright blood in splash patterns on yellow latex, looking around for a second victim, even though her eyes were already red and suffused. Within short minutes, the floor was slick with blood and littered with broken glass. Misshapen and contorting bodies littered the floor, some still trying to crawl in search of a non-existent place of safety, and the walls were splattered like a sanguinary Jackson Pollock. Trails of crimson even crisscrossed the ceiling. The underground concrete room had been the scene of other such gruesome and violent feasts, but, with benevolent practicality, the entire area was easily hosed down. The marijuana growers had conveniently provided a drain in the floor down which evidence of slaughter could effectively be washed away. 7 of the 8 humans now had the life drained out of them and lay supine, dead, or dying. Just the roadie continued hopelessly to fight, and was hurled into the wall for his troubles. His eyes were wide and he kept up a constant mindless roaring. Only when he was finally rendered insensible did he give up the struggle. As Imogene went down to finish him, Ronquist looked up from his own prey and realized contingencies had to be met concerning the disposal of the bodies. He shouted at her in the voice of authority, "Don't kill the roadie. I want him locked down." Imogene, still far from sentient, turned and hissed at Ronquist in feral fury, despite the command in his words. In the instant, Imogene was wholly animal, and she saw Ronquist only as something that was coming between her and her prey. Ronquist increased the power. "Don't kill him. We need him alive." This worked as it was intended. Imogene blinked and came to her more rational senses. She realized what Ronquist was saying and what he intended. Accordingly, she blanked out the roadie with a pass of her hand, and then got shakily to her feet. The yellow of the latex suit was now hardly visible. Ronquist also rose. He too was drenched in blood, his shirt was torn and sticking to his body. His power shout had brought the others back from their fury, and they were now looking around at the remains of the massacre. The first phase was accomplished. They were energized by the kill, but now they needed to be organized. We had better come to order. We're due to be invaded very soon, and we must be ready. We need to burn the clothes we're wearing, shower, and prepare ourselves. One by one, they rose from their dead, silent now that the frenzy was past. Sada searched the floor for the ruby that had somehow been torn from her neck in the murderous delirium. It was hard to find in the wash of gore, but finally she spotted it beside one of the dead women. She held it up for the others to see, still attached to a blood-soaked strip of velvet. I didn't want to lose this. It belonged to Kinara. None of the others said anything, so Sada, bloody and naked, but quite unconscious of it, started for the stairs. And now we face the LAPD. Chapter 7. Cars, we have cars on the approach road. Victor Ronquist mind-linked the early warning to the other members of the colony. He had stationed himself in the key command position on the observation deck overlooking the nighttime grounds of the residence, from where he acted as both coordinator and lookout. He stood foursquare, like a naval commander on the bridge of his flagship, peering unblinkingly into the night, leaning slightly forward, hands resting lightly on the iron rail. Overhead, a half-moon came and went, now clear, now obscured by wind-driven clouds that scudded in from the Santa Monica Bay, and Ronquist's death-pale face gleamed in the fluctuating moonlight. His expression was grim, and only a faint muscle twitch below his left eye betrayed mounting tension. Stay alert, my friends. As master, he had taken some care in arraying himself for conflict. Much of this attention to appearance had stemmed from his first decision to carry the sword with which, back in that terrible New York City dawn, he had fought Kurt Carfax to a standstill before driving him to his destruction. Although he expected to be able to best Lt. From and his men by sheer force of will and illusion, and didn't anticipate any need to resort to physical, hand-to-hand combat, to remain completely unarmed was nothing short of foolish. The Bushido sword had the reputation of being what the 16th century Japanese called an evil blade. Following a failed power play against a particularly despotic shogun, it had been used by its previous owner when he assisted in the ritual suicides of 3 of his friends and co-conspirators. After that, he had formally handed it to a 4th knight, who had used it on him. It had seemingly, and perhaps perversely, changed its character since coming into Ronquist's care, and proved itself little short of a good luck talisman. He and the old, exquisitely fashioned steel seemed to be linked by a strange kinship of soul, and on certain occasions, when he handled or cleaned the weapon, he fancied he sensed an elusive metallic purring. Did evil perhaps cleave to evil? It was certainly part of the reason that, having decided to arm himself with the sword, he had then chosen to complete the entire symbolic route. In private ritual, after cleansing himself from the blood feast, he had donned the black samurai kimono with the red trefoil emblem that he had enjoyed the right to wear since it had been bestowed on him by Hideo Matsutani, the legendary undead swordsman of Kyoto, more than 200 years earlier. He had knotted the sword into the sash, and bound a headband bearing the same trefoil across his brow. Alert and silent. Below Ronquist's elevated vantage point, the other 5 Nosferatu were deployed on the ground, ready to resist the intruders. Although he had been maintaining a confident front, he was unable to deny his private doubts. Even pumped up from the feeding frenzy, the available colony was pitifully few in number should the humans come in force. About the only fact that provided him with any satisfaction or comfort was that Lupo now seemed almost totally recovered, although Lupo, being more than capable of deception, might have been trying to make him feel better by pretending his recuperation was more complete than it actually was. Not that there was anything Ronquist could do about either the situation or the condition of his people. The cards were now being dealt, and the enemy was effectively upon them. The vehicles are definitely coming this way. I believe this is it, my friend. Ronquist searched the night for more detailed information. He needed to know how many, and how heavily armed the intruders might be. I can make out what looks like 3 vehicles. Yes, it's definitely 3 vehicles and they are coming here. If it was only 3 vehicles, how bad could it be? They couldn't pack that many humans into just 3 cars. Unfortunately, one of the cars seemed to be larger than the others. A van, perhaps. A few seconds proved there was no perhaps about it. It was a van. A large, flat-sided panel truck of the kind used by SWAT teams. This put a slightly different complexion on the matter. The seating in 3 cars was limited, but a lot of men and equipment could be packed into the van. I can see them clearly now. It's 2 cars and a van. Be ready. He strained to tap into their thoughts, but Fromm's men were still too far away, and all he could pick up was a general impression. They were tense, and maybe a third of them were drunk. He also detected a very strong aura of confidence. These humans thought they were on their way to a metaphoric turkey shoot, an opportunity to bully and hurt, without too much risk to themselves. The majority firmly believed that they were going up against nothing more than a group of religious nuts, easily walked over. One human's particularly accessible mind spiked above the others. He was not only conjuring vivid TV images of the FBI tanks smashing into the walls of the Branch Davidian building at the end of the Waco siege, but experiencing a nasty pleasure in the doing of it. So that's how they were thinking. Ronquist wondered if this one was Fromm himself. It seemed to be the kind of mind that might take control of the pack. Come ahead, LT. Fromm, all too soon you will find yourself disabused. Everyone stay calm. It's too early to make a move. Beneath the intruder's general confidence, Ronquist could now feel a certain limited trepidation. Would the nuts be armed seemed to be the only question that disturbed any of the humans. Other echoes of Waco surfaced, the first ATF raid that had started the siege, when federal agents had walked into a hail of automatic fire. The men looked to their own weapons and equipment for reassurance. As far as I can tell, they are armed with M16s and other assault rifles. We must be very careful. We must not allow ourselves to be incapacitated by small arms bursts. Along with their other high-tech toys, some of the humans had night vision goggles. The opposition could, in a limited way, see in the dark, but Ronquist didn't view this as a problem. It might even be an advantage. The most devastatingly distracting visions could be conjured in that world of green electronic perception, and such visions could create a unique kind of confusion. Confusion was the key to Ronquist's plan of defense. It would be hard to isolate these humans physically and pick them off one by one. They would undoubtedly move on the house in a loose and mutually supportive formation. He had to suppose that by far the majority were trained professionals, and it would be madness to underestimate them just because the Nosferatu were the superior species. The real hope of defeating them lay in the generation of a powerful psychosis of infectious group fear. Take no risks. I can't emphasize that enough. The 2 cars and the truck came to a halt just inside the perimeter of the property and men began to emerge. Ronquist tried for a head count. 4 from one car, 3 from another, that made 7. So far, the numbers were manageable. The real question was how many would be getting out of the truck. It seemed to be 6, but it was hard to tell. They milled in the dark, and all had such a uniform mindset that it was hard to divide them into individuals. The one clear fact was that this raid was costing the Apogee a pretty penny. This number of off-duty cops and hired guns couldn't, by any stretch of the imagination, come cheap. There would seem to be 13 of them. We are going to have our hands full. Let's hope it proves to be their unlucky number. Elaine Dance turned her head as though searching for an elusive sound. I thought I heard something, a car or cars. Maybe more than one. Brandon Wales looked away from the late movie on TV, Jane Fonda and Donald Sutherland include. I can't hear a damned thing, but then again, I'm not a Darklost. Elaine and Wales were still locked in the guest bedroom of the residence, uninformed audio spectators to the mysterious events that seemed to be playing out beyond the confines of the room's four walls. A lengthy lull had ensued in the wake of the terrible killings in the cellar, and Elaine had started to wonder if that had, in fact, been the full extent of the night's drama. Then the Nosferatu had started to move again, with enough urgency to indicate that serious preparations were being made, and Elaine was forced to revise her theory. The blood massacre could only have been a prelude, perhaps a kind of energizing for the coming confrontation with Fromm and his raiding party. After maybe a half hour of active movement, the Nosferatu then seemed to leave the building and go outside onto the grounds. Elaine's best theory was that they were laying some kind of trap for the LAPD lieutenant and the men he was bringing with him. Victor seems to be issuing telepathic commands. What kind of commands? I don't know. They're in some different language. How do you hear them? In my head. But you don't understand them. I already said it's a different language. Even though Elaine was telling Wales everything she sensed and heard, he seemed to resent the fact that Elaine was at least superficially closer to the Nosferatu than he was. Not that she shared all of her speculations and conclusions with him. They might be allies now, but it would be all too possible for alliance to turn to rivalry when the time came to raise the question of their respective immortalities. Julia crouched at some distance from the house, concealed in an overgrowth of bushes. The air was thick with the smell of night foliage, but through it she could also detect the reek of human male sweat and the breath of men who'd been drinking. Of all the defenders, she was farthest out from the house. Victor had been very insistent. She should allow Fromm's men to move past her, then take them from behind. He also told her not to break cover until he had made his first move. In a less crucial situation, she might have been inclined to ignore Victor's instructions, and go her own sweet way, but she was highly aware that this was a crisis in which teamwork was more important than any flashy demonstration of her own willful independence. About a minute after Victor had given the word that there were 13 of them, the stink of men grew stronger, she heard soft footfalls, and perceived auras among the trees. Just sit tight and wait, Julia. It might go against the grain of freedom, but it was required of her. This was not the time to buck Victor's orders. In less than a minute, she could see more than auras. She had night sight of men in dark coveralls and flak jackets moving stealthily in the direction of the house. Their faces were smeared with camouflage makeup, and they moved as though they fancied themselves as ninja. All carried automatic weapons, and some wore night goggles. Okay, you pretenders, just keep coming. We're more than enough for you. She didn't doubt that, if these heroes encountered a real ninja, they'd most probably run a mile. 2 were moving directly toward her, but they had no idea she was watching them. It may have just been proximity, but the booze on their breath seemed worse than that of their companions. Julia smiled to herself. All the better if they're drunk when the fun starts. This nearest pair drew level with her hiding place and passed it, completely unaware of her. When they were some 10 or 12 yards on in the direction of the dark and seemingly deserted house, Victor's voice sounded in her head. I am making my first move. Let the games begin. Julia heard a scuffling and the sound of a man stumbling, not from the group nearest her, but one of the others farther over to the right. The sound of a shot split the night, followed by a shouted scream and the sound of agonized cursing. Oh, fuck. What have you done, you fucking moron? Ronquist took a deep breath and opened the proceedings. Let the games begin. He selected one of the humans in the very center of the line advancing through the overgrown grounds of the residence. The man he chose was a homophobe deputy sheriff who cruised a beat in overwhelmingly gay West Hollywood and had only hired out to Fromm once before. Ronquist picked him not only because of his tactical placement in the formation, but also because his aura betrayed him as one of the weaker links in the chain. A dirty yellow outer fringe indicated that he had ingested cocaine as well as alcohol before meeting up with the others for the raid on the residence. The drug made him hyper and nervous, he was reacting to shadows, and the safety on his weapon was already thumbed off, an act of pure nervous idiocy. Ronquist concentrated hard and moved deeper into the man's mind, not to scan its contents, but to plant a single idea. The man was going to believe his gun was rapidly and inexplicably becoming red hot. So hot that his only option would be to drop it in panic. The move succeeded better than Ronquist could have hoped, starting a chain of events that was potentially disastrous to Fromm and his men. The off-duty deputy dropped his M16 as his hands began painfully and subjectively to burn. It hit the ground and discharged itself. A stray bullet nicked the man next to him in the thigh and the screaming started. "Oh, fuck. What have you done, you fucking moron?" Ronquist could imagine how Fromm must be reacting and went seeking a leader's fury. "Motherfucker." The word almost glowed in the air, even though Fromm hadn't uttered it out loud. Then Fromm was hissing at his men. "Who fired? Who fucking fired?" The deputy's first instinct was to defend himself with any excuse he could find. "My gun." "Shut the fuck up, asshole." Ronquist homed in on Fromm. Although the man tried to maintain a leader's outward calm, his mind was a rolling litany of curses and obscenities. All element of surprise in his operation was irrevocably blown. If there was anyone inside the dark sprawling house, they were now fully alerted. At the same time, not unlike the cocaine-using deputy, Fromm was already thinking up excuses, wondering how he was going to explain things to Gast and Arisk. He was obviously contemplating pulling out, but that wasn't what Ronquist wanted. If Fromm withdrew now, he or some other hired guns would undoubtedly return at another time. Ronquist wanted matters settled there and then, and to settle matters, he needed Fromm and his men to advance farther into the trap. Ronquist slipped into Fromm's mind like a feather-light caress, and discovered a turgid and swampy mess of fear, loathing, and resentment. As with so many who cleave to a vocation in law enforcement, Fromm loathed the world with the concentration of vitriol of which only those with violently deformed Y chromosomes are capable. The single factor that saved Fromm from full-blown, incapacitating, sociopathic madness was that he honestly believed that he was able to completely deceive the same world that he so hated with his charm and good looks. Ronquist was able to use this as fertile ground in which to plant the suggestion that to retreat now would be an unacceptable loss of face. As a result, Fromm again hissed angrily at his men, a number of whom had loosed nervous bursts into the darkness. "Hold your fire! Hold your fucking fire!" The firing ceased and the intruders either stood or crouched motionless, except the wounded man who lay on the ground, clutching his injured leg and moaning softly. Fromm glanced round and snapped angrily at the deputy who had caused all the trouble. "Get him back to the fucking truck." The man nearest to Fromm, an LAPD sergeant who had worked many of these extracurricular assignments, spoke in a hoarse whisper. "What about the rest of us? This pooch is fucking screwed, isn't it?" "Maybe not. Just watch and wait." Ronquist smiled. Fromm was not, after all, going to abort the operation. Julia lowered herself to the ground as bullets hummed and chattered through the foliage overhead. Somewhere a dog started barking. No point in getting hit for no reason. A leader of the group, presumably Fromm, was hissing at the others, "Hold your fire. Hold your fucking fire." After a flurry of confusion, the humans all froze. More whispered orders came from the one whom Julia could now positively identify as Fromm. At the same time, she could sense Victor's presence probing the man's mind. Julia expected Victor to be encouraging the policeman to turn tail and run, and was surprised to discover that his discreet mental nudging was in the opposite direction. Victor wanted Fromm to come ahead. Victor wanted a full resolution before the night was over. Nothing would satisfy him except an absolute and total defeat of the humans. As an absolutist herself, Julia was unable to argue with this. If any of the intruders were allowed to escape with their minds and memories intact, they would, without a doubt, swiftly be back in even greater force, and maybe in daylight when the colony would be helpless. Julia did, however, Wonder if the depleted colony had the strength to achieve both victory and then an effective cover-up all before the dawn. For agonizingly long minutes, Fromm and his men just crouched, watched, and waited, studying the house, looking for signs of life or alarms being raised. When it appeared that nothing was either happening or about to happen, Fromm silently motioned his men to their feet. As the advance on the residence resumed, Julia again heard Victor in her head. "Very well, Julia. Now is the time." Ronquist continued to lurk, a spy in the periphery of Fromm's mind, as the lieutenant watched the house with growing anxiety. Why weren't lights coming on? Why wasn't anyone raising the alarm? Out here, in the isolation of the hills, they surely couldn't be that accustomed to gunfire in the night. It was hardly Compton, for Christ's sakes. Ronquist stroked Fromm, this time reassuring him that it was once again safe to advance. It took almost a minute for the human to accept this, but eventually he silently rose to his feet and waved his men forward. He hadn't taken more than 3 paces, though, when Ronquist triggered the first distraction. It wasn't a fully formed illusion, just a hint to his imagination. During the cautious period of watching, Ronquist had sifted through Fromm's mind for the hint of a phobia and happily discovered exactly the right one. Rattlesnakes. Fromm almost tripped. Had he heard a rustling in the dead leaves? His imagination balked like a spooked and skittish horse at the thought of a fully grown serpent with turned-up, vibrating tail, sliding over his laced-up and spit-shined combat boot. Or was it the young ones who were the most deadly? Suppose he dropped for cover, right into a nest of them? With the leader's attention distracted by Freudian horrors, Ronquist signaled to Julia to make her first move. "Very well, Julia. Now is the time." Julia's thrust was one of simple misdirection. The pair of humans who had passed her were now some 20 yards closer to the house than she was. She rose to her feet and created the illusion that she was a wraith-like figure, all voluminous flowing robes and white blonde hair, a cliché from a cheap vampire movie that stood a good 10 feet to the left of where she really was. She was tempted to affect a phony Hungarian accent, but decided that was overkill. Her own would suffice. She spoke softly so only these nearest two could hear. "Hello, boys. Why slink you here like night thieves? Didn't you think we'd welcome you with open arms and more?" The 2 men spun round and Julia eased their shock in the direction of panic. As intended, one of them opened fire on the vision, and this second burst of gunfire created even more chaos than the first. If any humans doubted they were being attacked, Ronquist bombarded their minds with reinforcement. Others opened fire, and it was a near miracle that none of the intruders hit each other. Once again Fromm tried to bring his men under control and stop their indiscriminate shooting. This time he didn't bother to whisper. He had to yell to be heard, "Hold your fucking fire." But Julia knew that Ronquist hadn't finished with this phase of his plan. The humans were sliding off balance, and he intended to keep them that way. She heard his voice at a distance. "Sada, it's your turn." An image of Sada that was as much a cliché as the one Julia had created appeared among the trees, and instantly became a target for over half the attackers' guns. Again bullets hissed through foliage, and one of Fromm's men was firing red tracer, as if to enhance the high drama. No sooner had the shooting started, however, than Sada's illusion vanished only to reappear in a different place. This new image was again the target of wild firing, but a new mood was being generated among the humans. Some were starting to suspect that they might be dealing with the supernatural and, as much as these hard-boiled, rank-and-file police officers resisted such a primitive idea, Ronquist made sure they couldn't totally reject it. Julia could feel Victor spinning illusion in the way that only he could. He sent nameless nether things, shapeless bladders of glutinous evil rolling and tumbling between trees and through bushes. Circles of blue fire suddenly rose from the leaf mold, and formations of very live, temporal bats spiraled at treetop level, called by him to witness and confuse the action. Victor seemed determined to excel at weaving hallucinatory terror and at reducing Fromm's people to paralyzed, gibbering dysfunction without so much as revealing himself. There were times when Victor could be as egotistical and exhibitionist as any of them. Fortunately, he was also such a Puritan that his ego displays were, as now, usually in a good cause. The advancing line halted and disintegrated. At least half of the intruders turned in their tracks and prepared to flee. Lupo. Lupo appeared out of nowhere, standing like a battlement between the intruders and the vehicles on which they were counting to carry them to safety. Coming on top of all the other inexplicable visions, he was simply too much for the gang of humans, despite their bravado, body armor, and automatic weapons. He hardly needed any hallucinatory enhancement. On his own, in an approximately natural state, he was formidable enough, pulsing as he did with old evil and venerable crime. Something about him opened too many firmly closed doors in these locked-down, law enforcement minds. The half-dozen hired guns who had started the retreat simply froze in fear, and Lupo's resulting smile was comprehensively satanic as he decided to twist their brains a further turn with a blast from their local police past. "Remember me, boys." A burly brute of a harness bull sergeant, close to completing his 20 years, had enough historical background for Lupo's game to work. He let out low whistle. "Joey Nightshade." It only took a little psychic leverage to ease a long-buried fable up into the top consciousness of some of the other older men, and push them beyond logic and reason into a job-related superstition that was uniquely their own. "You remember Joey Nightshade?" A few of the younger ones shook their heads in confusion. "Who the fuck is Joey Nightshade?" The sergeant needed no prompting from Lupo to provide the answer. "He's a fucking legend, from the Hat Squad days. Old-timers used to scare their kids with tales of Joey Nightshade." Another of the older men joined in. "He was the contract killer who always got his man, and always got away clean, supposedly worked for Mickey Cohen and Jack Dragna, but the stories started to make him something more than normal. Look up the old records. He's all over them. He was so good, he got a rep that was almost supernatural. He could whack a target anywhere. No matter how many walls or how many guards. And they never got so much as a blurred picture of him. But that would make him 100 years old." Lupo took a step forward. This was no time to allow logic to break up the suspension of disbelief. "You know what they used to say about Joey Nightshade?" He locked onto the older sergeant to supply the answer. The man's face took on a purple glaze under the combat camouflage stripes, and he spoke as though he was strangling on his own vocal cords. "It was called the law of nature. If you called Joey Nightshade, someone had to die." Lupo's smile broadened. "So which of you is going to die tonight?" Even from Ronkist's vantage point on the observation deck, it was clear that Lupo's appearance, and his dragging up of the old Joey Nightshade story, was about the last straw for Fromm's men. Resolve melted and even cop pride was history. It might have been all over right there and then had not Fromm himself turned out to be made of sterner, or at least more psychotic, stuff. Something in him cracked, jackknifed from the realm of decades-old ghosts, and rebounded into current and pressing reality. He let out an articulate bellow at his transfixed followers. "Don't just stand there with your fucking mouths hanging open. It's just a mindfuck. Take him down." Starting with the younger guns, the intruders began to raise their weapons, but still with a dazed hesitation. Fromm forced them on with pure effort of will. "Take him down now." The spell was broken. M16s came up as one, but with the breaking of the spell, Lupo had also vanished. The sergeant lowered his gun and glared balefully at Fromm. "Why don't we just get the fuck out of here? This shit just passed all limits." A few moments earlier Fromm might have been tempted to agree, but now he was running on fury and adrenaline. "You want these bastards to get the better of us? I think they already did. I'm telling you. It's a mindfuck. It's just lasers and shit, like the haunted house in Disneyland." The sergeant scowled. "You ain't paying me enough for this fucking Disneyland. You're running out on me. Come on, Jack. This shit is too fucking weird. I'm telling you. Are you running out on me? Now Fromm was pointing his weapon at the sergeant. The sergeant took a step back. Listen, Jack, this is fucking insane. Just answer the question. Are you running out on me? But Fromm never got his answer. A body crashed to the ground at their feet as though hurled in their direction by something incredibly strong, from out in the surrounding darkness, beyond their effective range of vision. It was the body of the deputy who had been Ronkist's first target. The one whose gun had seemingly grown too hot in his hands, precipitating the first shooting incident. The front of his flak jacket was soaked in blood, and a huge ripped gouge of flesh and sinews had been chewed out of his throat. Up to this point, it had been possible for Fromm to dismiss everything that had happened to them as smoke and mirrors. This first fatality put the whole operation on an entirely different footing. If any reinforcement was needed, it came in the form of the screaming that broke the frozen silence. It was the sound of a man in final mortal pain, and could only be coming from the injured cop who had been accidentally shot in the thigh by the dead deputy, and who he was supposed to be escorting back to the safety of the vehicles. The 20-year sergeant snapped first. Buttoning his assault rifle to full auto, he sprayed the darkness, yelling hysterically as he fired. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Joey Nightshade. He went on firing until the clip was empty, and then stood, eyes blank, sweating and breathing heavily. Fromm faced him with open contempt. You feel better now? The sergeant's eyes refused to focus. Fucking Joey Nightshade. There is no Joey Nightshade. How many times do I have to tell you, these bastards have got some fucking sophisticated SIOP gear, but that's all it is. Despite Fromm's angry appeal to reason, the men were bunching together in a tight frightened group, which was exactly what Fromm didn't need, but equally exactly how Ronkist wanted them. Dahlia, Imogene, now it's your turn. The escalating atmosphere of dread suddenly burst, erupting into the cacophony of a full-scale firefight. First there had been the single drawn-out burst and then silence, but after that, everything exploded at once. Guns blazed, and men screamed and shouted. Elaine went to the blind window and slapped helpless hands against the steel shutters. I wish we could see what was happening. Wales was dismissive, almost unconcerned. There's probably nothing to see. The movie star's all-consuming, passive confidence was starting to irritate Elaine. You don't know that. I was in firefights in Vietnam. But you weren't in Vietnam. Wales blinked as if she was crazy. Of course I was in Vietnam. I starred in the movie. Elaine turned from the window and looked hard at Wales. It was only now that she was starting to realize the actor might have trouble distinguishing fantasy from reality. You do know this isn't a movie set, don't you? Wales smiled patronizingly. Of course it's a movie set, my dear. The whole weary world is a goddamned movie set. Ronkist will take care of everything. He's directing this show. Elaine frowned. I hate to bring this up, but have you considered what might happen to us if Fromm manages to rewrite the script? Wales never got to answer the question. An undead shriek split the night. A Nosferatu had been hurt. How exactly things went so suddenly wrong would be the subject of debate for many months, if not years, to come. After the encounter with Lupo, the intruders had been bunched up like lambs for the slaughter. All it had needed was for Imogene and Dahlia to move in and close the humans down prior to Ronkist himself administering the coup de grace. If all had gone according to plan, a matter of minutes should have seen the intruders walking back to their transport like mindless zombies, ready for the massive multi-fatal traffic accident, the drunken shooting incident, or the imposed memories of an extracurricular designer drug orgy that would result in dismissals, suspensions, and a massive interdepartmental cover-up. Whichever of these scenarios was finally selected, it would take place some miles away and conceal any clue that Fromm and his cops had been anywhere near the residence. Almost immediately after the sergeant had finished his hysterical shooting, Dahlia and Imogene, just like Julia and Sada before them, had appeared as displaced apparitions. Dahlia had proved particularly disturbing to the intruders, manifesting herself in the form of a baton-twirling, cheerleading, moppet from hell, in a star-spangled, red, white, and blue cowgirl costume. Imogene was only marginally less bizarre, pushing her already outlandish looks in the direction of a strange rubberoid alien. Certainly no one could blame the fiasco that followed on the two sisters. They had done their part exactly as directed. Indeed, the only accusation could have been that they might have done it too well. They were supposed to have diverted the attention of the intruders while Lupo, Sada, and Julia moved in for the more violent mind wipe. Unfortunately, in getting the attention of From's men, they had also added a fresh layer of spook and dread to the ones that had already been laid on them. No less than 5 of the men who remained went into wild shooting outbursts similar to the one that had gripped the sergeant. It wasn't as though they were aiming at any selected target, real or imagined, more that they derived an almost infantile comfort from the noise of their guns going off, and the weapon bucking and kicking in their hands, as though it was a last-ditch effort to believe, in loosing an indiscriminate hail of lead, they could regain some primitive control over a world that was apparently upending itself on them. It was in this very lack of aim that the seeds of disaster were sown, and then immediately germinated by the foulest of ill luck. If the cops had been shooting at the apparitions, the accident would never have happened. It was only because they were spraying bullets crazy blind that the crucial shot struck Imogene where she had secreted her true physical self. From that point on, the dominoes fell in a positive cascade. No sooner had Imogene let out a wounded animal cry of rage and pain than Dahlia loudly echoed it and ran to her, fully exposing herself to the guns of the intruders. Suddenly the off-duty cops and deputies had a live target to aim at, and they immediately took full advantage. Bullets kicked up dirt around Dahlia's feet as she dashed to where her sister had fallen. For a moment it looked as though she was going to make it unscathed, but with that degree of firepower, the odds were too much against her. A burst took her in the legs and she went down snapping and snarling, more outraged than in pain. In an instant, Ronkist's plan was in fragments, changed from an orchestrated corralling of the intruders to a desperate shambles. About the only consolation was that the undead were able to think fast on their feet when driven by the need of crisis. Without so much as checking with Ronkist, Lupo was suddenly a wild bull in raging motion. He was in among From's men, crushing skulls, snapping spines, and hurling them bodily aside, laying a ground cover of death, injury, and bewilderment. He didn't stop with the intruders, however. Julia and Sada immediately picked up on his intention and, with them running illusionary interference, he charged on to where Dahlia and Imogene lay incapacitated and in pain. He quickly and effortlessly scooped up the 2 fallen females and, not slowed in the slightest by the burden of their collective weight, sprinted for the safety of the house. A few wild shots were fired after him, but mainly the intruders were too rattled to respond coherently. With all tactics and strategy blown to hell, Ronkist knew that all he could do was to give way to the primal Nosferatu rage rising inside him. These humans were not going to invade his territory, harm his people, and get away with it. All he wanted was to punish them for their intrusive temerity, and for whatever damage, temporary or lasting, that they might have done to Dahlia or Imogene. He drew his sword, took a short run, and leapt from the observation deck, all but flying through the air with his black kimono flapping behind him. After everything else to which they had been subjected, this bird-like, bat-like thing that appeared to drop from the very sky was the last straw for the off-duty cops. They simply turned tail and fled, letting no threat or exhortation from From to stay and stand their ground halt or even slow their flight. The fact that the intruders were running enraged Ronkist even more. They could not be allowed to live. They must not be permitted to carry the stories of the residents and its inhabitants back to the human world. Damn you, you bastards, you won't escape that easily. With his superior Nosferatu power and speed, Ronkist overtook the remnants of From's crew in a swift series of bounding strides. he was in among them with no concept of mercy or quarter. To say he handled the samurai sword like a master was an understatement. He had practiced with swords of every kind for almost a millennium, and his movements were nothing less than a precision blur. The blade sang, almost crooned, as it sliced through the first neck, as though ecstatically feeding on this earliest victim's life force. He and the evil sword were the perfect pair, and 4 humans went down under their combined onslaught before any of them could so much as raise a gun. The first man to come to his senses attempted to level an M16 at Ronquist, but lost his right hand before he could squeeze the trigger. Ronquist noticed that his kimono was splashed with blood, but only shrugged. It wasn't a first. At the same time as Ronquist dealt death to From's men, Julia let out a strange cry. Within moments, pale shapes were moving through the trees and bushes, gleaming eyes and canine fangs. Wolves. No, coyotes. Julia had called the coyotes, invoking a bond that was as old as any in the world. One of the intruders tried to stop Ronquist with a rifle butt and was decapitated for his pains. At the same time, 3 coyotes leapt on another of the former attackers and dragged him down. The coyotes of the West, having, over the years, been hunted, shot, poisoned, and wantonly deprived of their traditional lands, had no love of humans, especially white males in uniforms, and they went about their work with almost as much relish as Ronquist himself. Unfortunately, a few of the men had been able to avoid the melee created by the coyotes and the sword-wielding vampire and had continued to race, with the fleet feet of mortal terror, to the vehicles that they believed were their only salvation. Ronquist realized to his horror that revenge had sufficiently delayed him, so he was not going to catch all of them before they made their getaway. Already he could hear the sound of an engine, but strangely, it didn't sound like that of a car or truck being started, more like a high-powered motorcycle being driven at full throttle. As if in confirmation, a single headlight became visible, coming fast down the approach road. Had From somehow managed to call for reinforcements? If so, what help could a lone motorcyclist be? Then, to Ronquist's relief, the handful of survivors who had managed to reach their transportation, began to fire at the machine's still invisible rider. Plainly they didn't view this newcomer as any kind of savior. For Ronquist, however, the fact that the fleeing intruders had taken time out for an armed response to this fresh arrival may just have given him the time that he needed. Stretching his long legs to their fullest, he all but flew toward the 2 cars and the van. He arrived, though, to find his work was already being done for him. The first thing he recognized was the black Harley-Davidson Electroglide, and then Siegel himself. Although the undead grotesque was clad from head to foot in armor like leather, and his face was hidden behind a dark visored helmet, the powerful, if twisted, form of his massive body was unmistakable. As Ronquist raced up, Siegel was dragging a man from behind the wheel of the panel truck, preparatory to beating his head to pulp on the vehicle's hood. Apparently the noticeably absent member of the colony had not only returned, but in the nick of time, like the cavalry in a vintage Hollywood western. Only Siegel had not come alone. He had ridden in packing a companion on the pillion seat, and this companion was like nothing Ronquist had seen in a very long time. Sure enough it was an Nosferatu, but that was where any real similarity to himself and the other members of the colony ended. It was small and feral, with an emaciated body, long angular arms and legs, yellow protruding fangs, and a strange hunched-over, scrabbling posture. A wild wanderer that Ronquist could only assume had somehow survived an early abandonment and had reared itself in total isolation, far from any kith, kin, or creator to provide even the most rudimentary pointers to such basics as standing, walking, or feeding. As Ronquist first encountered this creature, it was bent over one of From's men sucking from a huge wound that it had ripped in the victim's throat. It made crude gurgling noises as it drank. When the heart ceased to pump, it rose from the body, casting around for the next kill. Ronquist noted that its eyes glared a luminous red. It was clearly the type who would go on feeding all the way to Surfeit and beyond. The only human left alive by this point was Farren himself, who was down on his hands and knees, with a broken right forearm, trying to make a crab-like escape from an advancing seagull. As Segal's strange companion poised to spring on the hapless Farren, Ronquist realized the lieutenant could well be of more value to them alive. He gestured urgently to the creature. "No. I don't want that one killed." The creature froze, and then turned to stare at Seagull as if for an endorsement of the order. Seagull nodded. "That's right, NASA, leave him." The creature looked less than happy, but grudgingly uncoiled. Ronquist froze from with a simple pass of his hand, and then turned to Seagull, who was removing his helmet, revealing his white hairless head, snaggle fangs, and huge jungle cat eyes. "You showed up at exactly the right time." Seal nodded. "I had a premonition." Ronquist leaned on his sword. Now that the danger was past, he felt quite drained. "I'm very pleased you did." He gestured to Creature, who was watching the two of them with a puzzled expression. "And then there's your new friend. What did you call him?" "NASA." "That's right, NASA. I'm glad to see he at least has language." Seagull nodded again. "He understands what I say." Ronquist looked at Seagull and sighed. "So we have a Darklost and a famous movie actor locked up in an empty bedroom. Not to mention Imogene and Dahlia both injured. And now you bring us some desert-dwelling predator boy." Seagull looked uncomfortable. "I thought it would be good for the boy to expose him to others of his kind. As far as I can gather, he was abandoned in the desert by his creator, who may well have been one of the few surviving Tlaisaki. So this is a blood child of the Tlaisaki?" "I believe so. I'm sorry if I brought him at an inconvenient time." Ronquist shook his head. It was enough of a miracle that Seagull was there at all. No, you did the right thing. It's just that things have been a little hectic." Seagull looked round at the evidence of just how hectic. "You also have a lot of bodies. Those aren't the only ones. There are more inside the house. When we were warned of the attack, we conducted a blood feast to arm for it. Their disposal would seem to be the next priority." As if on cue, Julia and Sada appeared, each one dragging a pair of dead humans behind her. They flopped the bodies down beside the panel truck. From the blood on her mouth, Sada appeared to have treated herself to a victory feed. "We figured you'd be staging some kind of auto wreck. You read my mind." Sada shook her head. "I hardly needed to. It has to be the easiest form of cleanup in LA." Julia smiled at Seagull. "So, you're back from playing Hell's Angel? You just missed all the excitement." "I came in for the tail end of it." "And who's your friend?" "His name's NASA." "Tlaisaki?" "Most likely. He's going to take some domesticating." Julia glanced at Ronquist. Even more changes in the makeup of this colony. She grinned teasingly at Seagull. "Would you believe that, right at this moment, Brandon Wales is locked in one of the spare rooms?" Seagull's already large eyes widened. Julia knew the mention of Wales would tweak the grotesque's motorcycle fixation. "Brandon Wales? You're kidding me. Though that might get your attention." Seagull turned to Ronquist. "Is this true?" Ronquist nodded. "Perfectly true. But we don't have time to discuss it now. If we don't get rid of the bodies before the dawn, we may not have a colony at all for very much longer. We have the corpses of a rock band and a lot of dead cops, all of whom will be missed if they're not disposed of in some plausible manner." The plan, as Ronquist outlined it, was a comparatively simple one, and as Julia had predicted, it involved a massive car and truck auto wreck. "I'm afraid we may have to sacrifice the limo." The idea was straightforward and without frills. All of the dead cops were to be placed in the panel truck, and one of the two cars that had come with it. The mortal remains of Final Pop Solution would be loaded into the colony's limousine. They would all then be driven out along Pacific Coast Highway to a convenient point beyond Zuma Beach, where a fiery, 3-car impact would barbecue the dead sufficiently to misdirect any investigation. Ronquist had no worries regarding the rock and roll band. Sufficient empty bottles and other party debris would be loaded into the car along with the corpses to make it appear that they had been engaged in a mobile and highly drunken party. The dead cops were potentially more of a problem. As Julia had pointed out, it might be noticed that a number of them have been separated from their heads. Ronquist had little doubt even that their burned remains would be quickly identified, and he had to work on the assumption that the general nature of Fromm's extracurricular activities would also be well known to others inside the department. Indeed, a case might be made that a trail could be followed from Fromm to the apogee and onto the residents and themselves, but Ronquist deemed this unlikely, believing that the endemic corruption of Los Angeles law enforcement would create a cover-up rather than any probe for the true facts. The dead officers had been engaged in work that was both dubious and highly illegal. The one weak link in this chain of concealment was, of course, Philippa Derisk. She knew exactly what the Nosferatu were and where they were, and would immediately surmise, at least in general terms, how Fromm's mission had been fatally thwarted. Ronquist knew that the fact he had taken her blood gave him a certain control over the woman, but she also seemed to be following her own highly individual agenda, and that made her unpredictable. It was not the time, however, to be concerning himself with Derisk. He had more than enough practical details to fill his thoughts right at that moment, and not least of these was the question of who would drive the vehicles and be responsible for staging the accident. Dawn wasn't that far off, and the impending rising of the sun, the great Achilles heel of the undead, meant that the time was limited in which they could rid themselves of the corpses and all the other incriminating evidence. Once again the rock and rollers posed no real problem. He still had the road manager inside the house in a state of mindless trance, and it would be simplicity itself to restore just enough of his surface consciousness for him to drive the limo, controlled and robot-like, to the spot selected for the supposed accident. Lamar could be woken from the induced sleep that had spared him any awareness of both the blood feast, and the battle with Fromm and his men, and be made to drive the panel truck, also under such tight mind control that would not only insulate him from the grisly horror of what he was doing, but also subsequently erase all memory of it. Lamar, human and unaffected by the sun, could easily make his way back to the residence after all had been accomplished. The difficulties came with the extra 2 cars. They needed drivers who would not be put at risk by the dawn and, ideally, a Nosferatu escort to ensure that the mind control of Lamar and the unfortunate roadie neither slipped nor faltered. Once the bodies were loaded into their respective vehicles, Ronquist looked round at Julia, Sada, Siegel, and also Lupo, who had returned from the house once he had assured himself that Imogene and Dahlia, although injured, were in no imminent danger. When Ronquist had laid out the difficulties as he saw them, Lupo's response was immediate and totally predictable. "I can drive one of the cars. The mission will just have to be carried out with sufficient speed to ensure I'm back by dawn." Ronquist shook his head. "No, my friend, you've done enough tonight, and besides, the risk is far too great." Julia had a few doubts about the Pacific Coast Highway. "I burned a movie executive in a BMW on the same road just a few days ago. So, perhaps we might be overusing that piece of highway." This didn't bother Ronquist. It has the reputation of a blighted road. Sada then contributed a much more practical suggestion. "Let the Darklost drive one of the cars. If she wants to be one of us, let her earn her place among us by performing this service." Julia immediately frowned. "Can we trust her?" Ronquist nodded. "I think so. She already went to great lengths to warn us of Fromm's attack." He looked up at Julia. "Why don't you fetch her from the house? So that now leaves us with 1 car in need of a driver, and an Nosferatu to oversee the operation." Siegel immediately spoke up. "I can do that. I can follow on my bike, maintain the mind control, and bring back the Darklost when her task is completed. You could also be caught out in the sun." Siegel shook his head and indicated his leather suit and visored helmet. "These are protection enough. With no exposed skin, I can remain in sunlight for an hour or more before I start to burn. You're sure? I've already tried it. Julia raised an eyebrow. You've been a busy boy while you've been away playing outlaw biker. That still leaves one car to dispose of. It took Sada to state the obvious. Why can't From drive the remaining car? He has to die anyway. Ronquist looked thoughtfully down at From, who crouched on the ground, nursing his broken arm, seemingly mesmerized by the close proximity of so many undead. At the sound of his name, he twitched and whimpered. The night seemed to have knocked all the fight out of the police lieutenant, but Ronquist wasn't so sure. I'd rather not trust him in any kind of crucial role. Lupo moved so he was standing over From. You don't seriously think that this piece of wretchedness could fight our collective mind control? Ronquist shook his head. No, I don't think that, but I'd like to keep him alive for the moment. By this point, Julia had returned with Elaine, and she stared at Ronquist in amazement. You want to let this piece of human garbage live, after all that he's done? Ronquist stood beside Lupo, looking down at From. You want to live, don't you? From flapped his good arm in a gesture of helplessness. Yes, I want to live. Even Elaine was sufficiently shocked at Ronquist's intention that she was able to find her voice with the undead so awesome and overwhelmingly around her. He's an evil man, Victor. He shouldn't be allowed to survive. I believe he may be more useful as a decoy. If From is discovered to be missing, he would become the primary focus of any possible search or investigation. Lupo began to grasp the direction of Ronquist's thinking. And he will provide a trail leading conveniently away from us. Exactly. Julia was still less than happy. I don't believe that he should be allowed to live. He requires punishment for what he's done. Ronquist smiled grimly. I said that I wanted him to live. I didn't say that he wasn't going to suffer. Do you understand what I'm telling you? I am to get in my car and drive to the airport. And I abandon the car in one of the parking structures, and use my credit cards. I take a flight out of the country, making it seem as though I'm on the run. And what else? From answered like a schoolboy reciting something learned by rote. I am never to speak of what happened this night, and I am never to return to the city of Los Angeles. From knelt like a frightened supplicant in front of the three remaining Nosferatu of the colony. Siegel, riding his Harley, had moved off, leading his small motorcade to its rendezvous with Fire and Destiny. Sada had returned to the house to tend to Dahlia and Imogene, and also to placate an apparently very perplexed and unhappy Brandon Wales. When Elaine Dance had been taken from the bedroom they'd been sharing, Wales had erroneously assumed that she had been selected for transformation, and he had somehow been left high and dry. It was up to Sada to convince him that this was not the case, and that Elaine was merely lending a hand in the cleanup following the night's alarms and excursions. The feral Nazas sat a little way off from and the three undead, staring dejectedly into space. Although Siegel had assured him that all was well, and that he would return when he had completed the task at hand, the wild child of the ancient Tlaisaki seemed less than convinced. Ronquist had no time right then, however, to deal with this newcomer's emotional problems. He was currently concentrating all of his energies on the long-term programming of From. Now tell me what is going to happen to you, should you disobey these orders at any time in the future. The post-hypnotic suggestions that you have installed in my mind will cause convulsions, vomiting, cardiac arrest, and death. And you believe that? Profoundly. You mean that? I've seen what you things can do, haven't I? I'd be a fool not to believe you. Beneath From's undeniable terror, Ronquist could still detect a tiny measure of resentment and rebellion. I think it would be wise if you were treated to a small demonstration. No, please. I completely understand. Ronquist smiled unpleasantly. There's nothing to rival a little practical reinforcement. Please. Julia all but kicked the man for his whining. Be quiet, damn you. You're lucky to be alive at all. Ronkus stared hard at Fromm, and the lieutenant suddenly groaned and doubled over, falling on his side, then curling into a fetal ball, all the time choking and gagging. As Ronkus increased the pressure, Fromm began to retch violently, gasping for breath and, at the same time, trying desperately to beg for the pain to stop. Please, no, more. What you're experiencing now is nothing more than a preliminary discomfort. Should you truly be tempted to betray us, the simple thought of it will bring on an attack of this magnitude. If you were actually so foolish as to try and act on that thought, your suffering would increase 100-fold, culminating in an agonizing death. Please. Do you understand me now? I understand you. For God's sake, I understand. Julia's lip curled. We don't believe in God. Ronkus gave Fromm's nervous system one last gratuitous twist, and the man let out a gurgling scream and vomited up the entire contents of his stomach. Julia shook her head in disgust. Humans can be exceedingly unattractive. Ronkus allowed Fromm a minute or so to recover, and then he nudged him with a contemptuous foot. Get up now and go. Get in your car and drive. We've finished with you. What about my arm? You'll manage. Julia has put a rough splint on it. Very reluctantly, I might add. You can seek more comprehensive treatment when you get wherever you're going. Fromm rose painfully to his feet and looked round at the Nosferatu one last time. Would you just tell me one thing? What's that? What are you? What kind of beings are you? I know you can't be human. Julia's eyes flashed and she leaned toward Fromm, hissing in his face. All you need to know is that we are your superiors, and you would do well to be very afraid of us, for the rest of your days. Without another word, Jack Fromm stumbled to his car, opened the door and, with some effort, climbed behind the wheel. After a few moments, he started the engine and eased it into gear. Ronkus, Julia, and Lupo watched the car disappear down the approach road. As it vanished from sight, Ronkus let out a protracted and weary sigh. And thus another die is cast. He glanced round at Lupo and Julia. Shall we return to the house and see if the wounded ones need our help? Julia shook her head. I first have to find my cat. He disappeared sometime during the fighting. I just hope he didn't tangle with the coyotes. He has no idea of his smallness or vulnerability. As Lupo and Ronkus walked back to the building, they could hear her calling in the darkness. Adam! Adam, come here, Adam! Victor Ronkus could only reflect on the strangeness and unpredictability of those around him. Chapter 8. Marcus Derisk had pulled out all of the stops. The entire chamber of the Nine had been repaired, refurbished, and wholly redecorated, and even smelt of warehouse fresh fabric and new paint. In many respects, the color scheme said it all. Marcus had gone the whole 9 yards and opted for full-scale, killer black and red, with touches of gold. In color symbolism, at least, the leader of the apogee had clearly decided that the purple period was at an end, and it was time they all joined the Nazi party. The move could be nothing other than terminal, and Orton Gast knew it was time to look to his parachute. If further warning might have been needed, the message that had awaited them when they arrived, flickering, red out of black, from each of the individual computer screens set in the great round table with the pylon at its center, provided it. In the bulky sans serif type, the message read: "That is not dead which can eternal lie. And with strange eons even death may die." What had Bill Burroughs called it? The immortality racket. Unfortunately, the immortality racket also went hand in hand with the doom game. Witness, if nothing else, that Marcus now sat red-robed, looking uncomfortably like a postmodern version of Vincent Price in Mask of the Red Death, with Terra swirling, another study in scarlet, but with the fuck-me eroticism of a website fertility goddess, positioned at his right hand. Another innovation was the 2 black uniformed security men who stood at parade rest with AK-47s ostentatiously across their chests. No dispute that Marcus and Tara had entered that same realm as Jim Jones, Ervil L. E. Barron, David Korsh, Marshall Applewhite, and old good-time Charlie Manson, now that they'd obviously begun to take their bullshit with homicidal seriousness. The computer screens might just as well have read, "Humanity awake. The day of Thulhu is upon you." Helter Skelter by any other name would be as tangible. Orton Gast knew that he not only needed to look to his parachute but shout Geronimo, and bail. Unfortunately, Gast knew he might actually have left it for too late. If Marcus already had his own Gestapo in place, as all the outward trappings would seem to indicate, defectors could probably expect zero-sum mercy. Such were the rules of play when the Doom game started. Gast might have to ride this one out, only how exactly did you ride out an apocalypse if it really came to pass? The remaining 6 of the 9 who had responded to Marcus' preemptory summons had been issued new black robes with a graphic representation of the pylon on the shoulder in red. Again, it was a piece of symbolism making itself screamingly clear. The whole dynamic of the Apogee's ruling body had been changed. Instead of an approximately equal council, it was now the majestic couple and their courtiers. As the summoned 6 seated themselves, it was plain that one of their number had either not been invited or declined to attend. Philippa Therese was glaringly noticeable by her absence. The others of the 9, now denigrated to rank and file, exchanged nervous glances. Apparently the new order disturbed them quite as much as it did Gast. Many of these glances were being cast in Gast's direction. As the material and financial architect of the organization, they were obviously looking to him to assume some kind of leadership role, and probably to spearhead any resistance to Marcus' newly imposed autocracy. If that's what they thought, however, they could dream on. One of the very basic strategies of the Doom game was never to present an open challenge, particularly to a usurper with a Nazi taste for pomp and regalia, and armed retainers directly in back of him. Marty Roth seemed about to say something, but before he could, Marcus acknowledged their collective presence with an imperial gesture and began to address them. "So, my friends, we enter upon a new and possibly conclusive era. From here, we ride to the end of the final turbulence. The changes we are about to witness and, indeed, in which we are about to play a crucial part, will be unlike anything in human history." As Marcus continued, Gast abandoned any lingering hope. It was definitely the Doom game. "I know there are those among you who still harbor certain reservations about the imminent freeing of the great Thulhu from the confines of our lie, and his penetration into the world of men." It felt to Gast as though Marcus' eyes were riveted on him as he delivered the statement, but a quick sideways glance made it clear that others around the circular table were feeling the self-same thing. It was obviously some illusion of creative lighting, a theatrical whammy specifically designed for Marcus' new role as autarch. But I can only urge you that these must be put to one side. Those who wait and demand proof of the veracity of the great Thulhu are the very ones who will find themselves consumed at his coming. Gast sighed. Oh, fuck. It was the very basic of all threats in the Doom game. A demand for proof may well be detrimental to your health. In other words, believe it or else. The prophecies are now come to fruition. The linkage is all but complete. The words of the Kitab al-Azif have come to pass. The 2 who will precede the final arrival of the great Thulhu are before you. I, Marcus Darisk, now come to you as the direct linear successor of Nyarlathotep, the crawling chaos, and on my right, Shub-Niggurath, the Magna Mater, the Queen of Heaven. Gast tried to hide his face in the hood of his robe. This was barking madness. Caligula had made his horse a senator, but Marcus had appointed his whore a goddess. Tara Swirling didn't look too pleased with the title Shub-Niggurath, but Queen of Heaven definitely had her approval. Although Gast couldn't help reminding herself that, in all of the accounts of Thulhu he had ever read, the contextual concept of heaven was a cold universe populated by eldritch horrors beyond even the reach of death. Again, others at the round table were glancing in his direction, and again, Gast refused to respond. This seemed to be all too much for Marty Roth. With a courage that put Orton Gast totally to shame, Roth slowly rose to his feet and cleared his throat. "I'm sorry, Marcus, but this radical change of direction all seems a little too sudden, and perhaps needs a degree of clarification." Clarification. These changes would seem to have been made without consultation with the rest of the nine. Marcus smiled with a dangerously deceptive blandness. What consultation is needed by the self-evident truth? What is there to discuss about the absolute? Roth looked round for some sign of support, but none was forthcoming. Was this is how Hitler got away with it? Because everyone was too chicken to make a move until it was far too late? I'm not sure, Marcus. I don't know if I can accept that all this is as absolute as you make it out to be. This current fixation with the Cthulhu mythos must surely be open to some degree of questioning. Marcus' voice became dangerously soft. Questioning. Perhaps we should examine the facts. Facts are not always one's friends. As I see it, the whole concept of Cthulhu can go one of two ways. Either it is nothing more than empty legend, currently used as a source of campus humor, much like the Church of the Subgenius. Marcus smiled and waved dismissively, as though trying to shake off Roth as a mere nitpicking nuisance. I can assure you that the Great Cthulhu is neither humor nor legend, and no way could it be described as empty in any shape or form. I would say that the Great One is decidedly full. Swirling, the new Queen of Heaven, laughed dutifully, jangling her jewelry and flashing pearl-white, starlit teeth. Some of the others around the table tentatively followed suit. Marcus seemed to approve, so the laughter increased. Roth patiently waited it out. This is really no laughing matter. Did I suggest it was? Roth was firm, and as always, he had done his own crazy research. If, on the other hand, it does have a basis in reality, then we are dealing with a very ancient force that is beyond any collective human capability to control. Gast, who up to this point had been paying rapt attention to the escalating confrontation, was suddenly distracted by a movement on his computer screen. The couplet that had been waiting for them all when they'd entered the chamber had been replaced by a confidential message window, showing the first part of a message that read: "Orton, this is Philippa. This message is being routed to you by a loyal soul in the computer room, and you are the only one seeing it. I'm aware that you are now in Marcus' ludicrous meeting, but I have some information that you must see, and that is why I'm breaking in on you. I'm also aware of the recent redecoration and the change in ideology that has gone with it. Try not to react to this message in any way. You are probably being watched. I am now convinced that Marcus is quite mad. If that wasn't bad enough, Orton, Jack Frum is either dead or has fled the country. He led a raid on the old house last night and his entire crew was killed. I don't think Marcus knows about this yet. More to follow." Gast retreated deeper into his hood. It was all very well for Philippa to tell him not to react, but this news about Frum totally knocked the wind out of him. He couldn't even start to wrestle with the ramifications while this drama was still being played out in the underground chamber of the Nine. All he could do was silently demand to know what the fuck was going on. Had the world truly started to fragment? In the chamber, Marcus was slowly rising to his feet with what Gast considered unnecessary majesty. He stepped away from the table and moved slowly toward Roth with a kind of regal saunter. The two armed guards fell in behind him, ominous to the max. Marcus halted a few paces from Roth and the guards halted too. "Let me ask you one question, Marty. If we fear that either an entity or a circumstance will kill us, should we approach it too closely? What would be the logical course of action? To avoid that entity or those circumstances wherever and whenever possible." Marcus took another step toward Roth. "But suppose, my friend, you discovered that by not only approaching said circumstance or entity, but actually and wholeheartedly embracing it, death itself would be abolished and eliminated. What then? Doom game central paradox." Roth knew this as well as Gast, probably better, but he had allowed himself to fall right into this extension of Nietzsche. Not what doesn't kill us makes us stronger. This was what kills us can make us immortal. Essentially Jesus Christ had worked the same scam, except he'd had the balls to work the doom game with himself as the victim. Marcus, like most, wanted everyone else to do that chore. Roth could only shrug. I don't know, Marcus. I believe I would need to think about that. Marcus was now very close to Roth, bearing down on him with unmistakable threat. Be very careful, old friend. There comes a time when thought may be one's enemy. Damn it, Marcus, I invented the fucking apogee. And every invention eventually becomes obsolete. Finally Roth turned to Gast in desperate appeal. Orton, you're hearing all this, but you're saying nothing. Marcus turned and was now advancing on Gast. That's right, Orton. You're hearing all this and saying nothing. As diseased luck would have it, Philippa chose exactly that moment to fire him an update on the computer. My law enforcement source tells me that there is mounting hysteria. The LAPD has a dozen dead cops, fried to a crisp in a crash with some drunk rock band. All of them were heavily armed and some had seemingly been mutilated. They don't know what the fuck to do about them. The instinct is cover up, but they don't know what to cover up from whom. For pity's sake, don't let Marcus hear about this. More to follow. Tell us, Orton, what advice do you have for our old friend? Marcus, flanked by his guards, was now almost on top of Gast, who, to his horror, realized that if Marcus came any closer, he would be able to read the message from Philippa. In human terms, the residence had become a house of hangovers. Most of the colony did not emerge until well after sunset, and when they did, they drifted insubstantial and wraith-like, not speaking and doing very little. Elaine Dance had waited all day for the colony to rise. After she had returned from what she thought of as her first mission for them, Siegel had not bothered to lock her back in the spare bedroom. He had indicated he hardly felt it worthy to reincarcerate someone who had proved herself such an adequate partner in crime. In this, Elaine had taken a measure of pride and pleasure, as if she was finally being acknowledged as, at least, an adjunct of the colony, albeit on a minor and lowly level. Unfortunately Siegel had also been somewhat preoccupied on his return, or she would have spent more time attempting to cultivate a friendship. The feral Naza had seemingly never slept in a house before, and he had taken a good deal of convincing before he was able to relax. Although Siegel, by any standard of mankind, was deformed to the point of hairless, over-muscled frightfulness, Elaine was now possessed of sufficient Darklost empathy to know that Siegel was one of the least complicated and essentially gracious members of the colony. Maybe, in a few hundred years, he would be more like Lupo, proper but calculating, and iron-hard. Still in his comparative Nosferatu youth, however, he took an almost boyish delight in drinking deep of all the power and sensation that his undead existence had to offer. She had learned this on the hair-raising but monumentally thrilling motorcycle ride back from the burning wreck on the Pacific Coast Highway. He had ridden with a reckless flair that, in a human, would have been nothing short of suicidal, and yet they had returned to the residence completely intact, and only a little after the dawn. The disposal of the bodies had gone without a hitch, and Elaine had been surprised at the high level of cooperation and organization the Nosferatu could rise to when their survival was at stake. Kinara had always portrayed them as a fractious, intractable breed, but under Victor's precise and unquestioned leadership, the vehicles had been loaded with dead, and the human drivers positioned and programmed to perform their final and fatal tasks. Where once Elaine might have reacted with horror to this harvest of death all round her, she was now virtually immune to any kind of shock at undead behavior. She surely had to be the Darklost who was lost no more. After they had driven away from the residence, Siegel had done all of the work, escorting the small convoy to the correct spot on the road, and positioning the limousine, car, and truck exactly. Before setting the vehicles in catastrophic motion, he had sent Lamar jogging in the direction of the nearest bus stop. Then, as they started to roll, he'd taken Elaine firmly by the arm and led her quickly to his Harley. The noise of the impact and the heat of the resulting fireball had punched past them as they accelerated away, taking off back the way that they had come. Siegel had glanced behind just once, and then, with the sun already partially over the horizon, opened up the bike to full throttle, not to prolong his exposure to the deadly light. That the colony should have retired to critically needed sleep was both understandable and obvious, but Elaine couldn't help but find it both disappointing and anticlimactic after all the waiting, all the searching, the struggle to reach the residence, and then the tension and thrills of the night and the early morning. To find herself alone in a large and silently echoing house brought the full weight of her dislocation, loneliness, and uncertainty flooding back. She could have slept too, but she knew that was impossible. The irrational fear gripped her that, if she slept, she took the chance of waking back in normality and finding that it had all been a dream. The house itself and her own feelings had indeed taken on a dream-like quality after Siegel had retired to his room and his repose, leaving her to her own devices. She was tired, but had no inclination to rest. The house beckoned with the promise of untold secrets, and a chance to explore that might never come again. She was also hungry and thirsty, but these basic physical demands scarcely seemed real. Their only use to her was that they provided a legitimate excuse to pursue her curiosity, at least through the ground floor of the building, under the pretext of searching for mortal food and drink. The kitchen proved to be a perfectly adequate source of both cheese, crackers, a little fruit, and even the makings of a more than adequate martini. In her quest for ice, however, she did chance to open a freezer filled with plastic packages of whole blood that, according to their labels, had originated at Hollywood Presbyterian Hospital. The blood, and the martini that Elaine mixed for herself, after discreetly closing the lid on the freezer, seemed to provide a highly accurate summation of the home of the Nosferatu colony. The place was a very odd mixture of the wholly normal and the very nearly unthinkable, the American mundane, and what, to many humans, would be nothing short of bizarre and hideous abomination. An armadillo scuttling across the kitchen floor startled her as she considered turning on the perfectly ordinary Sony TV set. In other rooms, Max Factor and Calvin Klein cosmetics were mixed in with nameless things marinating in jars of unappetizing liquid. 400-year-old weapons and what, too? Elaine's professional eye had to be arcane torture devices, shared wall space with framed photographs and Broadway playbills. It was clear to Elaine that none of the colony members considered themselves responsible for keeping the place clean, or even marginally tidy, and, for obvious reasons, no human maid came in to perform these chores. Most of the flat surfaces in the communal rooms, particularly the kitchen, were a clutter of the familiar and the unrecognizable. In all respects, for Elaine, the residence was both surprising and very much what she had expected. Of all the rooms that Elaine ventured into on her surreptitious ground floor tour, the library was closest to how she had, for so long, imagined the lair of the undead. Kinara had told her about Victor's library in New York, and sometime the previous night, before the blood feast had started, Brandon Wales had mentioned the library there in L.A. Although the room was disorganized, and much of its contents were scarcely even unpacked, it had the feel of Victor Ronquist about it. Its dust, its hundreds of rare volumes, the paintings waiting to be hung, they all held the promise of experience far beyond the human lifetime and a powerful sense of permanent, first-hand history. Kinara had indicated more than once that Victor was extremely old and had possibly lived as long as 1,000 years. Although, from her still human perspective, Elaine had found that hard to believe, let alone imagine, the library certainly seemed to bear this out. The antiquity of so many of the books was indisputable, and taken as a whole, the collection was worthy of any major museum. One of the first things that caught Elaine's eye when she entered the spacious, gloomy room was a large and very ancient volume that lay open on a table, as though someone had recently been studying its text. She saw that the book had to be one of a kind. Its pages were made of an odd, dark yellow parchment, and it had been hand-lettered with a care and precision that could only mean that it must have taken years to complete. The outer edges of each page were illuminated with a multicolored, abstract, but decided sinister, decorative frieze, and the reader's place was marked by a short jeweled dagger placed in the gutter. The book had to be incalculably valuable, and yet it lay there as though in current scholarly use. The text itself seemed to be repeated 4 times on each page, in Latin, Arabic, archaic English, and a strange, flame-like script that Elaine had never seen before. For want of anything better to do, she began to read the lines in English. Loathsome Thulhu rose then from the deeps and raged with exceeding great fury against the earth guardians. And they bound his venomous claws with potent spells and sealed him within the city Arli, wherein beneath the waves he shall sleep death's dream until the end of the eon. An instinct suddenly told Elaine that she shouldn't be reading this, that it was someone else's private research, most probably Victor's, but she continued nonetheless. Beyond the gate dwell now the old ones, not on spaces known to man but in the angles betwixt them. Outside of Earth's plane they linger and ever await the time of their return, for Earth has known them and shall know them in time, yet to come. When she'd finished the lines on the pages that were open, she reached out without thinking to turn to the next page. The instant, however, her fingers touched the parchment, her hand recoiled almost of its own volition, as though it had come in contact with something truly unholy. The rough-cut pages had a texture that seemed silently to scream, like the flayed skin of a damned soul. Elaine took a step back. For her, both a Darklost and a professional dominant, to sense evil in an inanimate object should surely indicate that whatever evil possessed these pages had to be of a very advanced malevolence. Although she moved away from the book to investigate other things in the library, she kept feeling an urge to return to it, almost as though the book was calling to her, demanding that she examine it in more detail. With such a wealth of literary delight all round her, Elaine couldn't quite understand why her attention kept being drawn back to the one antique, hand-lettered volume. The first few times she returned to it, she resisted the temptation to move the jeweled dagger and turn the page. Her previous attempt had been so distasteful she had no desire to try again, and yet it seemed so patently absurd. How could an inanimate object carry the taint of evil? What had happened to her? It was only a book. She seemed to have developed some kind of instant phobia, but although she accepted all things were possible in this house of the Nosferatu, it didn't seem to make any sense. On the 4th occasion that she found herself giving in to the compulsion to turn the book's pages, she decided this was something that had to be overcome. No matter what it was about the book that spooked her, she was going to touch the parchment, if only to prove to herself that she could do it. She stood at the table, facing the open pages, and slowly reached for the jeweled dagger. Again she experienced what she could only describe as a kind of nausea, but she would have continued had not a voice interrupted her. "There's something about that volume that interests you, Darklost." Elaine all but jumped out of her skin. Victor Ronquist had somehow materialized right behind her. Even in the dusty, tomb-like silence of the library she had heard no warning sound of his approach. "I'm sorry, did I scare you?" Elaine took a deep breath. "You came in so quietly. That's one of our time-honored tricks." Ronquist stood a few paces from her, wearing a voluminous leopard skin robe, with a high turned-up collar that framed his face. He moved past her, picked up the jeweled dagger, and turned the parchment page as if he knew exactly what Elaine had been trying to do. Sometimes this particular copy of the Necronomicon almost seems to have a will of its own. Elaine was still in some measure of shock after Victor's sudden and unexpected appearance, and coupled with the awe she felt at being so close to him, it came near to robbing her of the power of coherent speech. "I felt something." Ronquist nodded and turned another page. "Many do. That's why I use the dagger as a bookmark. Then the book knows, if it misbehaves, I can slice its binding and cut its pages to shreds." Elaine didn't know if Victor was serious, or if this was some straight-faced example of undead humor. "Is it after sunset already?" Ronquist nodded. "More than an hour gone." "I didn't realize. I doubt the colony will rouse particularly swiftly this sundown." Last night was a little draining. Elaine gestured to the book. You were studying something. You're interested in my studies. I'm interested in everything. Ronquist thought about this. You know what they say about curiosity. From somewhere, Elaine found sufficient courage to reply in kind. Just because it kills cats, doesn't mean I won't remain curious. What's life without a little danger? Ronquist laughed. What is life, indeed? He tapped the Necronomicon with the dagger. In answer to your question, I was reading up on the legends of Cthulhu. What's Cthulhu? I fear that's something we may all be finding out for ourselves in the all too near future. Although in your case, that may depend. He let his voice trail away. Elaine looked at him apprehensively. It may depend on what? It may depend, Darklost, on what we decide to do with you. Why don't you do as you yourself just suggested, Marty? Go away and think about it? As Orton Gast spoke, Marcus Derisk turned and looked at Marty Roth, mercifully failing to see the message from Philippa that still remained on the computer monitor in front of Gast. The suggestion was a betrayal of Gast's longtime colleague, but what else, in good faith, could he say without throwing his own self-preservation to the winds? He tried to bombard Roth with every kind of telepathic warning. Go, man, go. Hit the bricks, take a powder. Feats do your stuff, Marty. Run. A nice Jewish boy has no business in this black and red room. Didn't the triumph of the will teach you anything? Roth, of course, couldn't read Gast's thoughts, any more than Gast could project them, and he didn't seem to be getting the message. He simply looked at Gast reproachfully. I'm surprised at you, Orton. I didn't think you'd go along with all this so readily. After I gave it some thought, it seemed the best thing to do. And you think I should simply leave? Yes, you moron, get the fuck out of here while you still can. I really do. Roth nodded. If that's how you feel, then I'll take my leave. He stepped away from his chair at the round table and looked at Marcus. I don't like to say this, Marcus, but I get a distinct sense of madness here. Derisk nodded. If that's how you feel, you should most certainly leave. Before starting for the door, Roth looked round the room, one last time. I'd be delighted to be proved wrong, but somehow I doubt I will. His gaze came to rest on Gast. Why don't you come with me, Orton? You surely can't be comfortable. How could he explain to Roth that he was far from comfortable, but feared for his life if he left? Marcus might let Roth go, but Gast controlled the money, and he'd never be allowed to walk away alive. He couldn't, however, tell him that in front of Marcus and his armed guards. All in all, I think it would be better if I stayed. Roth was sibilant with contempt. Suit yourself. He started for the door. Marcus stood watching Roth leave until the doors closed behind him, then he returned to his chair next to Tara Swirling. Before seating himself, he looked round at the remaining rump of the original 9. Is there anyone else who feels the need to depart? Eyes swiveled one to the other, but no one spoke, and no one moved. Marcus looked directly at Gast. I'm glad that you have elected to remain with us, Orton. I considered my options. Tara smiled knowingly and Marcus nodded. I'm pleased that you have. Gast knew he was being unconscionably and publicly patronized, but he let it pass, making, however, a silent vow that he would bide his time until a window of opportunity presented itself through which he could exact payback from the two of them. Marcus, apparently convinced that Gast had opted to go with the program as he decreed it, motioned to Swirling. She reached down and handed him a bulky, leather-covered book, that even from a distance was clearly of great antiquity. Marcus took his time silently turning the pages, building the tension in the chamber. Again the other rank and file around the table exchanged covert glances, echoing Gast's prevailing thought. What the hell is the lunatic up to now? In the tense silence, each page of the book actually creaked as it was turned, like leather or parchment, or something else other than paper. Marcus finally found the passage he was looking for. I believe the time is right for me to read a crucial text to you all. Marcus paused, just to make sure that everyone was paying absolute attention, then began to read with slow, sonorous, near Shakespearean projection. Whenever thou wouldst call forth those from outside, thou must mark well the seasons and times in which the spheres do intersect and the influences flow through the void. He paused, surveyed his audience, and then continued. Thou must observe the cycle of the moon, the movements of the planets, the sun's course through the zodiac and the rising of the constellations. Marcus looked up and closed the book as though this short excerpt was quite enough for assembled company at this time. The texts are very precise in this matter. The Great One can only be brought into this reality during the harmonics that result from a particular astronomic convergence. My astrologers advise me. Astrologers. It was news to Gast that Marcus had astrologers. Previously he had never been one to pay much attention to the zodiac except as a means of potential, what sign are you control? The echoes of Hitler and Caligula seemed to resonate more strongly with each passing moment. That the next possible convergence is now almost upon us. The most propitious moment to forge the link with the Great One will occur during the next 4 days, and we will not get another chance like this for a full 14 months. Thus I am suspending all but the routine daily operations of the apogee, so we can place all of our resources behind this endeavor. I expect you all, from now on, to remain in close contact with apogee headquarters, and be prepared to participate in the preliminary ceremonies within the next 24 hours. Does anyone have any questions thus far? An uneasy shuffling spread through the chamber, but no one spoke or even raised a hand. Gast quietly sighed. He'd known that it was coming, and here it was. The lunatics had officially taken over the asylum. The psychotics had staged their coup. Short of killing or otherwise incapacitating Marcus or Terra, the only option left to him was that of flight. Leave the money and run. At least he had enough fuck you assets salted away to facilitate his escape. Maybe it wasn't as good as coming away with all the marbles, but at least, to paraphrase the old disco song, he would survive. Almost as though she was somehow remotely viewing his thoughts, a new message from Philippa appeared on his monitor exactly at that moment. We need to meet as soon as you can get away. Are you suggesting we create both a new male and a new female? Ronkist looked round at the gathering. The human Elaine dance was made a promise by Kinara, and I believe we should honor it. Julia has also made a similar compact with Brandon Wales, and I believe if we are to keep the one agreement, we cannot break or ignore the other. Dahlia interrupted. Still recovering from her injuries, her aura was ghostly pale and somewhat frail, but her independence of spirit seemed in no way diminished. You're being very fair about all this, Victor. Is that a compliment? Dahlia shook her head. No, it's merely an observation. I was wondering when you started acting on the assumption that life itself was fair? I had presumed that any new admissions to the colony would be made with a view to redressing the male-to-female imbalance. According to my arithmetic, if Dance and Wales are brought through the change, we would then have an equal number of each gender. Julia, who had been examining her pearl-white fingernails through the start of the exchange, looked up. How do you figure that? It would seem to me that we still have an extra female. We have another male already among us. Julia looked round. You mean Naza? Ronkist nodded. That's right, Naza. Both Julia's expression and aura left little doubt that she hardly considered Atlasaki any kind of equal to herself and the rest of them. I wasn't aware that he'd been accepted into the colony. Don't we have to vote on that or something? Segal's aura flickered indignantly at this Aryan display of discrimination, and Ronkist's face also hardened. He is an abandoned Nosferatu, it's my opinion that we're duty-bound to give him sanctuary. I didn't hear him request sanctuary. Segal leaned forward. If that's what's needed, then I formally request sanctuary on his behalf. The subject of this discussion was sitting in the farthest corner of the big barn of a drawing room, putting as much distance between himself and the other Nosferatu as he could. He squatted on the floor with his back to the wall, still dressed in his dirty loincloth, and plainly less than happy. As the conversation went backward and forward, he followed it with strange bird-like movements of his head. Ronquist had known, almost from their first mutual encounter, that Naza would have serious problems adjusting to so-called civilization, but some more recent discreet scans of the primitive's mind had revealed that he also had a major problem with white people. Ronquist had perceived a luridly traumatic memory of the massacre of a colony of Tlaisaki by a detachment of U.S. cavalry, of which he was the only survivor. This cavalry troop had been extremely well informed in the ways and the weaknesses of the undead, and the slaughter had left Naza with a deep and intractable hatred of Europeans, which unfortunately, in the creature's ignorance, extended to include European Nosferatu. Unless this was some strange, handed-down memory, which Ronquist tended to doubt, it also indicated that the wild boy was more than 130 years old. If that was so, absorbing him into the colony could prove very difficult, and Naza would require considerable re-education before either the duties or benefits of membership would sit comfortably with him. Ronquist would have liked to know more about this cavalry operation, which seemed to have had the objective of wiping out all of the Tlaisaki that could be found. He hadn't been aware that anything like that had ever taken place in the Old West, or that anyone on what would have had to have been General Sheridan's staff was party to that kind of information. Naza's surface memories were little more than a disjointed horror of sweaty men with guns and sabers on tall horses, mean and moving shadows against the fatal sun, but it was hardly the time or place to probe more deeply for details, even if the primitive had permitted it. It would certainly have made Ronquist a great deal happier if Siegel hadn't brought the creature in from his desert isolation, but it had happened, and Ronquist could not, in good conscience, just turn him loose, even though he knew that Julia and maybe some of the others would be more than happy to do exactly that. Although it was taking place in the spacious but rarely used big drawing room in the North Wing, the meeting of the colony had started out as basically informal, but then rapidly formalized itself as it had progressed, until it had become what amounted to a full-scale hearing into who would be admitted to the colony and who wouldn't. He didn't know if the cause of this was the room's odd, 1940s architecture, originally designed for Howard Hughes. It might also have been the room's heavy leather, and distinctly judicial furniture, or maybe even the big Rembrandt, the standing portrait of Bent van Leyden, that stared grimly down from the exposed red brick of the end wall. It was also possible that Ronquist may, in part, have generated the atmosphere of a trial himself by having chosen to occupy a deep and commanding wing chair that stood with its back to the sealed French windows, the ones that would have looked out on the patio and the empty leaf-filled swimming pool if they not been heavily shuttered. The high-backed chair lent him something of the air of a presiding judge, which was emphasized more strongly when the others arranged themselves in a loose circle around him, like prosecution, defense, and jury, on the other available chairs and couches. Even those figuratively on trial were present. Naza squatted in his aforementioned corner, while Elaine Dance and Brandon Wales sat some 5 feet apart on the large side wall sectional, waiting uncomfortably for their fate to be decided. Ronquist acknowledged Segal's intervention on the behalf of Naza with a quick gesture of assent. The sooner this business was over the better. In response to Segal's request, sanctuary is formally granted. Ronquist hoped that this would at least conclude the matter of Naza, but Dahlia immediately challenged him. "Can you do that?" "I believe so. I'm still master, aren't I? A request for sanctuary can't be reasonably refused." Even Imogene, looking more recovered from her wounds than her sister, seemed uncomfortable with the admission of Naza to the group. "It's going to take some time for him to fit in." Siegel looked at her coldly. Aside from finding the wild wanderer in the first place, he also seemed, as a grotesque, to side with the Tlaisaki against those with a more human outward appearance. Isn't there supposed to be strength in diversity? Lupo, as might be expected, shared Ronkist's desire to get these decisions made with as little rancor as possible. It will be hard for the Wild One to adjust, but the task is not impossible. And as Don Victor says, sanctuary cannot be refused. Julia, on the other hand, appeared determined to challenge every point. Is it possible, Victor, that you don't really give a damn about whether NASA joins us or adapts or anything? I would suggest that all you're interested in is pushing this business to the fastest possible conclusion so you can bring Kinara's little prodigy through the change. Could it be you're hoping you'll find some trace of your precious Kinara in her? Ronkist's aura turned a dangerous purple, and then lowered even darker as he realized that, in essence, Julia was very close to being right. He might actually have lashed out at Julia had Saturn not decided, at that moment, to speak for the first time. Aren't we simply circling the obvious? Dahlia looked at her sharply. What's that supposed to mean? Elaine Dance raised a tentative hand. Could I say something? Dahlia shot her down dead. No, she turned her attention back to Sada. You want to tell us what that was supposed to mean? Sada, who seemed to have totally recovered from her depression since the blood feast and the battle with the humans, refused to be intimidated by the diminutive Dahlia. I would have thought it was obvious. The three propositions that we have before us, that we adopt NASA and that we bring Elaine Dance, or Brandon Wales, or both, through the change are not mutually exclusive, and it's only the respective egos involved that are making them so. Julia seemed about to come back with an unpleasant retort, probably to the effect that Sada had also been a plaything for Kinara, except that Siegel deftly cut her off. I believe that Sada is absolutely right. I brought NASA here, and I will undertake to be responsible for him and his integration with the rest of us. I am determined, however, not to see him turned out to fend for himself, or to fall victim to the sun or the humans, in an environment that he doesn't, as yet, understand. Lupo was nodding in agreement as Siegel continued. I know that Victor is equally determined to keep what he sees as a promise made by Kinara, and that Julia is just as resolved that Mr. Wales will also join the colony. Siegel glanced at Wales with what was probably more deference than an Nosferatu should ever reasonably show a human being. The final outcome is self-evident. Everyone is so determined they will have their way that, in the end, all three things will have to come to pass, if only to avoid an all too dangerous impasse and possible split. Wales, Dance, and NASA will all become a part of the colony, and so this ritual dance of abuse and counter-abuse is nothing more than empty posturing. You all had a fight last night with the humans, so do we really need to fight among ourselves today? Julia's lip curled. She couldn't resist the obvious shot. Can't we all just get along? Is that what you're saying? Lupo let out a low growl. How many hundreds of years will it take you, Julia, before you recognize when the time is right to keep your mouth shut? Siegel has just stated the obvious. In the end, everyone is going to get what they want. Nothing can be vetoed without a serious split in the colony, something that none of us can afford to risk at this time. We all know that, so why don't we just accept it and move on? Unless, of course, you are so addicted to acrimony that you can't do otherwise but prolong it. In which case, I will leave and someone can call me when the decisions are finally made. Surprisingly, Dahlia was in complete agreement. Lupo and Siegel are absolutely right. Wales, Dance, and NASA will be admitted to the colony. Does anyone continue to have a problem? None of the Nosferatu spoke. Victor. I have no problem. Julia. Will you also do the age regression on Brandon? I said I would, didn't I? When? I'll need another day or so to build up my strength. So we could perform the ceremony of change tomorrow night. Dahlia nodded. We could. A double ceremony. Is that okay with you, Victor? Ronkist nodded. It's fine by me. Then I think we have an agreement. Dahlia looked at Wales and Elaine. So it seems that you two don't have to be treating each other as competition anymore. You're both entering your last 24 hours as humans. Wales and Elaine looked at each other, their faces blank as though they were unsure of what emotion to feel. Lupo got to his feet, signaling that, as far as he was concerned, the meeting was at an end. Sada, however, didn't appear to agree. Before we all go our separate ways, did anyone look at the papers yet today? The Nosferatu exchanged puzzled glances. Some shook their heads. Ronquist frowned. I glanced at the New York Times. But nobody looked at the tabloids. Nobody had. Then I suggest you all take a look at today's Star. She held up a copy of the supermarket gossip sheet. The banner headline read, Brandon Wales abducted by aliens. Wales got to his feet. Could I see that? Sada handed him the paper. Wales scanned it and a slow smile spread over his face. They were very quick off the mark. Julia moved up beside him and looked over his shoulder. She also smiled. I suppose, in a way, you were kidnapped by aliens, weren't you? Wales turned to an inside page and found that it featured a lengthy interview with Gladriel Faulkner, in which she embellished the hazy ideas of extraterrestrials and flying saucers that Julia had implanted in her mind. Julia laughed. So she seems to have managed to overcome her embarrassment at being found running round the hills in her underwear and started cashing in on your disappearance. Wales looked at the other Nosferatu. It's lucky you people inducted me into the fold, or I could have found myself extremely embarrassed. Dahlia smiled sweetly. You would have been spared any embarrassment, Brandon, my dear. If you hadn't been admitted to the colony, we would have simply killed you. The moment that Marcus dismissed them, Orton Gast hurried to his private elevator, thanking whatever gods might be applicable that he'd had such a thing installed in the first place. He'd observed when entering the building that, although some of the regular blue uniformed security men remained, they had been augmented by the new black uniformed guards, the ones he could only think of as Marcus Thulhu's stormtroopers. Totally convinced that they could bode nothing but ill, he wanted to avoid these grim and sinister holy goons at all cost, wherever and whenever possible. He especially didn't want to share an elevator with them. How the hell had Marcus managed to pull off such a transformation in so short a time? It could only be that he'd been secretly working on it for far longer than anyone had imagined, and a major percentage of the Apogee's middle management had been, at least in minor roles, party to the conspiracy. The phrase coup d'état had come to Gast's mind earlier, and he was hard-pressed to think of a better one. It was the best description of what seemed to be going down. To call it a religious coup was not being overdramatic, and Gast wanted out from under as quickly as possible. He hadn't forgotten the computer plea from Philippa, but he had yet to decide whether he was going to take time out from making good his own escape to meet with her. She was about the only effective ally that he had right now, but whether he needed allies anymore was highly debatable. Alliances among the defeated were a pointless contradiction. A fugitive could travel faster and less noticed alone. He also suspected that Philippa was not yet thinking of escaping herself. Most likely, she had yet to accept the idea of defeat and still believed that it was possible somehow to stop Marcus in his tracks. She hadn't, on the other hand, attended the meeting he had just left, and she hadn't seen the new black and red panoply, and the new guards all over the building with weapons still brand new from their packing grease. Gast, however, would consider the matter of Philippa later. Right there and then, he had arrangements of his own to make, and his own cover checking to do to see just how tight a control the new regime had on the basic running of the company. Gast exited the elevator on the 12th floor and hurried to his suite of offices. The one mercy was that, with Marcus calling the sudden meeting of the 9 so late in the day, it was now well past normal administrative office hours, and he would be able to do what he had to do without the nuisance of any routine interruptions. He was thus surprised to discover Shirley Fitzgerald still in the outer office, performing some busy work chore on her computer. "What are you doing here so late?" Shirley looked up from the monitor as though her presence should have been no mystery to her longtime boss. Marcus said that you wanted me to wait until you came out of the meeting of the 9. He said you might need my help. Alarms went off in Gast's head. Marcus was here. Shirley shook her head. Not in person. One of those new security men, one of the ones in the black outfits, brought the message. The expression on her face indicated that she didn't like Marcus' new order any more than Gast did. Gast frowned. Why the hell had Marcus wanted Shirley to be here? She didn't pose any threat to him and his goddamn dreams of glory. I think Marcus must have got his wires crossed somewhere. There's really no need for you to be here. Did you have plans for tonight? Shirley shook her head. I didn't have any plans. The question was one of pure courtesy. Gast knew Shirley hadn't had plans, or if she had, she would never admit it. Shirley's unequivocal and dedicated spinsterhood was well known throughout the apogee. She was the closest there was to an apogee mother superior, in her own neatly manicured way, and she would always be there if he heeded her, even if it meant waiting around until the small hours of the morning. I'm sorry, Shirley. I fear you've had your time wasted. There's nothing to be sorry for. The time hasn't been wasted, I had a number of things to catch up on. This has all been a mistake. You'd better just go on home. He started for his inner office, then turned back. In fact, Shirley, it would probably be a good idea if you were to take the next few days off. Shirley looked at Gast in discreet amazement. I'm not due for a vacation. Shirley, I know you work on the principle of hear and see no evil, but you surely must have noticed that some major changes have been taking place around here. I'm sure I can still do my job, whatever the changes. Shirley, how many years have you been my executive assistant? You know that as well as I do, Mr. Gast. Shirley only called him Mr. Gast when she was on the verge of being mortally offended, but Gast pressed on. And we've always worked in the strictest confidence, trusting each other absolutely. I'd like to think so. Then trust me now. Take the next few days off. Things around here could become quite bizarre and maybe even dangerous. If possible, try to get out of the city if you can. And don't worry about me. I may not be around myself too much longer. Although Shirley did her best to maintain her unflappable demeanor, Gast could see small cracks starting to appear in her super-efficient facade. He was frightening her, and that was exactly what he intended. Shirley had been loyal to him for longer than he could remember, and he didn't want her to fall victim to Marcus' insanity. She began to collect up her personal belongings as a preliminary to leaving. I suppose I could visit my sister in Denver. That's a very good idea. Shirley checked that her car keys were in her purse and then looked worriedly at Gast. Mr. Gast. Orton, are you going to be all right? Gast exuded considerably more confidence that he felt. Have you ever known me not to be all right? You do worry a lot. Exactly. This whole business will probably turn out to be nothing more than a storm in a teacup. And if it doesn't, then I'll weather the storm wherever it occurs. Shirley didn't look exactly happy. I hope you know what you're doing. You know I'm a survivor. She gathered up her pocketbook and attaché case, but then hesitated uncertainly. Are you sure there isn't anything I can do for you before I go? Some coffee maybe. Gast smiled. Shirley hadn't brought him coffee since at least the late 80s. The gesture was an important one. He nodded. One last favor might stop her feeling so much like she was deserting the ship. Actually there is. Perhaps you could bring up something on the computer for me. She put down her bag and removed the covers she had just put on the machine. What do you need? Could you access all the corporate banking information, including the confidential codes and the numbers for the Swiss accounts? Of course. Gast went into his own office. He felt that he'd more than discharged his obligation to Shirley, and now it was time to start looking out for himself. Then Shirley's voice came from the outer office and it sounded unduly strained. Orton, You had better take a look at this. He went quickly into the outer office. Problem. Major. Shirley was staring at a text box in the center of the computer's screen. The box contained a large yellow exclamation point and lines of text in black. Gast read over her shoulder. Access denied. By order of Special Directive 13. What the hell is Directive 13? Shirley worriedly shook her head. I've never heard of it. The order was timed and dated earlier that day. In fact, the mysterious Directive 13 had come into force while the meeting of the 9 had still been going on. Gast let out a long sigh. He was shut out from the money. The window had been closed and locked while he'd been otherwise occupied and powerless to do anything about it. All he had at his disposal now was his personal liquid assets, maybe a couple of $100,000. He smiled sadly at Shirley. You see why Denver might be a good idea. You still don't want me to stay. Go. There's nothing to do here. Like I said, I'll be leaving myself very shortly. You're sure? He made his voice as gentle as possible. Get the fuck out of here. Shirley shrugged her neat designer shoulders. If that's what you want. Before he could be lured into reassuring her all over again, the phone rang. Gast picked it up. Gast. Orton, it's Philippa. Gast couldn't believe his ears. Are you out of your mind? The way things are here, this call is most likely being monitored. It was a risk I felt I had to take. I would point out, Philippa, that the risk is rather more mine than yours. I'm still in the monkey house. Shirley continued to lurk in the doorway. Gast gestured to her to go, and she finally, if reluctantly, departed. We have to meet, Orton. If you're still thinking about stopping Marcus, I would say, at a conservative estimate, you're wasting your time. He's managed to turn this place into a miniature police state, virtually overnight. I still think we should talk about this face to face. Gast was firmly on the horns of dilemma. Instinct told him that he'd fare better on his own, while loyalty reminded him that he and Philippa went back a long way, and perhaps it might be more comforting to have a companion in danger. Possibly against his own best interests, he capitulated. Okay, we'll meet. Where and when? Make it somewhere open and public so we have plenty of warning of anyone coming at us. So it seemed the die had been cast and all the wheels were set in motion. The conservative part of him that disliked any disruption of familiar routines still wanted to resist, but the deal was done. The colony was about to grow and almost inevitably its course and nature would undergo radical and unpredictable transformations. It was a long time since Ronkist had performed a change, and even longer since he'd been part of a double ceremony. Even a single change could be physically taxing, and the double ritual would prove seriously exhausting. Logically he should have been out hunting in preparation for this coming exertion in which he was expected to play a major part, both as master of the colony and Elaine Dance's creator. And yet he lingered on his beloved observation deck, still in his leopard print robe, smoking a silver-tipped Russian cigarette, staring without focus into the darkness, and trying to avoid the past. After the blood feast, the battle, and finally the colony meeting, with its routines of acrimony, as circular as a formal gavotte, he was left with no inclination to take a car into the city and seek out a victim. Also, the limo was history, and a new one had yet to be delivered. He would give in to inertia and remain within the confines of the residence, making do on blood packs for the ceremony of change. Enough psychic charge should be left from the blood feast. If he wasn't as vibrant as he was supposed to be, that was just too bad. Julia was his partner in the ritual, insofar as that she was the officiating creator of Brandon Wales, even though Dahlia would be doing the age reversal. Let her perform all the spectacular pyrotechnics. She'd be more than happy to outshine him. Clearly Julia had plans to make the following night a significant spectacle, worthy of being recorded in the annals of the colony. She had gone hunting, and surprisingly, she had taken Dahlia with her. Around 9, Dahlia had decided that she was fit enough to hunt, and the strength of a fresh victim was exactly what she needed to complete the healing of her injuries. Julia, who had been on the point of leaving, had invited her to come with her. To the surprise of those looking on, Dahlia had accepted, and the two of them had left with Lamar in the roles. The pairing was a strange one, and had definitely never occurred before in colony memory. He knew that Julia had a vested interest in seeing that Dahlia would be strong enough to perform the age regression on whales. The odd part was that Dahlia had accepted the offer so readily. It was all too possible that the two of them were up to something unimaginably devious, but Ronquist, for once, couldn't raise enough paranoia to concern himself as to what it might be. Any change, and the new creation that it might spawn, had to be treated as a fairly momentous event in the existence of even the most aged or jaded Nosferatu, and it was only natural that it should leave Ronquist thoughtful and reflective. The thing he wanted to avoid, though, was finding himself awash in a rolling swell of memories. Instead, he concentrated his attention on his immediate surroundings. Things seemed to be moving in the outlying undergrowth. Ronquist focused and saw that the movements were those of a group of coyotes. As far as he could read their primitive, canine thoughts, they had come looking for Julia. She had promised them some kind of gesture of thanks for their help of the previous night. He wondered if he should summon Julia to come and attend to this matter, but then he recalled that Julia was hunting. To his surprise, the front door to the residence opened and a wide shaft of light streamed out with a female figure silhouetted against it. The coyotes in the undergrowth backed away, associating the doors of houses with humankind and their hatred of man that stretched back dozens of generations. It was only when they recognized this figure as something other than human that they moved forward again, but still keeping their legs bent, their bellies close to the ground, and their reflexes ready for instant flight if need be. The figure emerged from the front door, walking out along the beam cast by the interior light. Ronquist immediately recognized this as Julia herself, presumably called to pay whatever debt or tribute was to be exacted by the wild. Again he was surprised. He wasn't aware that she had even returned from the hunt, and was puzzled how she had managed to re-enter the residence without him knowing. Had she brought Dahlia back with her? He wasn't able to sense her presence either. Julia appeared to have changed clothes since hunting. She wore a white dress that was long and filmy and floated behind her, although Ronquist could feel no trace of a breeze. It made her look uncommonly like one of the spectral hallucinations she had conjured the night before for the no-dead humans. Perhaps this was another specter, and the real Julia was elsewhere, except that hardly seemed possible. When she reached the far extreme of the light from the doorway, Julia, or the image of her, halted and spoke. "Do not be afraid." As Julia addressed the coyotes, Ronquist knew it was no hallucination or projection. This was definitely Julia talking to the animals. Seemingly members of the colony were now coming and going completely without him knowing it. Was he getting old or perhaps losing his mind? Julia spoke again. "Do not be afraid, my children." It seemed odd to the point of paradox that the remarkably urban and sophisticated Julia should also have such a natural rapport with the creatures of the untamed rural night. It was a talent with which some undead were gifted and others not. Ronquist felt no particular kinship with the animal kingdom, but he respected those who did. "Come to me now. Come to me." A bitch coyote was the first to respond. She moved tentatively toward Julia and the light. "That's right, little one. You have nothing to fear." Julia stretched out a hand and the coyote nuzzled it. The rest of the small pack found their courage and also approached. In a few moments, all the animals had thrown off their reserve and were milling around Julia's legs and licking her hands. So that was the gift that Julia had offered. Ronquist had all too prosaically imagined the reward for which the animals waited would be a material one, food or something of the kind. As it turned out, it was an exchange much more unique and esoteric, a simple reciprocation of affection, and the renewal of the bonds of respect and kinship. Julia played with the coyotes for some minutes and then she raised her hands. "Go now, go along. We will meet again very soon. As one, the coyotes turned and scampered away into the moon-cast shadows. Ronquist was strangely pleased that he had witnessed the quiet encounter. Only moments of that kind could remind him that all was not clamor and violence. A few moments later, a howl came from somewhere in the near distance, and Julia responded with a low eerie sound her own. Then she turned, walked back along the beam of light, back into the house, closing the front door behind her, apparently unaware the Ronquist had observed the whole encounter. Ronquist readily accepted that, in the present, he had no affinity with wild creatures, but there had been a time, all those centuries ago, when it had not been the case. In the woods among the wolves, he had learned of the comfort that could be derived from the company of more simple predators, and then Ronquist quietly cursed himself. Although the last thing he desired was a profound excursion into the past, he had unwittingly trapped himself. The memories would not be gainsaid or indefinitely kept at bay, and he found himself falling into vivid recall of the time when the world was so much more empty of men and, in northern Europe, the great forests still held sway. He was being precipitated into an era when bears and wild boar still thrived and survived, and the wild deer crowded the thickets. Memory, in anticipation of the coming rituals, was taking him back to the time of his own mortality, the time when he had been simple Victor of Redlands, the bastard son of Roger, Earl of Cambrai, and Gwendolen the Saxon maid, the time when he had been turned loose in the world with only a horse, armor and sword with which to make his way, before destiny had singled him out for his singular and seemingly never-ending fate. From his present perspective, those days had the faded unreality of an ancient dream. He had been so young, so stupid, so human, roaming through France, England, and the Low Countries, hiring on with any lord, duke, or baron who would keep him supplied with food, drink, and the opportunity of pillage in those troubled times in the aftermath of the Norman conquests, and at the start of the hideous idiocy that would be known as the Crusades. For over a decade, he had ridden, dangerous and carefree, owing nothing but a mercenary allegiance to any master. That had ended, however, when he had taken employment with the Albigensi Cathars, the Holy Order of the Perfect Ones, the Gnostic religious sect that believed in the opposing and balanced forces of light and darkness, and claimed that the material world was nothing more than a plateau of illusion. The young Victor of Redlands had become fascinated by the Cathar philosophy, with its ties to Mithraic sun worship, and the ancient mystery cults of Isis. As still a comparatively young man, he had also been attracted by the Cathar practice of agape, the ceremony of the love feast that they had directly inherited from the paganism of the Norsemen. When the Cathars were inevitably branded as heretical by Pope Innocent III, Victor of Redlands had been presented with a choice. He could either depart the sect to find some other, less religiously controversial, employment, or remain with the Cathars, and in so doing elevate his status from that of indentured mercenary to knight believer. After some thought, the young and human Victor had opted for the latter. Not so much out of any ideological convictions, but rather from a sense of personal loyalty and a genuine affection for the sect's leader, the Lord Montreal, and his sister Geralda, Lady of Lavore. Although he had no idea at the time, it would quickly prove to be a decision that would seal his fate for the next 1,000 years. Some might call it disastrous, while others could view it as the first unwitting move toward his eventual immortality. Not content with merely excommunicating Montreal and his followers, Innocent III found the Perfect One such an abomination and affront to Christendom that he decided his only true and pious course of action should be to wipe these independent thinkers from the face of the earth. A military campaign was mounted, led by the notorious Simon de Montfort, and the equally ruthless papal legate, Arnaud Amaury. No less than 20,000 knights and 10 times as many common foot soldiers, spearheaded by 500 of the fanatical chevaliers of the Order of Saint Dominic, assembled at Lyon and advanced into the Languedoc region of southern France with a papal promise of a remission of sins, and as much looted booty as they could conceivably carry. As town after town fell to this bloody domestic crusade, de Montfort's army proved itself less than particular as to who it slaughtered in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. During the sacking of the town of Béziers, his men had butchered heretics and good Catholics alike, after a Maori had issued the cynical order, "Massacre them all, for the Lord knows his own." The perfect ones had attempted to make a stand at Lavore, but the papal army had proved too much for them. After an all too short siege, the city walls were broken with fire and catapult, and the defenders swept aside. The Lady Geralda was stoned to death, and her body thrown into a well, while Montreal was taken out and hanged along with 80 of his knights. Victor of Redlands had been one of a small detachment that had fought its way out, taking with them the Cathar's most rare and irreplaceable texts and other artifacts, including a large and mysterious coffin-shaped box and, according to rumor, the living, talking head of Baphomet the Extreme Mystery. Keeping one jump ahead of their Dominican pursuers, the little band arrived at the fortress of Montségur in the foothills of the Pyrenees, but with time to do little more than prepare a temporary holding action. The escapees' leader, the implacable, one-eyed Henry of Carcassonne, had requested 4 volunteers who would be willing to be made near invincible, but who would also be willing to sacrifice both their lives and their souls to keep the Dominicans at bay while the precious books and artifacts were smuggled through the mountains into Spain and on into Moorish Africa, where they would finally be safe from the Pope and his agents. Victor of Redlands, having by this point, with the recklessness of warrior youth, decided that enough was enough, and that he was willing to retreat no farther, was first to volunteer. Ronquist could all too clearly recall his growing human fear as the exact details of his sacrifice were explained to him. The mysterious coffin-shaped casket turned out to be the sanctuary of a being known as Great Vampire Lamia. At that point, Victor of Redlands had known nothing about the undead beyond the fearful superstitions of the time, and when he had entered the turret chamber where the vampire queen waited, he'd been white and shaking, despite all his swordsman's bravado. Far from the monster he had anticipated, Lamia had turned out to be one of the most beautiful women he had ever seen, although, in hindsight, he realized she might well have been expertly stroking his naive 13th-century human consciousness. To his subjective eyes, she was magnificent, almost as tall as he was, with jet black hair, ivory skin, and strange violet eyes that compelled him to look into them. She was dressed in a red robe of a shining material that, at the time, he didn't recognize, but would, many years later, identify as the finest of silks from the Orient. As the memory of his own conversion to the undead forced itself on Ronquist, it became so vivid it all but excluded the reality of the residence and the surrounding grounds. Where humans almost never recalled their own nativity and those who did were, more often than not, indulging in some kind of pretentious New Age flim-flam recall of the rebirth into the Nosferatu state remained bright and detailed for all of time. Ronquist could still feel the sweat on the palms and taste the metallic fear in the mouth of Victor of Redlands, and then he remembered that fear fading as Lamia held out her arms to him, hands reaching with scarlet claw nails like nothing he had ever previously seen. He could still hear the husky whisper of her voice. "Come to me, young human. Come to me and learn all the secrets of the dark beyond." The exact connection between Lamia and the Cathars had never been exactly explained to him. The situation at Montségur was so dire and urgent that the shocking encounter had been thrust on him unprepared and unexplained. Much later, research would suggest that some manner of odd alliance had been forged between the perfect ones and the great vampire, and this had lasted for almost 100 years, prior to the desperate last stand in which Victor of Redlands had found himself playing a key role. The Albigense Cathars had seemingly concealed and protected Lamia, particularly from the spies and informers of those Dominicans who would ultimately find their place in history as the Inquisition. The Cathars had given her a base for her operations and hunting needs, and she had frequently presided at their nocturnal love feasts as a supposedly supernatural representative of the goddess Lilith. In return, Lamia had apparently taught the perfect ones a variety of necromantic techniques, and on a more material level, brought her inhuman power to bear in situations such as the one at Montségur. For many years, Ronquist had searched for Lamia with a preoccupation that only fell a little short of obsession, but he had never managed to locate her. Even when, in Elizabethan England, He had the considerable intelligence gathering and occult capabilities of Sir Francis Walsingham's newly formed Secret Service at his disposal. His Nosferatu mother still refused to be found. In more recent times he had discovered continuing references to her in the surviving records of the Nosferatu, all the way up to the mid-17th century. She had surfaced many times in various parts of Western Europe and North Africa, and she seemed to have made a continuing habit of attaching herself to dissenting or heretical religious sects. After about 1650, however, she'd vanished from even the most obscure of texts. Ronquist had once asked Dietrich, the previous master of the colony, if he had any idea what might have become of his mysterious creator, but Dietrich had been of no help. Although he had certainly heard of Lamia, he, like Ronquist, had never encountered her in the time between Ronquist's creation and the point where she disappeared from all available chronicles. He had ventured the comment, though, that he doubted that she had been destroyed by humans, because that would have been worthy of historical note. Lamia might have been lost, but in the inner ear of Ronquist's memory, her voice still whispered clearly down the centuries. "Let me enfold you, young human, and you will live forever." He had gone to her out of a sense of duty and pressing expedience, but he doubted that, even in less critical circumstances, he would have been able to resist her. From the moment that her chill breath touched his skin, Victor of Redlands had not only been helpless, but in unholy love. She had taken his blood and then given him hers, but these details were fragmented between reality and hallucination. As Lamia's intense violet eyes had stared into his, instilling the courage to accept what was nothing less than his own death as a human, he had felt himself growing weaker, just as Brandon Wales and Elaine Dance would find themselves growing weaker at the climax of the next night's ritual. The sound of his heart had been so loud in his mind, making him intensely aware of its pounding's progressive slowing, with longer pauses between each beat, until it came to the final faltering stop. As his pulse fluttered to nothing, he had discovered himself entering a vortex of golden light that he could only assume was the first phase of his mortal demise. The natural instinct was to let go and drift down the length, or perhaps the depth, of the gold vortex, toward a brighter, more intense light at its far end, but after a few immeasurable moments, a mass of dark objects appeared, obscuring the light with a congealing magenta and purple density. "Grasp the darkness, Victor of Redlands, cling to it and let it carry you back to me." Powerless to do other than as instructed, Victor had embraced the darkness, and as Lamia had promised, it carried him up and back, exiting the dying shroud of his humanity and taking him to that new and deathless place where he would ultimately become Victor Ronquist, as he would know himself in the centuries to come. And as he embraced it, that same darkness soothed him to a deep, if uneasy, sleep, filled with surreal and ambiguous dreams that he would only come to partially understand down the long and endless passage of Nosferatu years. When he woke he found himself possessed of a strength and fury so intense it was like nothing he had ever felt before, even in the heated madness of combat. All rational thought had deserted him, replaced by an overwhelming drive to inflict pain, to kill, to spill blood and, yes, to drink such blood as he could spill. His new, incredibly heightened senses told him it was sometime in the middle watches of the night, and that he was in the same turret room where he had been brought face to face with Lamia. Lamia was gone, however, and his only company was the 3 other young knights who had volunteered to sacrifice their souls to buy time for the Cathar escape. He now knew it spoke volumes to the immense power of Lamia that she had been able to bring 4 young strong humans through the change, either simultaneously, or in quick succession. All 4 had been dressed in their chainmail armor while they slept, and their broadswords had been placed close to hand. Since all woke with the same newborn vampire rage, they would more than likely have set to killing each other had not shouts and screams from other parts of the fortress made them aware that the advance guard of de Montfort's Dominican killers were already upon them. For 4 bloody hours, the quartet of newly created Nosferatu fought with an inhuman ferocity, holding the Dominicans in check and inflicting as much damage on them as an entire company of armored knights. Swords rang, steel on steel, echoing back from the granite walls of the castle, and men cursed and cried out as they were hacked down by the blades of these newborn demon warriors. Just as had been planned, priceless time was being bought for the precious artifacts and records of the perfect ones to be hurried, on horse and pack mule, through the high and secret mountain passes of the Pyrenees, beyond the reach of the Pope and his mercenaries. One by one, however, the Nosferatu knights were overwhelmed. In the course of the fight, the Dominicans finally realized that the only way of stopping these howling and murderous hellspawn was to cleanly decapitate them, and despite their losses, they began to concentrate on doing exactly that. When only Ronkist had been left, and he knew that he could do no more, he had finally fled, climbing to the highest point on the battlements of Montsegur, taking a human life for every one of the winding stone stairs. On reaching his objective, he didn't hesitate. He leapt into the darkness, and to what he imagined would be a noble death, one he hoped would be celebrated in legend and song. Fortunately or unfortunately, depending on one's perspective of a life both eternal and, at the same time, supposedly damned, this was not to be. After lying stunned and battered for an interval of time that he was unable to measure, he recovered his senses and found himself very much alive. He also saw that the first streaks of a chill dawn were brightening the eastern sky. If he had received any instruction from Lamia in the ways of the Nosferatu and the deadly limitations that ruled them, he remembered nothing about it, but certainly some new alien instinct told him that the sun was his mortal enemy. He had crawled painfully away to hide in a nearby cave before its rays could touch him. From that point on, Ronkist had worked hard learning the practices and inner geography of this new and exotic world of moonlight, bloodlust, and unimaginable power. He learned how to stalk and run down his prey, and how to conceal himself from both sunlight and humanity. By painful trial and error, he explored the possibilities of his new existence, discovering that, instead of an animal monotony of crawling and hiding, of caves and ditches, and the brute driving hunger to overpower unsuspecting swineherds and unwashed ignorant peasant women, the paths of the undead led to a wealth of promise. After months of midnights in which he gradually mapped the pitfalls and potentials, he discovered that, in his expanding Nosferatu environment, and with his growing spectrum of esoteric tastes, it was possible to transcend almost anything in the old life of Victor of Redlands. By this point, he had made his way to Paris and started to sample the 100 gourmet excitements that the night and the city had to offer. The only thing of which he could not quite rid himself was the implacable resentment at the way Lamia had created him, but then abandoned him to fend and learn for himself, never making any effort to discover if he had survived or been destroyed, either at the hands of the Dominicans, or as a result of some ignorant oversight or unknowing miscalculation after his escape from Montsegur. Leaving Paris, he had drifted east, following the course of the Sixth Crusade, hiding his own minor depredations in the chaos and carnage that the huge movement of men and arms left in its locust wake. He had quickly grown bored, though, with repetitive slaughter in the name of Father, Son, and Holy Ghost, and he had drifted east, through Palestine and Syria, and on into Persia. For a number of years, he had maintained a working relationship with the Order of the Devoted, more commonly known as the Hashishmat, or the Assassins. Although the founder of the order, Hassan I Sabah, the Old Man of the Mountains, had died in 1124, his successor, Rashid the Lion, continued the tradition that Hassan had established of maintaining the balance of power across the warring deserts of the Middle East through the judicial use of political murder, while at the same time hiring out the order's trained teenage hitmen for commercial contracts to ensure that the devoted remained self-sufficiently solvent. Rashid had easily recognized Ronkist for what he was, but appeared not to hold it against him, or even particularly care, even providing Ronkist with an occasional gift of a victim who believed that his or her submission to the vampire was an efficient means of ensuring an instant and guaranteed place in Islamic paradise. Better still, Rashid was more than ready to employ Ronkist's unnatural talents, when and where they might be needed, and pay him in hard gold. Ronkist had thus become a regular and welcomed nocturnal visitor at the Eagle's Nest at Alamut, until the citadel was ultimately overrun by the invading Mongols and the assassins scattered. With the assassins at least temporarily out of business, Ronquist begun performing similar money-making services for the Knights Templar, previously one of the assassin's most frequent clients, until they too were tortured, massacred, and driven underground on the orders of Pope Clement V, just like the Cathars before them. It was around this time that Ronquist had become disgusted with the intrigues of Europe and Arabia, and arrived at the unshakable conclusion that the only consistent purpose of human religion was as a cover for the most bestial excesses of mass homicide, torment, and atrocity, to a degree that made his own very necessary killing seem both modest and benign in comparison. His disgust grew so great that he resolved to cease attempting to subsist on the dark peripheries of human conflict, and set out on a centuries-long series of wanderings that would take him from Jerusalem to Bucharest, from London to Moscow, from Byzantium to Khartoum, to the upper valleys of the Indus where, in prehistory, the Nosferatu had been worshipped as gods, as far as Kyoto in one direction and Mexico City in the other. Indeed, it was really just an extension of those same wanderings that had brought him to this nighttime observation deck in the smoggy wonderland of Los Angeles. Ronquist sighed. There really was no avoiding the memories. When anything of significance was about to happen, they asserted themselves almost as though they had a will of their own. They crowded in on him, unreeling in his mind, playing like an endless movie that could only be stopped by the intervention of hard reality, and after all the years, there were just so damned many of them. He turned to go inside. Standing there on the observation deck was just too open an invitation to remember. Any moment, he would start thinking of Kinara and find himself reliving the times that the two of them had spent together, and that was the last thing he needed to engage in at that moment. The next night they would be staging a complex ceremony that would require not only strength and a massive expenditure of energy, but a great deal of care and control. Somewhere else in the city, the problem of the apogee and Thulhu still awaited a resolution. He needed to be ready. The past had to be put aside. He started down the spiral staircase, shutting his mind to everything but the needs of the moment. As he reached the bottom, he was surprised to hear a telephone start to ring. Orton Gast sat at a table for two on the open-air patio of the La Hirondelle restaurant on King's Road. Nearby, a party of the young and upwardly mobile made loud and irritating conversation which Gast was forced to overhear because the seat opposite him was empty and he had no one to talk to but himself. Philippa was late. For safety's sake, they had chosen this outside location. The patio provided a perfect all-round view, and he would have ample warning if he was being watched or worse. Unfortunately La Hirondelle, which featured Frenchified comfort food and drinks from the blender involving chocolate, hard liquor, and heavy cream, also attracted noisy post-yuppies. What had he told Philippa on the phone? Let's make it somewhere open and public, so we have plenty of warning of anyone coming at us. Now the one person that he didn't see coming was Philippa herself, and he was angry. He hadn't been particularly keen on meeting with her at all. His instincts of self-preservation told him that he would be best occupied getting the hell out of town, but she had prevailed on him, and he'd agreed. Now it seemed as though she had stood him up, unless, of course, something had happened to her. He looked at his watch. She was 20 minutes late, and since it was already after midnight, the restaurant would soon be closing. The waitress assigned to his table was hovering. He had told her to bring him a scotch, and that he would order when his companion arrived. Now she seemed to be having the same doubts he was experiencing as to whether the alleged companion would show at all. He signaled her over. "Get me another scotch, will you? Do you still want to wait for your friend?" Gast adopted a rueful smile. "I'm beginning to wonder." "I'm sorry." Gast shrugged. "I guess that's the way it goes. Some days you eat the bear, other days the bear eats you." The waitress stared at him with big deer in the headlights eyes, clearly not understanding him at all. As was standard practice in the Hollywood night, she was an out-of-work actress who, but for the grace of God and William Morris, could have played a role on the TV show Friends, except she was waiting tables while waiting for her break. After a moment, she decided that her best strategy would be to abandon all attempts at comprehension and retreat to fill his order. "I'll get your scotch." "Wait a minute. I think this is her now." Philippa was coming across the terrace, habitually pushing her grey blonde hair out of her eyes. She was dressed conspiratorially in tight leather jeans, boots, and a rodeo drive version of a combat coat, and the tension in her face indicated that she was far from happy. The waitress was still loitering. "Shall I get you menus?" "You'd better wait and see what the lady wants to drink. She looks like she needs one." Philippa dropped into the chair facing Gast. "I'm sorry I'm late." Gast indicated the waitress. "You want a drink?" "Vodka on the rocks." The waitress departed, and Philippa glanced around nervously. "Orton, I think I was followed." "What do you mean, followed?" "I've been staying downtown at the Intercontinental, so Marcus wouldn't know where I was, but when I drove out of the parking lot, this black SUV with tinted windows moved into place behind me, a couple of cars back, and stayed with me all the way to Hollywood." "Are you sure?" "It certainly seemed like it." "So what did you do?" "Drove up as far as Melrose and then lost it in the back streets." "You lost it?" "I think so. That's why I'm so late. I even parked for a few minutes to check that it wasn't cruising around." "And it's cool?" "I think so." The waitress returned with their drinks and menus. Gast took a menu, glanced at it, and then at Philippa. "Do you want to eat?" Philippa shook her head. "I don't think so. I feel kind of jangled." Gast looked up at the waitress. "Forget the food. Just keep the drinks coming." She took the menus back with an air of someone who is being progressively inconvenienced. Gast ignored her and Philippa tentatively sipped her vodka. "What I don't understand is how Marcus knew I was at the International." "You're assuming that it was Marcus people who were following you. Who else could it have been? Them knowing that you were at the International was a piece of cake. You called me at my office on an open line, for Christ's sakes. It wouldn't have taken anything more sophisticated than caller ID to know where you were phoning from. And if they did have anything more sophisticated, and I know for a fact that they do, they probably know that we're here together now. You think Marcus is trying to scare us?" "Yes, and so far he's doing a fucking good job. But do you think he'd take it any further?" "You mean actually hurt us?" "I mean that exactly." Gast finished his scotch and signaled to the waitress for another. "A few days ago, I wouldn't have thought so, but after seeing him today, I truly believe he might. He's already cut me off from the money." "What do you mean, cut you off from the money?" "All ties severed." Philippa looked shocked. "But that's always been my own total responsibility." "Yes. Except today Marcus issued something called Directive 13 that prevents me from accessing any of the corporate bank accounts." "Can he do that?" "He's done it. And there's nothing you can do about it?" Gast sighed. "I was doing something about it. If I hadn't agreed to meet you here, I probably would have been on a plane, flying, first class, the hell out of the country by now. What you probably don't know is that Marcus has decided this Thulhu thing has to be done within the next few days. The whole of the apogee has been officially subordinated to his madness." Philippa downed the rest of her vodka. "I need another drink." Neither spoke as the waitress returned with Gast's scotch. She was becoming increasingly pouty that she was expected to run backward and forward, bringing them one drink at a time. When she was gone, Philippa looked hard at Gast. "There's something you ought to consider." "There are a lot of things I ought to consider. The other times, the times in the past, in Santa Cruz and the Yucatan, when Marcus got obsessed about raising things from..." Gast cut her off. Yeah, I know what you're talking about." "What about them?" "He at least had you and me restraining him to some extent. Now all he has is that fucking swirling woman egging him on, making him think he can be evil dictator of the universe." Gast stared into his whiskey. The last thing he wanted from Philippa was a discourse on how it was all Terra Swirling's fault. "Why don't you tell me something I don't already know?" "Like what?" What Orton-Gast needed was hard facts. "Like what was all that fucking stuff you sent me on the computer about Jack Fromm being dead, for instance?" Philippa hesitated and chose her words carefully. "That was a mistake. It turns out that he probably isn't dead after all." "I'm glad to hear it. It may not be good news." "I don't understand." "You remember I asked Fromm to take some men and check out the people who moved into our old house?" Gast nodded. "Well, as far as I can piece it together, Fromm did exactly that, and ran into something out of his league. All the men with him were killed. And the regular city cops know about this. Like I told you, they're putting out the story that it was a traffic accident, and implying that what they're covering up is that a bunch of off-duty cops, driving around, drunk out their minds, totaled one of Sony's favorite rock bands. Choir practice. Right. But you know better. What the LAPD and the sheriffs are really covering up is that they've got 12 dead cops, and not a clue as to what happened." "But you're saying it happened at our old place? That this Ronkist offed the pigs to the power of 12. That would be one way of putting it. And where does the rock band fit in?" Philippa shook her head. "That I don't know." Gast could feel himself start to sweat and knew it wasn't just the alcohol. "What does Jack say about this?" "Nothing." "Nothing? I thought he'd just turned up alive." "He's alive, but he's gone. His car was found in a parking structure by the Bradley terminal at Lax. Apparently he booked a flight to Mexico City on his Visa card." Very carefully and deliberately, Orton-Gast put down his scotch and took out his wallet. He extracted a 50, placed it on the table, and began to get to his feet. "I'm sorry, Philippa, but I think I was right in the first place. The fat lady's aria is close to deafening. Meeting you here was a complete mistake, and now I'm leaving. I'm going to do like Jack Fromm and get out of town while I still can. I suggest you do exactly the same thing." Philippa took a deep breath. "Please wait. There's more. I don't think I want to hear any more. Orton, these people at the old place, they—" "I'm sorry, Philippa." Gast turned and started threading his way between the now mostly empty tables, making for the exit. Philippa was on her feet. "Orton." Gast didn't stop. Either he hadn't heard or was deliberately ignoring her. She started after him, but found the waitress was in her path. "Is there a problem?" Philippa gestured to the table. "There's a 50 to cover the drinks. Keep the change. I really should bring you a check." "Don't bother. I have to go." 50 will more than cover it, won't it?" "Yes, but—" Philippa brushed past her, but found she'd been delayed just long enough for Gast to have vanished. She hurried through the restaurant and out of the door that led to the street. Gast was standing on the sidewalk by the valet parking sign, waiting for his car. She was about to call after him again when his Jaguar pulled up at the curb. Instead of a car hop getting out, however, two large men in dark suits emerged. They took Gast by the arms and bundled him into the car. The door slammed, and the Jaguar pulled away fast with a shriek of tires. Philippa's first instinct was to call for her own car, but then she stopped, realizing that the self-same thing might be about to happen to her. If the two men who had taken Gast were sent by Marcus, two more could easily be waiting for her. She quickly stepped back into the doorway of the restaurant. She took a cell phone from her bag and keyed in a number. "Victor, is that you? It's Philippa Tarisk. I'm sorry to call you like this, but I really need your help." Ronkis stood in the shadows and watched. Dressed in a long but lightweight black coat that reached almost to his ankles, over a midnight blue silk shirt and narrow dark pants, he was all but invisible except for the reflection of the skyshine on the pallor of his face. The waves rolled in with their unchanging and perpetual rhythm, their sound amplified by the underside of the old wooden pier. Farther out, a ghostly phosphorescence faintly lit the water. Philippa stood some 30 feet away, in among the vertical wooden pilings that supported the pier, completely unaware of his presence. Before he revealed himself, he took the opportunity to scan her mind. The first thing he realized was that the human female was very frightened, and not just at being in this strange location in the middle of the night. Her aura showed her feeling threatened from just about every imaginable direction, including some that appeared quite possibly not of this earth. He knew immediately her call had been more than a mere Darklost ploy for attention. Aside from its value as an oblique Nosferatu joke, this was the main reason why he had chosen such a bizarre and overdramatic location. If Derisk agreed to show up beneath the Santa Monica Pier at 3 o'clock in the morning, he knew her plea for help had to be serious. In addition, he considered the setting suitably movie gothic, and touch of evil perverse. He had already learned that it was a mistake to underestimate Derisk just because she was human. Her inborn powers were not to be taken lightly, and he deemed it best to keep her continuously off balance where he and the deeper secrets of the Nosferatu were concerned. He had also decided that she required some oblique punishment for pressuring him to meet with her at such short notice by using the reminder that he still owed her a debt of blood after the violent encounter in the Chamber of the Nine beneath the Apogee building. Ronquist always knew exactly what he owed, and to whom, and he found it mildly insulting that anyone, especially a human, should have the audacity to call him on such an unwritten, but serious, marker. When he'd decided that she'd waited long enough to be sufficiently unnerved and vulnerable, Ronquist moved silently forward. Up above, Lamar waited with the colony Rolls-Royce, but otherwise all was deserted. The carved and gilded wooden horses on the famous glassed-in carousel were motionless, and the venerable calliope was silent. The amusement arcades were locked and shuttered, and no one walked the worn decking of the boardwalk. A few homeless halted in their wanderings by the end of the North American continent slept in the shadows of breakwaters, dreaming their unhappy dreams, totally unaware that just a few yards away, a genuine vampire advanced on a solitary woman. Ronquist came up from behind her, still unseen, and then spoke in a voice that was little more than a whisper above the waves and the dragging sand. "Good evening, Ms. Derisk." Philippa Derisk started. "Oh God. I didn't think you believed in God." "You don't have to believe in God to blurt out his name when mortally startled." "I'm never mortally startled." Philippa took a deep breath. "No, I don't suppose you are." She faced him looking tired and worried. "Did we really have to meet here of all places?" Ronquist laughed and gestured grandly around them. They stood in what could have been a dark and dead man-made forest, with the Pacific Ocean ebbing and flowing around its roots. The straight, pine trunk supports of the pier were encrusted with growth-like deposits of sea salt at the high water mark, which in the darkness resembled nothing more than misshapen and fossilized human brains, while the iron crossties that linked them were a geometric approximation of branches. "Don't you think it's an appropriate backdrop for a meeting to discuss problems of the paranormal? If you would have preferred something more prosaic, perhaps an all-night coffee shop, I suppose we could instruct my driver to find us one." "Your driver? He waits with the car, making absolutely sure that we are not disturbed." "Is that Lupo?" Ronquist smiled and shook his head. "Oh no. Lupo is not my driver. He is my friend and companion. Lamar is totally human. One of those who enjoys being in our service." Derisk's aura told Ronquist that she would have been far happier in an all-night coffee shop, but pride would never allow her to openly admit it. The more she was drawn to Ronquist, the more she needed to prove herself his equal. As far as he was concerned, it was a conveniently revealed weakness that he could exploit whenever it was of use to him. While he was reading her emotions, she looked around at the underside of the pier, saw that the tide was noticeably coming in, and sighed as though resigning herself to Ronquist's vampire foibles. "No, we're here now, and we should talk before we find ourselves up to our ankles in water. I will say, though, that the Russian cab driver who brought me was extremely reluctant to leave me here. But he took his tip and left. Yes. Then he couldn't have been that reluctant. Is this some kind of preliminary sparring? Ronquist spread his hands, deferentially innocent of all guile. I'm just making small talk until you tell me what you require of me. You said you need my help, and, since, as you reminded me, I owe you my continued existence, I am in no position to refuse. I quite literally wait at your command. Philippa looked suspicious. Are you playing some game with me? Ronquist's expression couldn't have been more straightforward and candid. Not in the slightest, dear lady. Aside from certain limitations that are non-negotiable, I, and the resources of my people, are entirely at your disposal. I know, in the broadest terms, that you wish me to destroy your ex-husband, but... Philippa quickly interrupted him. It's not a question of destroying Marcus. I just want you stop this deadly romance of his with Thulhu. I fear Marcus Derisk has moved so far down his chosen path that the only way to stop him will most likely be to destroy him. Are you prepared for that eventuality? Philippa avoided Ronquist's eyes, but her aura told it all. She was prepared to have Marcus killed if need be. She just found it hard to admit her own capacity for homicide. Yes, I suppose so. So do you have any suggestions for a specific course of action? Again, Philippa's aura betrayed her. She hesitated. I haven't thought it through as far as specific details. As Philippa faltered, Ronquist smoothly slipped into control. Let me make it easy for you. You said on the phone that Derisk plans to commence the raising of Thulhu in the next few days. That's right. I imagine that he will be using an arcane and prolonged ritual to accomplish his goal. That's what he's done before. Without her knowing it, Philippa was giving Ronquist all the hard information she had on the subject without him having to force his way into her mind. He decided it was the time to give her a few tidbits of insight in return, which would take her even more off balance. He would have little choice. Even now, the pylon is his only piece of alien hardware, and he has none of the auxiliary systems that should go with it. It will take him a great deal of human ritual energy to power it up. Philippa's eyes widened. Alien hardware. Ronquist grinned knowingly. What do you think that thing on the roof is? And the smaller one that all but finished me. Did you really believe that Thulhu was some supernatural thing? Now Philippa was totally confused. Yes, actually I did. I'm afraid not. The great Thulhu may be strange and deadly, but he can be fully explained by terms encompassed by the wider and more radical schools of mathematics and physics. The only reason that the human race considers him a creature from mythology and demon menace is that very few can conceive the universal laws to which such a thing conforms. I must confess, I myself do not fully understand them in their entirety. Suffice to say, Thulhu is not a god but most likely a friendishly complex and unimaginably advanced weapon, either enlisted or created by the Nephilim. The Nephilim. The lords of space who briefly colonized this planet some 15,000 years ago. The ones who created my kind and adapted your human genetics to make you what you are today. Askance was the only word for the look of Philippa Derisk. This is all going very fast. Sadly, we don't have time for a history lesson. I only tell you these things to make it clear that Marcus will be at his most vulnerable after he has begun his ritual, when he is totally absorbed by what he's doing, and most of his energy is being streamed to Thulhu, and is out of his control. That's when we should strike. Despite her confusion, Philippa wasn't completely willing to be carried along by Ronquist's flow of surprises. What were these limitations you spoke about? Ronquist dismissed them urbanely. They are minor. I cannot, of course, operate during the hours of daylight, but this you probably already know. And, for part of tomorrow night, I have a prior engagement. But what if Marcus starts doing his thing while you're at this prior engagement? I've already told you that it's not negotiable. In any case, we will be very aware when Marcus starts doing his thing, as you put it. You're certain? I will not be able to miss the energy he'll be generating. It will be like a beacon to those who know how to look. I also believe we have to watch the psychopaths and the dysfunctional. They are the first to react to the coming of something like Thulhu, and they can provide a highly accurate bellwether. You seem to know a lot about this. I am very old and I have also done my research. Philippa frowned. So what do I do in the meantime? I'm afraid you'll have to hide for a while. Somewhere completely anonymous. I would suggest I have my chauffeur to take you to one of those faceless holiday inns or travel lodges by the airport. What am I supposed to do? Watch Oprah and live on room service until you decide to contact me. Ronquist nodded. You will do exactly that. It'll be boring, but you'll be safe. I will come to you as soon as I can. This is not the way I hoped it would be. I know. A more vulnerable and needy sector of her personality was flooding her aura. The stresses of the Darklost, one who has given her blood to the undead, were already building inside her. Victor. Nothing needs to be said. He extended his arms. Don't speak. She took a step toward him. Her body moved slowly, but her aura was oscillating, flickering from fear to hunger. She stopped a pace away from him. He could have pulled her to him, but he didn't. She bit her lower lip. I don't know. Yes you do. And she did. Her aura stilled as she surrendered. Fear was gone, and all was suddenly hunger most urgent. She reached for him and pulled her to him, pressing her body against his, and at the same time shivering, not only from the chill of the night. Her hands went to his face, like a blind woman reading the features of a stranger, or maybe a lover. Your skin is so cold. It's my nature. Her fingers moved downward, stroking his throat and then sliding inside his coat and shirt, exploring the contours of his chest. So cold. Without Philippa being aware of it, Ronquist's right hand slipped into the pocket of his coat, and came out holding the slim steel tube. His thumb pressed the inset button, and the tempered spike flashed out with a soft metallic snick. At the same time, Philippa had inclined her head, so her lips were on his chest, kissing his nipples. He felt the warm exhalation, the gasp as the point of the spike touched her throat, and then the whimper of both hurt and excitement at its needle-sharp penetration. Victor, please don't kill me. Her back arched with an excruciating passion as her blood flowed into him, and Ronquist leaned forward, molding his body to hers, delicately riding with her movements, not losing the contact as she shuddered and contorted, making small animal moans. He was unable to speak, but his directed thoughts were feather-light and caressing, although edged with the piquancy of cruelty. It never did to let a Darklost feel too certain or secure. I am not going to kill you, Philippa Derisk. There is still too much for you to do. Victor, Victor. And, at that point, her human senses deserted her. She slumped in his arms and would have fallen to the damp sand had he not supported her. He sealed the pinpoint wound and then lifted her in his arms. He carried the unconscious woman easily, out from under the pier, and up the steps to where Lamar waited with the rolls. The chauffeur stood beside the gleaming car, completely unsurprised that Ronquist would return from his mysterious tryst on the beach carrying an inert body. He simply opened the rear door of the stately automobile and held it for his master. Where to now, sir? Ronquist carefully placed Philippa on the car's back seat, and got in himself. First we drop the lady off at one of those hotels by the airport. Any particular one? It doesn't matter. You choose. And then? You can take me home to the residence. After everything that's happened, and in view of what is about to happen, sleep is now my major priority. Chapter 9. Shaduyu Likdam Kunashi. Ima Zumri Yaluyu Taparasama Shaduyu Laklakanashi. Lma Zumri Yaluyu Taparasama. Shaduyu Danu Ilikunu Limkut. Lma zumri yalu u taparasima. Shadu u lini likatan. Ima zumri yalu u taparasima. Shadu u liktum kunishi. Ima zumri yalu u taparasima. The opening refrain was sung to a 14-note scale that predated even the most distant ancestors of contemporary music. The echoing of the voices from the concrete walls of the deep, bunker-like cellar of the residence, the same one that had been the mute architectural witness to the blood feast just 2 nights before, signaled that the august and venerable ceremony of changing had begun. The large underground room had undergone a number of changes since the young humans had been lured in and slaughtered. As was only fitting, the place had been thoroughly cleansed, but the innovations had not stopped there. Julia had seen to that. The room might still appear sinister and threatening to the unprepared newcomer, but the stark brutality of the bare cement was now comprehensively draped in many yards of muffling black velvet. The crude unflattering neon had been replaced by the softer illumination of dozens of candles set in multiple iron holders. 3 large and very old Persian carpets now covered the hard concrete floor, and dense, incense-scented smoke rolled sluggishly from a hanging censer. A flat low table with runic carvings that could have doubled as a bed had been positioned in the center of the room, to be the focus all attention. It was covered with a black ceremonial cloth, embroidered with the flame ideograms of the most ancient written language of the Nosferatu. The 4 of the colony not directly involved in the ceremony, Lupo, Sata, Imogen, and Siegel, were grouped at the head of the table, intoning the words to the opening refrain. As they recreated the almost prehistoric harmonies and dissonances, their auras simultaneously interlaced, forming a multicolored backdrop to the focal point of the table. Naza was also there, again squatting against the wall, playing no part, but observing everything with wide, aboriginal eyes. Shadu u liktum kunishi. Lma zumri yalu u taparasima. Shadu u laklakanushi. Lma zumri yalu u taparasima. Shadu u danu ilikunu limkut. Ima zumri yalu u taparasima. Shadu u lini likatan. Ima zumri yalu u taparasima. Shadu u liktum kunishi. Ima zumri yalu u taparasima. The opening refrain was repeated a second time, providing the signal that the first movement of the ritual should begin. The 4 voices dropped to a low, nonverbal hum. On the stairs outside the door, Ronquist squared his shoulders in preparation for his entrance. He did not look behind him to where Julia and the 2 humans also waited. He neither sought encouragement nor wished to offer it. This was not a theatrical performance. It was a ritual of the deepest antiquity and seriousness, and any action that did not conform with the ancient dictates of behavior could only detract. Umna Yanduru. This was his call from within, the demand for the master to attend and present himself at the place of change. Ronquist took a step forward and went through the door. The master enters. The fact that he made the announcement of his arrival in English might have made him the target of extreme and violent disapproval in some of the more traditional clans and colonies. No one argued that the refrains, chants, choruses, and invocations should be sung in the old tongue, but the language used in the interactive parts of the ritual was supposedly the choice of each participant. Although Ronquist was a conservative in many matters of practice and procedure, he really saw no reason why these portions of a ritual should be conducted in a language that most Nosferatu didn't fully understand and that would be a complete mystery to the human principles who were to pass through the change itself. Despite his denunciation of theatrics, he, in fact, entered with perhaps more of a flourish than he intended, but the mantle of concealment was over his shoulders, and it lent itself to a certain proprietorial swagger. The garment was at least 400 years old, and had not been used at any time during the last quarter of its lifetime. It was worn and, in places, threadbare, and carried a reek of dust and mildew that no amount of shaking or airing could totally dispel. It did, however, smell of the grave dignity of undead history, and the power of their kind, and that, by itself, over and above any magic the robe might intrinsically contain, had to have an energizing effect on anyone who wore it. Ronquist moved to the table and turned, and no sooner was he in place than the call went out for Julia. Eden Baega. Julia came through the door immediately. Umna Baega. Where Ronkist had used English, Julia had obviously felt the need to go one better, and employ the old tongue to proclaim her entry. She also demonstrated that she had no reservation of entering in a grand, if not grandiose, manner. She swirled her own mantle of concealment with all the flourish of a matador entering the bullring, before moving to take her place standing beside Ronkist. As soon as her show was over, he, in the role of master, quickly moved on to the next movement. Let the first supplicant enter. Let him come into this place and face the coming ceremony freely and of his own choosing. After a moment's pause, Brandon Wales came through the door with all the heavy and stately decorum he could muster. His aura, however, showed him to be bemused, and even surprisingly nervous for one who was such an experienced performer. He was garbed in a full-length pristine white robe that, on him, unflatteringly resembled a billowing tent. "Are you the human known as Brandon Wales?" Wales executed a half-bow. "I am." "And do you willingly submit to all that may happen to you in this room?" "I do." "Will the one who creates the change in Brandon Wales step forward?" Julia stepped forward. "Mass Iss Sarati Mass." She walked to where Wales stood, just inside the door, and proffered her hand. "Rigzu Oss Brandon Wales Sarati Mass." Wales grew even more bemused by Julia's use of the old tongue, but he took her hand. As the voices of the other Nosferatu lifted again in primitive song, Julia led Wales to the table, she moving with the elegance of a formal minuet, he with an old bull shuffle. "Alakti, Brandon Wales, Kunushu." Wales had no idea what Julia might be saying to him, but from her formalized gestures, he grasped that he was expected to lie down upon the table. Although the man was no longer built for grace, he did his best to accomplish this with a minimum of embarrassment. When Wales was positioned, Ronkist intervened with what was the final formal challenge, and supposedly the final chance for him to turn back. "Brandon Wales, are you prepared to face your death as a human?" Wales stared unblinkingly at the ceiling above him. "I am." Julia looked up at Dahlia. "Tushtya Shkira Kanpa." Dahlia solemnly nodded. She was ready to perform the age regression, once Julia had made the change. "Bast Baragira Kanpa." Throwing back the mantle of concealment, Julia extended her arms. Waves of power slowly rolled over Wales' prone body. The auras of the other Nosferatu rose and expanded until they were a golden awning covering the reclining figure. Julia moved forward, slowly, studiedly, growing in stature until she loomed over Wales, and then, in one fluid and balletic movement, she swooped down on him like a diving eagle. Even Ronkist had to admire the flamboyant style that Julia brought to the ancient ceremony. He reflected that maybe he tended to err on the side of the understated, and perhaps flash and shimmer did have its place in Nosferatu ritual, no matter how serious and revered. Although he clashed with her constantly, it could be said that Julia maintained the equally important undead tradition of wildness, violence, and unpredictability. The mantle of concealment reared up, stretching and expanding, as though it had a life and musculature of its own, until it became like a pair of extended wings, the mighty pinions of some long-vanished hawk lord. And then, as Julia touched Wales, it collapsed, rolling and tumbling and losing its structure until it was as feather-light as a cloud, but, as its name indicated, a dark and concealing cloud that would hide from all but the two primary participants, in this case Julia and Wales, the exact moment and mechanics of the mutual exchange of blood and life force. Not that all would be secret, at least the power aura of the transaction would clearly be seen through worn and frayed fabric. As the mantle settled on the two forms, a blue-red glow shone out from beneath, pulsing like a human heart, and growing in intensity, until it was all but blinding and filled the room like a blazing, lurid inferno. The standing Nosferatu around the hidden forms beneath the mantle cast tall black shadows on the underground walls, and as the ruby brilliance became almost overwhelming, they dropped their voices to a low and growling, unison moan. Dahlia, poised to do the age reversal the moment Julia gave the signal, was the first to notice the arrhythmia, the faint flutter in the throb of the light. She looked sharply at Ronquist. She didn't have to say anything in either the old tongue or a modern language. In that instant, they both knew that something was going wrong, very wrong indeed. Orton. Marcus. Could it be that your intention was to turn against me? To conspire with Philippa to betray me? Gast looked around the chamber of the nine. He stood like the prisoner before the tribunal, with the two large men in the dark suits who had lifted him from La Hirondelle standing threateningly behind him. In this instance, the tribunal consisted of Marcus, sitting diametrically across the round table from where Gast was standing, with Tara swirling devotedly beside him, like a bouffant Lady Macbeth. Gast wondered how the hell was he supposed to answer the question? If he admitted that it might be partially true, he would stand condemned. If he denied it, Marcus would undoubtedly denounce him as a liar. This could only be the final, face-to-face confrontation, and surely this was how the accused heretics must have felt when they were dragged before the Inquisition. No, Marcus, I had no intention of turning on you, at worst I was considering an escape. His helpless instincts simply wanted to run, out of the chamber, out of the building, out of the city of Los Angeles, out of the United States of America, but he knew that if he so much as turned for the door, the goons in their suits would simply shoot him down. As they had driven him back to the Apogee building in his own Jaguar, they had pointedly shown him their Glocks in the shoulder holsters concealed under their coats. He was all but certain that his doom was sealed, but he was still determined to play it out to the last, one moment to the next, constantly hoping for the intervention that would bring his deliverance, to tough it out with all the external courage he could muster, and try not to let them see him whimper. Marcus obviously knew this as he leaned forward with a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Escape, Orton. Escape from what? I'm a businessman, Marcus. I'm not ready to face the great Thulhu. My best plan was to quietly leave. To quietly leave? Splitting your infinitives under stress. Gast did his best to look helpless. I'm afraid. I freely admit it. I was afraid then, and I'm even more afraid now. Marcus nodded. I can understand fear, but I can't condone it. Too many of my old friends seem to be suffering from unreasonable fear. Old friends. We were saddened to learn that Marty Roth hung himself in the shower earlier this evening. The prospect of change must have proved too much for him. Gast was stunned. The weird but, in his own terms, infinitely logical Roth was the last person that Gast could imagine offing himself. I don't believe it. Tara Swirling spoke for the first time since Gast had been brought in. His current girlfriend found him. Apparently he left a note. Seemingly he was afraid, just like you, afraid to face the future. Gast now knew for sure that he was doomed. He slowly shook his head, trying to come to terms with the idea. Marty dead? Marcus nodded somberly. I'm afraid so. I can hardly believe it. Believe it, Orton. He didn't get any help with the suicide, did he? Marcus turned his head so he was looking slightly sideways at Gast. What are you attempting to imply? Gast gestured to the armed goons. I'm not implying anything, Marcus. This hardly seems the time or the place for implication. Swirling was staring at him with an expression as cold as it was cruel. Doubtless she thought it was the correct demeanor for the new Queen of Heaven. Marcus finds it very upsetting when his old friends turn on him. First Roth kills himself for no reason but his own weakness, and then you are apprehended while conspiring with Philippa the heretical witch. Even the lowly Shirley Fitzgerald was picked up the airport while attempting to defect and desert us. Shirley. From the highest to the lowest. Shirley wasn't deserting. She's already confessed. That's absurd. I gave a few days off to visit her sister in Denver. You had no authority to do that. Tara smiled nastily. Show him the video feed of Fitzgerald being put to the questions. Marcus gestured to Gast to come forward. Take a seat, Orton. Tara's right. You should watch this. Unable to do anything else, Gast sat as instructed. In front of him, the computer monitor flickered into life, revealing what was either a videotape or a live visual feed. Either way, Gast was shocked to his very core. The picture came without sound, but sound was hardly needed. Shirley Fitzgerald was spread-eagled against an uneven, dun-colored wall, secured at wrists, ankles, and waist by restraints of nylon webbing with plastic fastenings. The wall gleamed wetly, and her neat designer suit, the one she had been wearing the last time Gast had seen her, had been ripped from her body, leaving her nearly naked in torn silk underwear, with breasts, legs, and most of her torso exposed and vulnerable. Two figures in bulky rubber suits, hoods, and black goggles stood in front of her. As far as Gast could tell, one was a man and the other a woman. The woman held a strange plated whip in a rubber-gloved hand. What looked like an electrical cable ran from the handle of the whip to somewhere out of the frame. At the moment that the image appeared, the pair stood with their backs to the camera, watching as Shirley's body jerked and shuddered against its bonds, presumably as a result of their recent handiwork. Gast exclaimed, for once not thinking of the consequences. This is insanity. What the hell do you think you're doing? The question was ignored. Instead, Swirling filled in the details of the scene with apparent relish. The wall is made of negatively charged wet clay. The lash is braided from strands of rubber and lengths of positively charged copper wire. When the subject is so much as flicked with it, a very painful electrical charge passes through her body. It is a system that was developed by the Central Intelligence Agency, at the School of the Americas at Fort Benning. It's normally used for counterinsurgency interrogations in their client nations. How long have we had a torture chamber? Again, Swirling avoided the question. The benefits of torture are twofold. The actual victim is forced, sooner or later, to concede whatever is wanted of her, while the observer can only consider what he might do if placed in the same situation. So now we have moved into the realm of whips and electricity. Will we soon have a final solution? Marcus dismissed Gast's protests as of no importance. The new world we are about to create will be harsh at first. Possibly harsh in the extreme. That is unavoidable. It will be a place fit only for the strong and the obedient. As Marcus spoke, the rubber woman with the whip lashed Shirley Fitzgerald hard across the stomach. The camera zoomed in her contorted, screaming face, made, if anything, more horrific by the lack of sound, and then it moved down to show the reddening welt across her pelvis. For fuck's sake, have this stopped. She's my assistant, god damn it. She's no threat to you. She doesn't have anything to do with any of this. She's a deserter. She ran away at a time when everyone in the organization knew that I needed them. Gast half rose from her chair. That's fucking ridiculous. I told her to go. You already know that. Then you should probably take responsibility for what's happening to her. Again the whip struck silently, and Shirley Fitzgerald twisted into another spasm of silent agony. Gast was all the way out of his chair and moving toward Marcus. Shirley had been his friend and co-worker for a lot of years, and he was damned if he was going to stand by while these bastards tortured her like they were some Central American death squad. Then the two goons stepped forward, and each placed a heavy hand on his shoulder. They pulled him back and pushed him firmly down into the chair. Fear for his own safety suddenly diluted his rush of reckless fury. All he could do was glare at Marcus with a smoldering resentment. Who do you think you are, man? Pol Pot. Marcus actually laughed. Perhaps. Insofar as the year zero is upon us. He had an idea and glanced quickly at Tara. Perhaps we should actually call it year zero. It has a ring to it. Swirling smiled with the bright indulgence of a TV morning show hostess, just as if everything and anything Marcus could conceive was truly wonderful. It does indeed have a ring to it, my love. Marcus frowned and then looked pleased with himself. It might also be used to take control of all of the computers. As Marcus mused about computers and his possible new calendar, Shirley Fitzgerald suffered 2 more vicious cuts of the whip. Gast was prepared to beg, if need be, as long as it wasn't for himself. Marcus, for old time's sake, stop them doing that to her. Swirling's expression was pure gleeful evil. If the injustice of it all upsets you so much, Orton, perhaps you'd like to take her place. Gast blanched. There was loyalty and there was insanity. I thought not. Marcus raised a hand and the screen instantly blacked out. He smiled at Swirling. I don't think Orton should see any more of this. It seems to be upsetting him. He turned his attention back to Gast. Besides, I have something else to show you. Elaine Dance wasn't sure how she knew something was wrong, but she had no doubt that something was. Brandon Wales had left the door to the large underground room slightly open when he'd made his entrance, enough for her to hear and sense at least the gist of what was going on inside. The voices and their internal rhythms, the formal dialogue in the strange language, punctuated by Victor's few words of English, the sense of escalating power that flowed from the room, they all led her to believe that the ceremony was going exactly as it should. She wished she could watch. The urge to peek round the door was nearly irresistible, but at the outset, she had been sternly warned by Victor that even a fleeting look could result in the most dire of consequences. Even though he didn't specify what those consequences might be, he framed the admonition in such a way that she would, under no circumstances, have dared to disobey. Even when the feeling of wrongness came, she still didn't approach the door, though sorely and unbearably tempted. The first sign of a problem had been when the voices faltered. This was quickly followed by the energy level in the room wildly fluctuating. Finally the chill came, as though a new, and possibly hostile, form of energy was creating an escalating interference. Prior to all this, Elaine's only concern had been her own fear. She had never previously given much credit to the expression butterflies in the stomach, feeling that she was made of sterner and more resilient stuff, but while she waited as first Ronquist, and then Julia and Brandon Wales had gone into the room, the phrase had been too apt for comfort. The butterflies had been huge, those vast bastards with the 18-inch wingspan that were supposed to live in the most inaccessible reaches of the Amazon rainforest. She could only excuse herself for succumbing to weakness by the fact that she was facing the culmination of a seeming infinity of waiting and hoping, and also that, in all reality, she was going to her own human death, which in itself was no small thing. And, as if that wasn't enough, she was also going to die and be reborn in a virginal white robe like a human sacrifice in some biblical epic. Her only consolation was that she looked considerably better in her robe than Wales had in his. Other small, irrational, almost childish concerns filled her mind, probably as a protection against the overwhelming nature of what was about to come. The foremost of which was would it hurt, followed by what would death itself be like? Would she experience it, or would it be like being knocked out on sodium pentothal, so she'd come out the other side with only fragmental memories of obliterated dream? How long would she remain dead, in the human sense, before she was lifted from it as Nosferatu? And then the wrongness had come, and the whole orientation of her fear had radically changed. It had never occurred to her that anything could possibly go wrong. As far as she was concerned, and according to everything she had learned from Kinara, the Nosferatu were not only superior to humans but, in their own practical matters, just about infallible. That there could be an element of risk in one of their rituals caused her to rethink many of her former assumptions. What came to her dark-lost senses as flutters of confusion were now emanating from the room in disorganized waves, and the overall energy level was fading almost to nothing. The thought suddenly presented itself that Wales was dying, not as a part of the ceremony, but in a way that would preclude Julia from bringing him back to life. Maybe he had been too old, or too unfit, maybe his heart had given out before he and Julia had been able to exchange blood. And yet again, there had been that strange chill of outside force that she knew had to have something to do with it. She had no time to sift through all the options because the thought that Wales might be dead or dying was straightway followed by the question, what did it mean to her? If Wales died, and could not be brought back, what would then become of her? Watch carefully. Marcus extended a long index finger in the direction of the pylon in the middle of the table. The pylon gave off the very slightest of high-pitched whines, as though it was starting to vibrate in a frequency that was mostly well above the upper threshold of human hearing. Orton Gast wondered if dogs had started barking all over Beverly Hills. The sound continued for about a minute, and then a blue glow, like plasma, or perhaps a version of St. Elmo's fire, although Gast had never seen St. Elmo's fire, so he couldn't be sure, began to form around the pylon. You seem to have this very much under control. I do, Orton. I do. I was just wondering why you're showing me this when you're soon going to have me killed. Marcus looked at Gast in surprise. What makes you think I'm going to have you killed? Gast was more than a little encouraged by Marcus' apparently genuine amazement. You had Shirley Fitzgerald tortured. I can only assume that you have much worse in store for me. That's ridiculous. I couldn't have you killed even if I wanted to. You couldn't. You're one of the 9. You'll be needed. Didn't you understand that? Tara Swirling sniffed at Gast's seeming ignorance. Marcus made himself very clear. Marcus nodded. The 9, excluding Philippa, of course, are crucial to the success of our endeavor. I suppose I should warn you, if one or more have to be sacrificed, your disloyalty will make you one of the first, but in the meantime, you have to live. As Marcus talked, the glow around the pylon was fading away. He looked accusingly at Gast. Now see what you've made me do. Marcus ramed his index finger and slowly brought the blue back again. That's better. To say that Gast was relieved was an understatement. The news that he was to be spared at least temporarily was the best news he could remember. Temporary meant time, and time could convert even the faintest hope to merciful reality. Marcus now had the pylon restored to its previous power, and the blue light was growing even brighter. For a terrible moment, Gast thought that Marcus might actually be going to bring through Thulbu, right there and then, but then he realized that, for the final deed, he would require a much larger and more comprehensive audience than just Gast, Swirling, and the 2 goons. On the other hand, there was no doubt he was attempting a trick of some major significance. The pylon was now glowing so brightly that it was uncomfortable to look directly at it, and almost enough power filled the room to make Gast's hair stand on end. Not content with a mere light show, a slim pseudopod of blue extended at right angles from the vertical pylon and began slowly to stretch itself toward Marcus' pointing finger. Straight as the beam of a laser, it inexorably moved to meet his hand at a rate of just inches per second. Gast stared mesmerized. Marcus might be certifiably insane, but right at this moment, he seemed to be in full command of the process. He did note, though, that Marcus trembled slightly, as though suffering from a brief shock of either pain or fear as the narrow lance of light touched his fingertip. A slight echoing shimmer ran down the beam, like a sympathetic response, but then Marcus appeared to recover and, with power streaming to his finger, presented Gast with a living and shining approximation of Michelangelo's God on the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel. Gast had assumed, when Marcus and the light from the pylon made contact, that would be the completion of the show, but apparently not. After the man and the pylon had remained linked for a few moments, the light began to change. While still blazing brilliant blue, and describing a ruler-perfect straight line, tiny bulges began to appear along its length, like little thickening bubbles, positioned at regular intervals. These enlarged and developed until they were perfect geometric spheres about 3 inches in diameter, and the beam of light was nothing more than a linear umbilical. Despite his less than enviable position as Marcus Derisk's prisoner, and still having to face the fact that death was a possibility in his too close future, Gast couldn't help but be impressed when Marcus, with a flourish worthy of a Las Vegas lounge magician, pulled his hand away from the light. The beam instantly vanished, leaving the spheres floating free in empty air. Marcus laughed delightedly, boyishly pleased with what he had apparently accomplished. "See, Orton? See my string of pearls, see the eggs of my babies. It's impressive, but I absolutely don't understand what you're doing. Just wait, Orton. Just wait and see. In a short while all will quite literally be made clear." The spheres maintained their straight line formation in midair, but their colors started to change. The radiant blue faded until the spheres were exactly as Marcus had described them, a lustrous string of huge and flawless white pearls. And this still wasn't the end of the display. The spheres continued to change. Their pearl sheen faded like the blue until they were totally transparent, and when fully transparent, Gast could see that something was curled up inside them, something tiny and fetal, floating in some strange amniotic liquid, squid-like invertebrates, with miniature tentacles coiled protectively around their tiny bodies. Gast blinked. These creatures were just about the last thing he'd expected. He looked at Marcus in confusion. "What the hell are those things? Did you really think I was stupid enough to let Thulhu through to our world entirely on his own terms? I don't understand." "No, of course you don't. That's the penalty paid for a life wholly absorbed with the prosaic." Gast's face turned even bleaker than it was already. "Are you going to explain, or just go on insulting me? I would have thought what it was all too obvious what they were." "No, not to me. They are Thulhu, Orton, each one of them is Thulhu. I have reduced and fragmented him, so his power will be contained, reduced to hundreds of harmless fractions. Harmless. Harmless, at least, to myself and those who are with me. How do you know you haven't merely multiplied it? What if those things grow? How do you know you haven't created a bunch of replicas that will get bigger and become as powerful as the original? That is a chance, but it's one that I have elected to take." As Marcus uttered this supreme piece of egotism, a sudden chill entered the chamber of the nine. Gast assumed that it was yet another of Marcus' psychological special effects, but then he saw the expression on the man's face. Up to this point, with the exception of the fleeting instant when the beam touched him, Marcus had seemed totally and smugly in control. Suddenly all that had changed. Marcus' concentration was broken. He looked around, puzzled and angry. "What is this?" Terror swirling stared at him in concern and maybe even fear. "What is what, my love?" Marcus was looking anxiously round the chamber, as though hunting for the source of his discomfort. "I don't know." Gast saw a chance for a minimal payback. "Aren't you supposed to know? Didn't you tell us you were the direct linear successor of Nyarlathotep, the crawling chaos?" Marcus was too concerned even to acknowledge that Gast had spoken. "It's a force, an energy field. As far as I can tell, it's leaking in from somewhere outside." Terra snarled. "It's that bitch Philippa." Marcus quickly shook her head. "No, not without help. She doesn't have this kind of power." Gast's first reaction was amusement at Marcus' discomfiture that an apparent glitch had occurred while he was showing off. The amusement lingered until he realized that a glitch in the process of bringing Thulhu into the world was hardly anything diverting or reason for cheer. "Are you saying that something's wrong already? An outside energy field is interfering with the process?" Abruptly one of the spheres fell out of line, describing an unexpected wobble of small spirals, and then dropping to the table, to burst with a thud like nothing more abnormal than a plastic bag filled with water. Meanwhile, the other spheres remained firmly in midair, apparently unaffected. "That wasn't supposed to happen, was it?" Marcus didn't answer. He gazed in horror at the ruptured, collapsing sphere and the pool of fluid that was spreading on the marble tabletop. If the sphere's diminutive occupant had been hurt by the fall, it was showing no signs of it. It may have been angry, but it certainly wasn't dead. Initially it was only able to flop around helplessly, like any newborn thing that has not yet gained the understanding of controlling its physical responses. It appeared to learn very quickly, however, uncurling its tentacles, and then struggling out from under the now limp and flaccid outer skin of the sphere. Once free, it started to crawl wetly across the marble surface. Leaving a trail of slime behind it, it came slithering straight at Orton Gast. Gast looked to Marcus to do something, but both Marcus and Swirling were elsewhere. Their eyes had glazed over and they sat rigidly in their seats, lights on but definitely not at home. Dahlia looked at Ronkist in alarm. She seemed about to speak, but he flashed her an urgent mental warning. Quickly their minds melded as the other Riosferatu looked on, with the exception of Julia, who, beneath the mantle of concealment, struggled to bring back the faltering Brandon Wales from the edge of irreversible death. "Don't speak. Don't say a word. It could be a disaster." "What's wrong? Is he dying of natural causes?" "I don't think so. As far as I can tell, some very powerful outside energy field, with its base on a level very close to ours, is bending everything out of shape." "Thulhu? Perhaps. Shouldn't we do something? If Julia can't bring him through the change, he's finished. There's no way any of the rest of us can intervene to help her. I hate to feel so powerless. Just be ready to perform the age reversal if she gives you the signal." "You have a plan?" "Perhaps. You'll have to exit my mind, though. I'll need all the energy I can summon." Without further comment or question, Dahlia slipped out of Ronkist's mind. The idea that had come to him was basically very simple. None of the other undead could give assistance now that Julia had begun the one-on-one process of changing. It was entirely up to her, and help could only precipitate a disaster. If, however, it was an outside energy field causing the trouble, it might be possible to protect her and Wales by insulating against it. The pulses of Red had grown very weak, and now came with long intervals between them, giving the unhappy impression that each one might be the last. Although, beforehand, Ronkist had not been overly enthusiastic about making Brandon Wales Nosferatu, now that the ceremony was underway, pride alone dictated that the actor should not be lost because somehow the changing had gone awry, whatever the cause. A sudden flash of dazzling blue came from beneath the mantle. Julia was doing about the only thing she could do. She was pouring massive jolts of energy into Wales to stop him fading, and with each sapphire blaze, the root of the problem became more clearly revealed. The blue jolts were not remaining focused beneath the mantle. The more energy Julia generated, the more it seemed to dissipate into the room as scaled down, random lightning that danced in jagged luminous bursts from walls to floor to ceiling, rippling the black velvet drapes, causing the air to vibrate and sing and the candles to gutter. Naza covered his eyes and ears, as though the unleashed and uncontrolled power was causing him actual pain. Ronkist knew this couldn't be Julia's fault. She was more than capable of precisely directing any energy flow she created. The paralight that ignited the air in the room was coming from some other place, and yet it was so close in character to the energy used by the Nosferatu that it had to be of an uncomfortably similar type. Whatever was leaking into the underground bunker was not produced by any kind of contemporary human technology. This was an energy form from long ago. The configuration of this power dated back to the Elder Days. It was the same base power with which, on one level, the Nephilim had moved their star vessels, and at a much lesser intensity, they had shaped the original beings and altered humanity. It was also the energy that Ronkist had witnessed in his dream, the force with which they had summoned Thulhu, all those millennia ago, when the creature was needed to threaten the mutinous warrior units into surly submission. In Ronkist's mind, no question remained. Somewhere in the city, someone, almost certainly Marcus Derisk and his followers, were producing the power to raise the ancient monster at exactly the same time as they were staging the ceremony of change. The energy fields manifested by each endeavor had somehow collided, tangling with each other, and producing chaos. Ronkist could only hope that Derisk, or whomever, was experiencing as many problems as they were. Right at that moment, though, assigning blame and identifying a culprit was less important than rectifying the situation. Ronquist knew what he had to do. He snapped a mental order. Everyone follow my lead. He didn't spell it out for the others. He sent the idea directly to their minds, and assumed they would be fast enough to accept it and act. He didn't wait to see what the rest of the colony might do. He commenced his own efforts, and hoped that they would fall in to augment them. He searched deep inside himself, consolidating all of his stored energy, glad that he had given in to the impulse and fed from Philippoderisk the previous night beneath the Santa Monica Pier. Selecting another frequency than the dangerously prevailing blue, he raised an extended, deep emerald aura, and then focused it so it formed what amounted to an interwoven force screen, like the wall of a Faraday cage, that he then curved to form one arching section of a protective dome over Julia and Wales. The others quickly became partners in his effort, projecting the other segments of the dome into place, quickly sealing Julia from all outside contamination. Even NASA, after a moment's hesitation, joined in, creating a section barrier that made up for what it lacked in symmetry with raw and blazing power. For a short time, nothing happened, when a red pulse burst from under the mantle, followed by a second and a third in accelerating succession. After a half dozen of these progressively strengthening pulses, Julia cried out to Dahlia. She was ready for the age reversal. Dahlia, Bargalam Lonethkia. Even in the considerable stress of the moment, Julia had the panache to use the old tongue. The tiny squid thing was now only some 3 feet from Orton Gast, and crawling across the marble table directly toward him. Everyone else in the chamber of the 9 had become frozen, as if hypnotized. The blue energy had vanished from around the pylon, but the other transparent spheres continued to hang motionless in the air, seemingly unaffected by what had just happened. Gast looked quickly behind him, and discovered that even the goons were transfixed. It seemed that the squid thing, tiny as it was, and without the power linked to either Marcus or the pylon, had the capability of somehow immobilizing the others, turning them into saucer-eyed zombies, seemingly unable to do anything but sit and gawk blindly into the near distance. If this was the case, though, why wasn't it having any effect on him? Was it, as Marcus had said, because he'd spent his life wholly absorbed with the prosaic, or maybe it was because he had, more accurately, spent his life trying to instill normality into the paranormal, and his mind had somehow developed a protective shell? At this moment, however, questions of why and how were a luxury. The little squid thing was inching toward him, dragging itself with determined tentacles, and he swore that it was growing larger each time it moved. He also had a profound certainty that, although it appeared unable to affect him from a distance, this would not be the case if it touched him. Maybe that was why it was hauling itself so relentlessly in his direction. He was the only human in the room who wasn't under its spell, and it wanted to know why, and do something about it. Gast knew that, if he was going to act, any move he made would have to be simple and final. He had neither the knowledge nor the time to attempt anything fancy or elaborate. He glanced behind him to check on the 2 heavies in the dark suits. They were still standing like a pair of unmoving statues. He leaned forward and slipped off one of his Gucci loafers, half expecting the goons to come alive and restrain him. Under cover of the table, he carefully turned the shoe, gripping it so the heel could be used as a makeshift hammer. The squid thing was still coming at him, now only 18 inches away, but at least it showed no reaction to the fact that he had moved. He raised the shoe, and finally the squid thing seemed to sense the threat. It halted and fanned its tentacles as though preparing to wave at him. Gast didn't hesitate. He brought the shoe down with all the force that he could muster. The squid thing broke easily. The thud of the shoe, and the crack and the squelch were simultaneous. When he lifted the shoe, nothing was left except a squashed mess of slimy goo, and 3 undamaged, connected tentacles that still waved spasmodically. Marcus was the first to recover. He opened his eyes and frowned as though he had no idea what had happened. Then he looked at Gast and the dead squid thing in front of him, and an expression of horror came over his face. "What the hell have you done? Let the second supplicant enter. Let her come into this place and face the coming ceremony freely and of her own choosing." The words were as clear as if she was in the room. Elaine Dance took a deep breath. She was on. It was her turn. Once she'd passed through the door, that was the end, the close of her human life. She would emerge as Nosferatu or not at all. She entered the chamber, and although, as a human, she could not actually see the colors that blazed for the Nosferatu, the aftermath of the frantic attempt not to lose Brandon Wales to the strange force from elsewhere, she could nonetheless sense that the room was highly charged with something much more complicated than simple emotional energy. The first thing she did see was Brandon Wales, and the change in him, despite the gravity and solemnity of the situation, stopped her dead in his tracks. He was young again, golden and beautiful, so perfect and exquisite that he could have been the subject of an Oscar Wilde poem. The now torn and blood-stained robe was wrapped around his waist, leaving his torso bare. The muscle definition was so flawless that it could have been chiseled by a Renaissance sculptor, while his face was that of a young god, excellence taken to its furthest extreme, coupled with the same restless, smoldering, brooding quality that had made him a star in the first place. And then he looked at her, and she saw his eyes. All warmth and humanity had gone from them. He was the quintessence of merciless predator, and he regarded her as though they didn't know each other and as though she was completely beneath his contempt, except as possible prey. The human Brandon Wales with whom she had shared confinement in the spare bedroom was gone, replaced by this stunning and totally remorseless savage. He was so newborn and hungry that Elaine didn't know whether to throw herself at his feet, or run from him, except, very shortly, she would be exactly like him. Victor Ronquist must have read what she was feeling about Wales, since he snapped her back to the moment, and the ritual at hand. "Are you the human known as Elaine Dance?" She looked away from Brandon Wales, and straightened her posture. "I am." "And do you willingly submit to all that may happen to you in this room?" "I do." As the one who creates the change in Elaine Dance, I step forward. Victor was moving toward her, and the closer he came, the more any semblance of reality retreated. She wanted to run, she wanted to hide, but at the same time she absolutely had to go on. He was extending a hand, and, too confused for hesitation, she grasped it and found that it was as cold as ice. "Come with me, Elaine Dance, and enter the ceremony." Had Victor not been leading her, she doubted that she would have been able to move at all. The eyes of the entire colony were upon her, hard and unreadable, dispassionate and impassive, neither welcoming her nor rejecting, maybe not even curious. Had Wales stolen all of her thunder, or were her last moments as a human of no interest to them? Their voices lifted in song, and Victor led her to an altar-like table in the middle of the room that seemed to be the focus of everything. It was draped with a black satin cover embroidered with the same flame-like script that she had seen in the strange copy of the Necronomicon that she had found lying open in the library. Victor gestured to the table/altar. "Go forward, Elaine Dance, and position yourself." Elaine knew that she was supposed to stretch out on the altar, and Victor would come to her. Arranging her robe for the maximum decorum, she sat on the edge of it, and then lay back. She folded her arms across her chest as Kinara had done, each time that Elaine had seen her sleeping. "Elaine Dance, are you prepared to face your death as a human?" Her breathing was unnaturally loud in her head. "I am." "What the hell have you done?" As Marcus spoke, the goons in the dark suits came alive again and roughly grabbed Orton Guest. They seemed to hold him responsible for the blackout from which they were now emerging, and they forced him forward like cops subduing a suspect, until his head was hard down on the tabletop, all but in the slimy remains of the squid thing, his cheek pressed to the cold marble. He knew it was pointless to struggle, but he could still speak. "Call off the goddamn dogs, Marcus." "Why? You just killed one of my babies. You beat it to death with your shoe. How would you know?" You were unconscious. What? You were out in the ozone, from the moment that thing got loose to just now when I whacked it with my shoe. You're lying. Why the fuck should I lie about something like that? Marcus turned to Swirling. Did you see me become unconscious? Gast pressed his argument before Swirling could answer. How would she know? She was out just like you were, and like these guys here who are trying to dislocate my spine. Marcus continued to look at Tara. Well. Both Marcus and Gast were quite surprised when the supposed Queen of Heaven hesitated. I'm not sure. What do you mean you're not sure? I mean I don't remember being unconscious, but it did seem like there was a jump just now, like something was missing. Gast's neck was starting to feel as though it was about to sustain permanent damage. Is that good enough for you, Marcus? You want to tell these gorillas to let me up? Marcus quickly waved his hand. Do as he says. Let him up. Let him up. The goons released Gast and stepped back. He straightened up painfully. So, are you prepared to listen now? Marcus nodded condescendingly. Very well, I'll listen, but I'll know when you're lying. Gast was in no mood to start playing the Imperial game again. Yeah, the all-seeing and the all-knowing. Don't take that tone with me. Why the hell not? What do I have to lose? My attention could easily waver. You really don't comprehend what's happened here, do you? I'm waiting for you to tell me. What's the last thing you remember? Marcus didn't hesitate. The one sphere falling to the table. And then you hit the small Thulhu with your shoe. You saw me do that. Marcus frowned, obviously realizing that there was an unexplained jump in the sequence of events. So what do you remember? Gast sighed. Finally. The sphere dropped to the table and broke. The light on the pylon vanished. The nasty little squid thing crawled out, and you all turned into 4 items from the House of Wax. The squid thing seemed to be coming at me, so I dispatched it with my shoe to join the choir celestial, or whatever passes for squid after life. And you really think the little thing from the egg did it all? Directly after it was free of the egg or whatever it was, all 4 of your brains took a powder. When I greased it, they came back again. It would seem pretty conclusive. Tara Swirling was suspicious, but as far as Gast could read her, she was also just a little unnerved by these events. She had probably never seen Marcus fuck up before, and in this, Gast had the advantage of her. She stared at him with what she probably believed was a penetrating gaze. Why didn't you go out? Gast shrugged. He thought of throwing Marcus' remark about a life wholly absorbed with the prosaic back in his face, but decided that would probably be counterproductive. I really have no idea, but you realize what all this means, don't you? Marcus struggled to retain his authority. No, Orton, what do you think all this means? It means you have to call off the whole deal with Thulhu. That's preposterous. Is it? If a tiny little sub-Thulhu can put you out at will, you may not have the control that you think you have. What happens when the full-sized, real deal wants in? What are you going to do when the big boy gets here? Even Swirling appeared to be entertaining a few first doubts. Marcus gestured to the remaining spheres that still floated unmoving in midair. They are still functioning as they should. No sooner had he spoken than the sphere closest to Marcus rapidly changed color, as though the transparent liquid inside had suddenly been suffused with thick congealing blood. Without warning, it dropped to the table and burst like a ketchup container, creating an expanding pool of sticky crimson. Tara Swirling was sufficiently unnerved to give in to a low-budget sense of the dramatic and actually scream. The mantle of concealment descended on Elaine like a curling shroud of smoke. It filled her head and filled her mind, eclipsing the candlelit room and everyone and everything in it. Enfolded in a blackness blacker than the blackest night, her only sensory perception was the chill of Victor's body as it moved beside her. When Victor and Julia had first ritualistically assumed the 2 mantles of concealment, Elaine had assumed their primary function was to conceal the most intimate details of the changing from all but the Nosferatu and the human who were consummating the act. As the absolute darkness closed on her, however, she had been struck by a sudden insight, one that she believed was all her own, and not introduced into her mind by Victor. The mantle of concealment had a second and possibly even more crucial function. It isolated the Nosferatu dominant and the human submissive into an enclosed universe all of their own, excluding all outside influences of sound and light, and enfolding them in an absolute sensory deprivation of everything but themselves and their moment of oneness. Her own nervous breathing mingled with Victor's soft undead sigh to weave a fluid counterpoint to the relentless pounding of her all-too-mortal heart. At the instant he touched her, she perceived hallucinatory sparkles, like frozen diamonds, skitter the length of her body, followed by circular halos of palest blue fire. At the same time, a strange and skeletal excitement played resonances on her nervous system. These sensations dipped and rose, in a teasing wave pattern. One moment they promised an imminent crescendo, but then coyly retreated like fluttering coquettes, tantalizing in anticipation of eventual excess. She might have described it as erotic, except erotic was such a puny and diminished word. Even ecstasy was too blunt an instrument for this intricate teasing, as deep and delicate as tempered steel against a delighted pleasure center. She felt Victor's hands upon her throat and a cold landscape spread beneath them, a pallid yellow as though lit by a dying sun. They drifted languidly above its featureless surface, as lips replaced hands and he softly but lingeringly kissed the soft skin just below her jawline. And then the steel became the penetration of flesh, and the probe to blood, and the red light struck like a blow, as though an angry red sun had explosively crested the horizon of their barren and airless wildness, revealing a granite terrain where even the very rocks were twisted in the contortions of long-dead volcanic agony. But no sooner had it come than the light was violently extinguished, leaving again a nothingness so total that she would have plummeted helplessly had not Victor been beside her, and supporting her, steadily and relentlessly drawing her into him. The red sun exploded a second time and, in this vision burst of revelation, the tortured landscape was no longer empty. At first she thought it was a strange viscous liquid flowing between the distorted peaks and broken, eroded craters, but then she realized that it was a vast eddying multitude of thousands upon thousands of miniature figures, perpetually moving, en masse, but without purpose, with all the listlessness of the lost, and she knew she was looking down on the human dead who had gone before. At the commencement of the experience, Elaine had been violently reminded of the lamented joy of Kinara, but as the journey with Victor into the sensual absolute progressed, the memory of what Kinara had done to her, and with her, faded to insubstantial ghost pleasures, fleeing before the ineffable power of the present. Kinara had always withheld, making her wait and beg and then wait again. Elaine knew that Victor was direct, he would complete the voyage, and when they came together to the culmination of this darkness, no secrets would remain concealed, the mysteries would be left with no place to hide. It is not a matter of the blood. That would be far too simple. Did the words come from Victor, or was this awareness again her own? It had become almost impossible to know where she ended and Victor began. The more the two of them merged, the more she could feel the changes that were taking place within her own body. The higher they rose above the receding landscape of the dead, the more she could feel her very structure being reorganized, its most fundamental functions being reshaped, down to the most microscopic details, as though her actual base DNA was being re-educated. Marcus Derisk stared at the blood on the marble table with a horror that couldn't have been very much more intense had the blood been his own. Unfortunately, for him, the horror had only just started. A second sphere turned blood red and dropped with a thud identical to the first, and burst apart on the table like an overripe tumor. Now Marcus was contemplating two pools of unhealthy, diseased-looking blood that were gradually oozing toward each other. And then the third sphere reddened and fell, and the fourth and the fifth, over and over, until no more spheres hung in the air, and the surface of the great circular table in the Chamber of the Nine resembled something from the last act of the movie Carrie. Orton-Gast might have enjoyed watching both Marcus and Tara swirling, being pushed to the outer limits of their collective capacity to absorb consistently mounting terror, but he knew that, somewhere in the very near future, they'd be looking to vent their fear with a terrible desperation, almost certainly casting for scapegoats, and he was just too uncomfortably handy. All color had drained from Darisk's face, and swirling was well past mere screaming. She gulped air and seemed unable to close her huge staring eyes, much as she might devoutly have wished for the relief of blindness. A couple of dozen smart and cutting remarks pushed their way into the front of Gast's mind, but he knew that all of them would have to be left unsaid. To speak at all at that moment would be inviting sudden and painful death, or at the very least, a merciless beating from the two goons in back of him, who were now so disturbed and unnerved by all the serial stone weirdness that they had just witnessed, they'd be delighted to take refuge in the simplicity of putting a major hurt on someone. The spell of revulsion lasted longer than Gast even cared to calculate, but it wasn't able to last forever. Someone ultimately had to break the silence, but Gast, under no circumstances, was going to be the one. He simply waited on Marcus. Waited and waited, until the man who thought he could be the latest incarnation of Nyarlathotep, the crawling chaos, was finally able to tear his eyes away from the gore on the table, and stare at Gast with what could have been called, with no exaggeration, and full capitalization, the eyes of death. "You have nothing to say?" Gast shook his head. He knew his possible lifespan could now quite easily be measured in seconds. "No, Marcus, I have nothing to say, except..." Swirling continued to gulp for air, as Marcus' voice dropped to a whisper from the grave. "Except what? Do you go out on your feet or on your knees? Honor or ignominy?" Orton-Gast opted in an endgame pride. "Except it might be a good idea to confirm that that mess on the table is really dead." Marcus' sharp shocked intake of breath caused Gast to stiffen. That was it? He was toast. Take him away. That wasn't the best news. Gast would have rather had a quick bullet right then and there. Being taken away opened the door on all manner of ghastly possibilities of prolonged agony. He was so certain he was a dead man walking that it took him a few moments to comprehend Marcus' second order. Lock him in his office and guard the door. But don't hurt him, I will need him later, fully intact. Glad to have something do, the two goons immediately seized Gast and bundled him to the door. He could still not quite grasp that he was going to live a little longer and not even hardwired to some electrical torture device, but he offered no resistance. As they waited for the elevator that would take them up to the more sane levels of the building, Tara had calmed down enough to start screaming again. The entity that had formerly been Elaine Dance plunged and soared in a sea of crimson with an indistinct purple moon somewhere overhead. She knew elation as it had never been possible before, even with Kinara. She burned with what had to be the eternal fire. Boiling plasma surged through her veins. She was at one with the innate night force of the universe. She could still feel Victor, but he had suddenly become the subordinate. He still bore her up, but she could take his power and use it for her own. He was the humbly ridden, and she was the glorious blazing rider. All round her she could sense other equally ecstatic beings gliding in the psychic currents that carried her. They coaxed and urged her to join them in the rapture of their wild flight, and Victor seemed to have no choice but to supply her with her cosmic wings to do exactly that, as well as anything else her free-floating fancy might command. She had discovered a paradise of infantile petulance in which she could demand whatever she wanted, and be assured of no denial. She had waited so long in the wretched prison of human mortality, and the halfway purgatorial waiting room of the Darklost, that this seemingly limitless freedom brought an equally limitless intoxication. This was beyond even being Nosferatu. She had found perfection far above the racking, elated flooding of mere orgasm, and she was never, ever going to leave, or give it up, even if she had to sacrifice all of Victor's strength in the process. What did it matter? They were one, and she had the will. Wasn't her gratification all that mattered? Together they could swoop infinitely. He would, after all, be sharing her exultation. Before her, arcs of golden aura beckoned her to enter and stream like a comet beneath their enticing spans, sensual helices that promised even greater levels of unimaginable joy. Take me there, Victor. That is the place that I have to go. I am sorry, my dear. To her appalled fury, Victor was already removing himself, and with him went all the power that supported her new scarlet world of blissful perfection. The idea that she had been in control had been a complete illusion that he had fostered and allowed her to believe, only to collapse the bubble when it suited him. The cruelty of his deception wounded her in the undead heart of her fresh new being. Even the ease of his refusal shocked her to her immaculate and imperious core. How could he do such a thing? How could he speak so calmly, and so casually resist her? It could not be countenanced or tolerated. Stop. No, Elaine. You cannot remain here. This is nothing more than the place of transition. Her wail was that of the wounded wolf. But I want to stay. You cannot. The wrench was close to unbearable, a precipitation into the physical even more painfully infuriating than a human birth is to the newborn. Victor was gone, and the mantle of concealment was whipped away. Without its protection, even the soft candlelight burned her like a brand. She contorted and growled in animal pain, murderously furious at Victor and the other dark figures that only stood and waited. She snarled from the ceremonial dais that had been the only inanimate witness to her conversion, on hands and knees, ready to spring, to maul and hurt, the bloody robe of her changing in rags around her, her first Nosferatu thoughts reduced to a single, drumming mantric desire to kill, to kill, to kill, to kill. Marcus wanted him later, therefore, Marcus intended to continue. Orton Gast was alive, but the nightmare slithered ponderously on like some huge relentless and remorseless reptile. Why in hell hadn't the events in the Chamber of the Nine brought Marcus to a final realization that his quest was doomed, that he could no more control Thulhu with his chants and rituals than he could walk on water or fly in the air? Surely even he must have figured out by now that his only choice was to turn back while he still could. Or could he? Perhaps Marcus was now incapable of turning back even if he wanted to. Where did the willpower now reside? Was it still with Marcus, or had his self-determination been completely infiltrated and usurped by Thulhu or whatever unholy heralds or outriders it might send before it? Gast knew he had to think on multiple levels. He had to suspend all disbelief and ignore no possibility, no matter how outlandish. Gast had been given a new lease on life, and he was determined to make every possible use of it. It might be temporary, and it might be transitory, but life was all he had. He had tried to flee and failed. Now he had to fight, but as far as he could see, the only weapon at his disposal was his brain, and he had extreme doubts that it would be sufficient. Certainly he couldn't do anything physical. Marcus' hired muscle had, as ordered, locked him in his own 12th floor office suite in the Apogee building, and now stood guard in the corridor outside. As soon as they'd locked the outer doors, and he was alone, he had checked all lines of communication and found to his disappointment, but hardly to his surprise, that they had all been effectively and efficiently severed. His phones had no dial tones. His computers, when he turned them on, refused to do anything but display the message "Matilda has waltzed." He could access nothing, and even the files and programs on the internal hard drives had been apparently consumed by the notorious Matilda virus, with which Marcus' minions had presumably infected his software. All they had left him was a functioning TV set, quite possibly as a piece of psychological frustration, demonstrating that he could see out, but was helpless to shout a warning or to call for help. The same might be said for the big picture window. 12 floors below, wholly normal nighttime traffic flowed on Santa Monica Boulevard, but the comfort of this normality was denied him. He couldn't even smash the unbreakable, suicide-proof windows and scream to the world that Thulhu was coming. He also couldn't hurl himself to his own death, attracting unwanted official attention to Marcus' activities. Not that he considered suicide an option, at least not yet. He wasn't quite ready to give his life to warn the city, or the world, about the threat of Thulhu. The only detail he could see as being to his advantage was that he seemed to have a strange immunity to the power that was being generated in the sub-basement. He hadn't blacked out along with Marcus, Tara, and the two goons, and as far as he could tell, he hadn't felt the same overwhelming horror that had gripped Marcus and Tara when the spheres had fallen, shattered, and decomposed. Gast knew instinctively that this had to be important, but he couldn't, at that moment, think of a precise way that it might put to practical use. All he could do was store the knowledge to use when the opportunity presented itself. Not that he was sure how far this seeming immunity might stretch. Okay, so it fended off the fallout from Marcus' lesser paranormal tinkering, but whether he could expect to remain unscathed if confronted by the full occult might of Thulhu remained very much to be seen. Suddenly he felt like slapping himself. His brain wasn't his only weapon. He moved quickly to the bottom left-hand drawer of his desk. The gun was still there. Tara Swirling's tiny, nickel-plated, .22 automatic with the mother-of-pearl handgrips. He had put it there when he'd been planning his run to the airport, before Philippa had sidetracked him. There'd been no point in taking the piece, when it would be confiscated as soon as he reached the metal detectors, so he had stashed in the bottom drawer. Marcus Gestapo had been so busy cutting his phone, and tech-trashing his computers, that they hadn't bothered to take the elementary step of actually searching his office. He picked up the gun and checked the clip. There were 9 shells. The next time Marcus confronted him, he would shoot him dead. He would put as many of the 9 bullets into his ex-partner as he could. He didn't know whether it would stop Thulhu or not, but at least he would have done his best. No. Ronkist put all the accumulated power and authority of 1,000 years behind the single word delivered for maximum impact in the Nosferatu voice of authority. The newly created Nosferatu was an angry and unthinking thing, vicious, and in those first moments of its emergence, without reason. It was a being wholly isolated in the violent maelstrom of the reactive present, devoid of any concept of cause and effect, or the possible future consequences of its actions. The young Nosferatu was like a baby scorpion, who would sting anything to death that came within its reach, including itself. A single newly created Nosferatu could, at very least, be a handful, and 2 were capable of infecting and reinfecting each other, building layer upon compound and violent layer of mutual destructive fury, until they were virtually uncontrollable. No. The new Brandon Wales, possibly because of his age and experience, and maybe also his lifelong training in the method, had emerged with a surprising degree of control. Although he glowered and burned magnificently, he wasn't about to lash out blindly. The potential danger in him was that he might bide his smoldering time, and then spring when such an action was least expected and it would do the most damage. Elaine Dance, on the other hand, had come out of the change with teeth literally bared, feral and furious, hissing and snapping, still enraged at being thwarted in her desire to remain forever in the exotic perfection of the transition place, not realizing that no transition could be infinitely perpetuated, and that a bridge was not an end in itself, but merely the linkage between 2 points on opposite side of the river or divide. If Ronkist had not clubbed her back with the voice, she might have actually sprung on the nearest of the colony, in a buzzsaw fury of teeth and claws and a body reveling in a strength that had been increased by a power of 10 over that which she had known as a human. Back, damn you. All Ronkist needed was a whip and chair, and he would have made the perfect circus lion tamer. He was aware that his use of the voice was quite probably wreaking havoc among the humans nearest to the residence. For a distance of up to maybe a half-mile, it could well be creating everything from traffic accidents to sexual dysfunction and domestic crisis. He couldn't, however, break his concentration by worrying about that now. The humans wouldn't understand what was happening to them, and in the end, they'd simply refuse to believe that anything but some odd individual aberration had come to pass, grist for some future therapy session. Ronkist advanced on Elaine, and to his relief, she retreated, a predator at bay, but still continuing to grumble wordlessly. He knew that she was the one whose fever of animal wrath had to be broken. Although all of his concentration was on dance, he could see out of the corner of his perception that she was beginning to have an effect on Wales, and his previous control was now in danger of unraveling. His fists were clenched, his eyes hooded, and his breathing was growing fast and shallow, building to hyperventilation, as though a towering wrath was heating up inside him that would be berserker invincible once it came to the boil. I am your master, but I cannot discipline you. You have to discipline yourselves. After this shot to the heart of their minds, Ronkist decided to ease off on the voice to see if he was getting through to them by anything but brute force. I have no need to threaten you, because sufficient external threats exist to destroy you if you cannot find the means to bring your newborn sound and fury under control. It seemed to be working. Elaine's first reaction was to rear back and all but paw the air, like some ill-tempered jungle feline, but then she sank back into a squatting position, and her body configuration became considerably more human. Wales' breathing normalized slightly, and the muscles in his neck ceased their contractions. Ronkist now lowered his voice so the two had to concentrate to listen. Very soon you will go out and hunt for the first time. It is both traditional and practical. It will channel the heat inside you, and the influx of pure Nosferatu energy that you have just absorbed will be mitigated by the more passive sustenance of the human prey. This first time you hunt, you will not be alone. At all other times in the future, who you pick to hunt with is entirely your own choice. A choice, I might add, that is very jealously guarded in the protocols of our kind. On this first time, however, the neophyte must have a mentor who is familiar with the ways. That is mandatory. He decided to find out to exactly what degree his words and will were getting through. He used the voice one last time. Elaine, stand up. She got quickly to her feet, standing on the table, still defiant, but at least doing what she was told. The ragged, blood-stained remains of her robe had fallen around her feet, leaving her proud and naked. Ronkist knew he had her, and he nodded, satisfied that he had not only handled the immediate aftermath of a multiple changing and averted a possible crisis, but that 2 prize specimens had been added to the colony. He again dropped into a normal conversational tone. Another tradition of our kind is that, before he or she hunts, the colony presents the newcomer with the gift of clothing. I would suggest, therefore, that we leave this place and adjourn to the drawing room. As her creator, he offered his hand to Elaine, and she stepped obediently down from the table. He gestured to the bloody remains of her robe. You might like to keep that. Some say it provides a surrogate of a home in our eternal wanderings, our equivalent of the human folktale of our living in our coffins. I don't personally know if it's true. I never had one myself. Elaine went back and gathered up the rag, carefully folded it, and then followed the others out of the bunker. Ronkist brought up the rear, pleased that his new creation seemed to be heading fairly quickly in the direction of at least minimal refinement. In the drawing room, 2 piles of gift boxes had been arranged, and the giving of clothes, insomuch as it was a ceremony at all, had as much lightness as the ritual of changing was dark and grave. The giving of clothes to newly created Nosferatu was by no means a universal custom of the undead. As far as Ronkist knew, it might well be exclusive to just his colony. It could even have been devised as recently as in the time of Dietrich, the master whom he had succeeded. It was certainly an ingenious concept, a cheerful decompression after the wrenching trauma of the change. It also served as subtle shepherding of the new arrival in the direction of comparative civilization, and the need, at least some of the time, to pass for human. Born untamed and naked, the post-change Nosferatu were given the first clothing of their new existence by the more senior members of the colony, and lauded and applauded after they had dressed themselves. The simple tradition was both a receiving of gifts as a material form of greeting, and a tentative suggestion of what course their new personalities might take. As Wales and Dance tore into their packages, like a pair of children on some weird Christmas morning, Ronkist noticed that all the females present were casting covered and, at times, not so covered glances at the young god good looks of Brandon Wales. He wondered idly if this was going to be a whole new source of rivalry, but he had no time to ponder the matter. Julia, who had taken charge of the giving of the clothes, was authoritatively clapping her hands at Dance and Wales. "Hurry up, the both of you. There are just 5 hours to sunrise and you have to hunt. Away with you and dress, we want to see how you look." Elaine was the first to return. The other females had selected a short black vinyl dress for her, not unlike a tunic, a frock coat of the same material, a pair of thigh-length pirate boots that also matched. Elaine didn't look as though it would have been her own first choice. The outfit had too many echoes of her previous Sado way of life, but she attempted to put a diplomatic face and aura on it. Something that Ronquist found to be another good sign, insomuch as she was learning to coexist and had come through with enough sense of humor to be able to joke, "I feel like Diana Rigg in the Avengers." Julia smiled a trifle over-sweetly. "As our new sister, we weren't certain of your taste, but we felt we couldn't go wrong with basic black." At that moment, Wales walked in and Julia's smile turned to a look of almost hungry awe. In his case, the females had very much indulged their own fantasy. His outfit was comprised of engineer boots, tight black jeans, t-shirt, and a snakeskin motorcycle jacket modeled on the one he had worn in The Hunters and the Hunted. Wales, an actor and narcissist, even undead, looked round a little sheepishly. "Is there a mirror anywhere?" The other Nosferatu all smiled and Imogen actually giggled. "There are no mirrors in this place. We don't use them. We can't use them." "Then that story is true." Julia nodded. "I'm afraid so." Wales looked crestfallen. "Then how do I know what I look like?" Now the colony laughed out loud, and Wales' aura colored uncomfortably. When the amusement subsided, Dahlia supplied the answer. "You look through the mind of another, and see yourself as they see you." It took Lupo to strike a warning note amid the frivolity. "Have a care whose mind you enter, though, young Nosferatu. Don't try invading the consciousness of any of us, unless expressly bidden." Satin nodded in agreement. It is best to look through the mind of a human. They're not able to object. Wales stared around questioningly. "Should I summon Lamar?" Julia ran her tongue over her pale, cold lips in a swift, reptilian gesture. "For this first time, you may enter me. I'll be your mirror." The other females shot her toxic looks, angry at themselves that they hadn't thought of such an obvious ploy. Ronquist sighed inwardly. The contest for Brandon Wales' attention was plainly already underway. Wales faced Julia and concentrated. After a brief moment, a highly satisfied smile spread over his face as he perceived what he had become. "I'm really something, aren't I?" Julia nodded. "Yes, dear boy. You are really something." Ronquist decided that it was time to abort the mutual admiration with another reminder of the passing time. As Julia said, there are 5 hours to sunrise, and the changelings must hunt. And who hunts with them? Ronquist would have been more than happy to separate Julia from Wales right there and then, but he knew it was too great a break with honored tradition, and she would never stand for it. Obviously Julia, as his creator, will accompany Brandon. Elaine looked Ronquist directly in the eye. "And you will hunt with me." In this case, pressing circumstances dictated that he absolutely had to break tradition. Also, if the truth were to be told, he was suddenly reluctant to extend the already unavoidable bonds between him and Elaine. "Alas, I fear not." Elaine looked shocked. "You won't hunt with me?" "I'm afraid it's impossible." "I don't understand." "I should, by custom, act as your mentor. Unfortunately I am also master here, and other matters urgently need my attention." Elaine's aura darkened angrily. "Isn't it my right to have you hunt with me?" Ronquist looked at her coldly. So already she was demanding what she saw as her rights. Normally that would be so, but the current situation is a lot less than normal. She looked around at the others, fully the changeling in distress. "So I have to hunt alone." Siegel stepped forward. I would be honored to deputize for the master. Elaine smiled at Siegel, and dropped what, for Ronquist, was a surprising curtsy. And I'd be honored for you to be my mentor. Since the matter appeared to have been resolved without any ugliness, and Elaine didn't seem all that unhappy to be squired by the grotesque, Ronquist issued his final instructions to the two first-time hunters. Even though you have your mentors with you, fear the sun. I will repeat it, fear the sun. No matter what excitement may grip you, or what temptations cross your path, fear the sun. Exposure means guaranteed destruction. It is the end. There can be no compromise, or second chance. It would be a shame for you not to survive your first 24 hours as Nosferatu. Chapter 10. Siegel inserted a long curling fingernail into the lock of the rear gate and broke it with a metallic snick. He smiled at Elaine. 1001 uses, like having a Swiss Army knife at the ends of your fingers. He had already disabled the Fostech, armed response, security system with a small beeper-like device apparently of his own inventing. While he'd been doing that, Elaine had looked at him curiously. Why didn't we just leap over the wall? I mean, we have the strength. Siegel had grinned boyishly at the question, or at least as boyishly as was possible for one whose features were so strange and inhuman. I know you're enjoying the first rush of your newly acquired strength, but I like to beat the modern world at its own game. Her new physical strength wasn't the only thing to which she was having to become acclimated. Although it continued to rankle that Victor had refused to hunt with her, too many wonderful and new things were happening for her to remain resentful for long. As she and Siegel had ridden into Beverly Hills on Siegel's Harley, she had wrestled with the vastly heightened perceptions of an Nosferatu. The insides of passing car were filled with auras of light generated by their passengers. Pedestrians on the sidewalk were haloed by similar colors of emotion, and even the sky above the city was tinted by more generalized hues of the common moods in its various neighborhoods. Sounds were so loud, not only the layers on layers of physical sounds, all amplified to a level that would have been unbearable to a human, but also the constant background babble of human thought. She was already slightly accustomed to the enhanced hearing from her time as a Darklost, and her new undead instincts had come almost effortlessly into play. She found she was able, in broad terms, to read the general feelings behind the auras she saw, and to a great degree, tune back the most distracting peaks of the cacophony of mortal minds, but she knew that the fine adjustments, the reading of the more subtle nuances, and the precise selection of what minds to ignore and which to listen to, were all things that would only come with time and experience. The Nosferatu world was so dissimilar, so fresh, and at the same time so alien, she found it impossible to describe what she was experiencing in any of the terms or similes she had used so easily during her mortal life. She could have compared it to anything from learning a new language, or wearing new prescription glasses, to engaging in full cybernetic virtual reality, drinking absinthe, or taking a healthy dose of LSD, but none could come within a mile of the truth. The Nosferatu world was unfolding for her largely without words, or even reference points. The rear gate to the house in Beverly Hills opened on a narrow alley dividing the luxuriant, semi-tropical gardens of two adjoining mansions. Normally only used by the Mexican or Korean contractors who maintain the grounds, and the thrice-weekly private garbage pickup, it provided a perfect place of concealment for the Harley. The gate, as one of the estate's more vulnerable access points, was heavily secured, but this had caused Siegel no problem. As he was about to swing it back for Elaine, he paused and sniffed the air. A hot, blustering, Santa Ana wind was blowing, and seemed to have set dogs barking all over the immediate neighborhood. Elaine hadn't noticed the wind while the two of them had been riding the motorcycle. Siegel drove too fast for her to take any account of the movement of the air beyond the surrounding slipstream, but since they had stopped and parked, the wind had made itself known, whipping the palms overhead and seeming to grow stronger by the minute. "Do you notice anything about the wind?" Elaine shook her head. "No. Except it feels like a Santa Ana off the desert, and this isn't the right season." "Except it isn't coming off the desert." It's coming from the sea. Sniff and tell me what you smell. Elaine sniffed. Fish and salt. Marine life, she hesitated. And something else. It sounds ridiculous, but it feels evil. Why don't you like to say that word? It was the first time Elaine felt the slightest reservation about what she had become. But aren't we evil? Aren't we considered the embodiment of evil? Only by the humans. You mean we aren't intrinsically and fundamentally evil? Siegel shook his head. We're merely what we are. But this wind smells evil. Do we smell that way? No. So. It doesn't make sense. Often the Nosferatu survive by taking early note of what doesn't make sense. Do you have any ideas what might be causing this? Siegel sniffed again. Perhaps, but this is not the time to consider such things. Right now, we hunt humans. We should be focused. He opened the gate and stood back to let her pass. Once inside, he closed it behind him and re-engaged enough of the Foztech system so everything would look normal from the outside. The house itself was about 50 yards in front of them, separated by a manicured faux jungle of trees and shrubbery. As they moved silently forward, Siegel sent a thought to Elaine. You know this human? Elaine nodded. Oh yes. You know the human well. Intimately. Insofar as a commercial transaction can be described as intimate. She was a client of Eva Dresden. Elaine was surprised, and she knew that it must have registered in her aura. You know about that. Once you are a Nosferatu, you can only keep Nosferatu secrets. I see. Elaine wasn't sure she liked this. Siegel must have seen as much, because his voice immediately became consoling. The human life has gone, Elaine. Soon you will hardly believe it ever happened. It will be like the memories of some other being. They skirted an ornamental pond. Huge carp swam in it, some as much as 100 years old, spawned long before Los Angeles had ever existed. Lights were on in the house, but that meant nothing. It was no assurance anyone was home. The wealthy kept their lights on all the time. Even when on vacation, they used timers to turn on the lights in empty rooms as darkness fell. Already Elaine was Nosferatu enough to be amused by the fear foibles of humankind. Siegel let Elaine lead the way. Why did you select this human? I guess you could call it a form of closure. Closure. This is California, isn't it? Not revenge. Out here, isn't one often a euphemism for the other? The two Nosferatu were now in the shadow of the house. Invisible in the darkness between the light shining from two sets of windows. Siegel continued to wear his motorcycle helmet, giving himself a sinister faceless look. Elaine thought instructions at him. Wait here and let me look. I'm very familiar with this place. She approached a set of French windows beyond which she knew she'd find the drawing room. The drapes were drawn shut, but enough of a gap remained between them for Elaine to peer through. The room was just as she remembered it. Nothing had changed. The antique furniture, the mid-price impressionists on the walls, the Japanese pottery, and Georgian figurines, they were all there, but no one sat in any of the chairs or looked at the paintings. A flash of anger lit Elaine's aura. I carefully choose my very first victim, and then she has the effrontery not to be home. It's late. She may have retired. Of course. What a fool she was. It was after midnight. Diana Blade probably kept the absurdly early hours of the upper power elite of the movie industry. She would almost certainly be in bed. Beckoning to Siegel, the two of them again moved without the slightest sound, along the wall of the house, until they reached what Elaine knew was the bedroom. Again the closed drapes yielded sufficient of a crack for the peering voyeur or the hunting vampire to see inside. Elaine leaned close to the glass, surprised to see that her cold shallow breath left a faint and brief, icy fog on the pane. The bedroom was dim, lit only by the familiar scented candles that Elaine knew so well, but she no longer needed light to make out the details of the lavish gold and damask boudoir. Not only were they committed to memory, but now she had the undead's perfect night vision. And someone was home. Music was playing, a complex and furiously passionate piece, as far as she could tell, Rachmaninoff's Second Piano Concerto. Inside the room, Diana Blade stood with her back to the window, beside the Victorian chaise longue, on which during so many of their previous Eva Dresden encounters, Diana had excitedly cowered, bound, helpless, and contorted. Although she was turned away, Elaine knew it was definitely her. The fire-red hair and fragile blue-veined skin were unmistakable. She was naked to the waist, soft silk jodhpurs tucked in reprovingly expensive riding boots. She smoked a cigarette, something Elaine/Eva had never seen her do, and her aura shimmered with the delight of willful cruelty. The object that was bringing her this delicious sense of power was the young and very naked woman who crouched at Diana's feet, tenderly tonguing the leather of her $1,000 rodeo drive jackboots. The young woman's only permitted adornments were a pair of high-heeled lucite mules, and the very same eyeless mask of dark green silk, the one decorated with peacock feathers, with which Elaine/Eva had so often blindfolded an equally submissive Diana. In addition, the young woman's hands were tied at the wrists with a length of soft green velvet. Seemingly Miss Blade was reversing her accustomed role, or at least the role she habitually played with Eva Dresden. Could it be, for all that time, Eva Dresden had only been giving her instructions so she, in turn, could take what she'd learned and do it unto others? So where had this new paramour come from? Was she more rented flesh, or was this a truly tainted love? Elaine scanned the naked young woman's mind and discovered she was none of the above. Although her own personal quirks made her more than agreeable to Diana's exotic attentions, the underlying motive was ungarnished ambition. The kneeling victim was a highly motivated underling from the studio's development department who hoped to climb the ladder either by being Blade's lover or, if that didn't work out, the time-honored resort to blackmail. Elaine sighed. Oh dear, poor Diana. You would have probably been better advised to go on paying for it. Still, no matter. She beckoned Siegel forward. I'd like to go on from here on my own. I understand. Would you like the one licking the boots? Of course. Then I'll send her out. She'll be my gift to you. An offering to my mentor. Siegel leaned forward to break the catch on the window, but Elaine stopped him. Allow me my maiden moment of undead drama. With all of her newfound strength, she hurled herself bodily through the window, smashing the entire casement. Would you now care to describe these matters that so needed your attention? You couldn't mentor the changeling. Ronquist gestured beyond the walls of the residence. Can you hear the wind? Of course I can hear the wind. Ronquist, Lupo, and Dahlia faced each other across the kitchen table, the only ones left now that all the excitement was supposedly over. Julia, Wales, Elaine, and Siegel were all hunting, while Sada and Imogen were somewhere in the north wing being girlish. All three fell silent, listening to the wind. Lupo was the first to speak. It doesn't feel natural. Dahlia looked from Ronquist to Lupo and back again. She was tired after bringing Brandon Wales back to the glory of youth, and in no mood for Ronquist and Lupo indulging in one of their more ponderous, and so often doom-laden, conversations. Should that be any concern of ours? We know the weather system's fucked up. Ronquist sighed. This is more than just the weather system, and I fear it may be very much our concern. Are we back to Thulhu again? Thulhu may be nearer now than I ever expected. I'm very much afraid that Darisk may be closer to bringing the monster through than I anticipated. I believe he has already begun his ritual. Dahlia looked at Ronquist as though he had taken leave of his senses. If you believed this danger was out there, why the fuck did you let the ceremony of changing go ahead? Could I have done otherwise and still maintained a cohesion in the colony? No, I suppose not. Dahlia thought for a moment, then shook her head. Like Victor, tired as she was, she knew the situation had to be faced. Explain one final time, and explain simply, What do we have to fear from Thulhu? Ronkist took a deep breath. He had hoped there would be a few days of respite before the problem of Marcus Derisk and his madness had to be faced. I'm not exactly sure. That's a fucking fabulous start. I didn't bring up the matter of Thulhu just to annoy you, Dahlia. Dahlia indicated that she regretted at least some of her irritation. I know, Victor. I'm sorry. Just give me the worst case scenario. I think we have to expect something near to total destruction if the thing is allowed to run loose in this plane of existence. You believe it's really some weapon of Marduk Ra? I don't know if Marduk Ra created it, but I saw that he used it. For all I know, it could be far older than even the Nephilim themselves. In my dream, I saw him bring the thing to Earth to threaten the original beings. Lupo grunted. It would have to be formidable indeed to threaten the original beings. We already know the small measure of its power I touched in the basement of the apogee was almost enough to destroy me. Dahlia continued to insist that she should be appraised of all possible facts. The thing you saw in your DNA dream was a single entity. That at least means it can be isolated in one place. Ronkist shook his head. It may not be safe to assume that. Dahlia scowled. I was afraid you were going to say that. That was the way Marduk Ra used it in one particular set of circumstances. In fact, it could be anything. It might always be just one thing, or it could be a social species of micro-entities, able to assemble as a single collective, or to disperse like a singularly intelligent disease. Isn't that taking theorizing somewhat to the extreme? Maybe, but I have studied all the human legends. How it's some kind of squid-like aquatic thing. How it can assume all manner of forms. How it once ruled this planet. The humans are notoriously unreliable. They could be confusing Thulhu with the Nephilim themselves. Ronkist could feel himself getting angry. How much do we really know about the Nephilim? The answer is we know almost nothing, except what can be culled from our dreams, our legends, or those of the humans. And yet, while we continue to debate the matter like some academic puzzle, that damned wind is still howling outside, stinking of the sea and blowing in entirely the wrong direction. Lupo tried to placate Ronkist's growing exasperation. I have a very simple suggestion, Don Victor. What's that? Let us go to the observation deck and see if any other signs of the imminent arrival have materialized. Dahlia raised an eyebrow. To the battlements again. Ronkist deflated a little and laughed despite himself. Yes, to the battlements again. Gast was grateful that they had left him his liquor cabinet. It made the TV endurable. Earlier he had so proudly told himself that his brain was a weapon, but now he was doing his best to remove any edge it might have had with a combination of Channel 8 and Absolute vodka. And who could damn well blame him? The fucking building kept vibrating. At first he had thought it was an earthquake, but the rhythm of the tremors had been too regular and mechanical for an earthquake, and they had gone on far too long. They felt almost like freight trains were running down Santa Monica Boulevard, very long freight trains, one after another, and of course no trains of any kind had run down Santa Monica in more than half a century. He knew the vibrations had to be caused by something Marcus was doing deep in the basement. The movie. The Longest Day played on the TV in the office. He had seen the film more times than he could remember, but he had turned it on with the threadbare hope that World War II's D-Day landing, with an all-star cast, might somehow take his mind off the all-consuming and ongoing nightmare. He was, after all, sitting in what amounted to a comfortable and impromptu death cell, until the moment that they came to take him to whatever fate might await him. Only minutes into the film the hope of distraction revealed itself as futile. No movie could take a man's mind off death, but he stared at it anyway, alternately drinking and pulling out Tara Swirling's little pistol from his pocket and fondling it almost lovingly. Maybe he really could take a few of the bastards with him before he went. And then, on the 9th recurrence of that thought, something extremely strange happened. On the TV, The frame froze for more than 10 seconds on a close-up of red buttons playing the paratrooper whose parachute gets caught up on the spire of the village church. The picture then proceeded to break up, first into jagged horizontals and then into random electronic snow. It popped a couple of times and then reassembled itself for a moment in the form of a phone sex commercial, only to break up once more. Gast had always suspected that Channel 8, in the middle of the night, was staffed by Travis Bickle style junkies, who regularly nodded out and didn't notice that the station might be running dead air or the same commercial for the third time in succession. What he'd never expected was to see one of the supposed junkies appear on the screen, but that was exactly what happened. The man was in his late 20s, to Gast, little more than a boy. His head was shaved, his arms tattooed with Japanese ideograms, he had a series of graduated rings piercing his left ear, and a spherical silver stud in the center of his lower lip. Somehow he had taken possession of a live studio and now peered into the lens of the camera as though he believed that, if he squinted hard enough, he would actually be able to see the audience. When he spoke, his delivery was not unlike Johnny Rotten of the Sex Pistols. "Don't you fucking morons have anything better to do with your time than stare at this fucking silly movie all night? Don't you know the fucking movie is 4 hours long with commercials? You'd be better off asleep." He then winked at the camera. "On the other hand, though, you might as well enjoy it. In a couple of days there may not be any more fucking John Wayne on the box. Or anything else, for that matter." Out of focus figures were moving behind the kid with the shaved head, who quickly glanced over his shoulder. "They're coming for me now, but I've one last thing to say to all you fucks out there. You fucking had it coming. You hear me? You all fucking had it coming." The camera suddenly tilted forward, showing a section of the studio floor. Feet in thick-soled, black institutional shoes came into frame. The audio continued with the sound of scuffling and cursing, and then the screen snowed out again as though somewhere a plug had been pulled. The snow lasted for more than 2 minutes, but Gast stayed with it, intrigued to see what might happen next. What happened next was a penetrating tone and a card announcing a test of the emergency broadcast system. Gast reached for the remote and flicked around a selection of other channels. All seemed to be behaving normally, and Gast, who by that point had given up using a glass, took a swift hit from the vodka bottle. What the hell was going on? But the question was redundant. Deep inside, he already knew. Elaine Dance landed lightly on her feet in a vortex of wood splinters and broken glass, then straightened and smiled sweetly at Diana Blade. "Are you cheating on me, Diana, my darling?" Elaine had to give Diana Blade credit for not screaming at the black vinyl apparition that had crashed through the window and now confronted her in her very own bedroom. Perhaps the legends of her nerves of steel, and her reputation as the hardest woman in Hollywood, were built on a totally accurate foundation. Although both her face and aura initially registered fear and shock, these were quickly replaced by furious indignation. "Are you insane?" The masked and naked girl kneeling on the floor also didn't scream. Blindfolded as she was by the green satin and peacock feathers, she had only heard the noise. Her reaction was to attempt to crawl away from the source of crash of breaking wood and glass, but this was not easy with her hands still tied behind her back. The deep pile of the bedroom carpet was now covered in shards of window pane, and Elaine spoke warningly, "I would stay perfectly still, my dear, if I were you. It would be a shame to waste any of your blood." At the sound of Elaine's voice, the girl looked round blindly. "Who is it? Who is it?" Diana's contempt cut like a knife. "It's just a whore I once employed." "A whore no longer, I'm afraid, Diana." Blade was hard and businesslike. "I'm calling the police." Elaine shook her head. "I can't allow that." Blade turned for the phone beside the bed, but with her new Nosferatu speed, Elaine was there before her. The elation that came with her new strength was scarcely believable. She ripped the fake antique unit from its plug in the wall and hurled it across the room. "Now we'll have no interruptions. If anything, Elaine's speed of movement frightened Diana Blade more than the sudden invasion of her bedroom. "Have you been taking some weird drug? PCP or something?" Elaine took a step toward Blade. "Oh no, my sweet. I have no need of drugs." Despite her bravado, Diana backed away an equal distance. "What's happened to you? Let's say I died and was reborn. You are insane." Elaine took another step in Blade's direction. She was beginning to enjoy this game of cat and mouse. She wondered if Siegel was watching her, and if he approved of her debut performance so far. "Insane is the last thing I am, Diana." The discussion of Elaine's sanity was interrupted by a keening sound coming from the floor. Still without being able to see, the terrified girl was tugging at the green velvet ribbons that secured her wrists, but she was only managing to pull the fabric tighter. The net result of her struggles was to push herself closer and closer to hysteria. Elaine quickly decided that this third party could be nothing but a distraction, and the sooner she was sent out to Siegel the better. Elaine looked inside her mind and, between the surges of panic, discovered that her name was Delancey Cameron, one of those pretentious gender-neutral names with which, back in the early 70s, middle-class couples had felt the need to saddle their girl children. Delancey Cameron. How did you know my name? Elaine had learned from Kinara how it felt to have an Nosferatu take control of her, and now, for the first time, she knew the reverse sensation of that power. "I want you to stand up." The girl rose quickly if awkwardly to her feet, perhaps for no other reason than Elaine had planted the idea that she'd be horribly punished if she didn't do exactly as she was told. "Now walk outside." Delancey's voice trembled. "But I can't see." "The window is open, Delancey. Just walk straight forward. Feel the wind and let it guide you." The window was not only open but completely gone, and the strange wind was billowing the drapes. "Suppose I fall?" "That's a chance you're going to have to take." Delancey took an uncertain step, and the clear plastic mules crunched on broken glass. Elaine turned back to Diana and found that she had made her very first error as an Nosferatu. Diana had a gun in her hand, a nickel-plated revolver of the kind a human like her might keep in the drawer of her night table for self-protection. Her lacquered and silk-wrapped nails tapped against the trigger guard, emphasizing her words. "I think it's high time I brought this nonsense to a conclusion. If you were intending to rob me, you failed. So back up against the wall, Eva, or I will kill you where you stand." Elaine knew that her mistake had been in having too much fun. She had so enjoyed the novelty of manipulating Delancey like a puppet, she'd ceased to pay attention to Diana long enough for her to get the gun for its hiding place. "You're working under two misconceptions, Diana. Let me correct them. I didn't come here to rob you, and you are not able to kill me." Blade's eyes didn't waver from Elaine's. "You want to put that second one to the test." Elaine laughed. Her error could swiftly be remedied. With her new, immortal speed, she slapped the gun out of Blade's hand, then followed through by hurling her bodily to the bed. "You see, Diana. I'm not exactly human anymore." She moved to the bed and stood over her. Blade had landed on her back, but immediately attempted to get up. Elaine casually pushed her back. At the same time, a scream came from outside, partially drowned by the worsening windstorm. Siegel had clearly introduced himself to Delancey. Blade started. "What was that?" "Don't concern yourself, my sweet. Just relax. I'm going to tell you my plans for you." Up on the observation deck, the three Nosferatu leaned into the teeth of the wind. All round them, it lashed frantically at the trees, creating a tortured creaking and howling as though an invisible demon army was advancing in full cry. Under the wind, other sounds were mixed in, although perhaps only an Nosferatu could hear them. All over the city dogs were barking, and coyotes gave voice in their limited domains. In the LA Zoo, the big cats roared, bears grumbled, monkeys chattered, the elephants trumpeted, and the smaller more savage mammals, such as minks and ocelots, simply hurled themselves at the bars of their cages. The whole animal kingdom seemed unhappy, if not downright disturbed. A second cacophony was being created by the sirens of emergency vehicles. Police cars, ambulances, and fire trucks seemed to be on the move everywhere. A red glow to the west indicated that a conflagration had broken out in one of the wilder canyons, and was being fanned into a growing and moving blaze by the tempest from the sea. In addition to all this natural, if less than encouraging, noise, something else was present, a deep and resonant booming in the deepest of registers, as though some giant freight train was rolling through the city. This has to be the first warning of Thulhu. As Ronkist and Dahlia listened to the wind, Lupo scanned the sky in the approximate direction of the Apogee building. There, Don Victor. Look. Lupo pointed and, sure enough, a spiral aura of deep belladonna purple slowly revolved, towering high into the upper atmosphere, something that only Nosferatu could perceive. Ronkist slowly nodded. That more than confirms it. Darisk has definitely started the process. Can we stop him? Not tonight. It's too close to dawn. How long do you think this ritual will take? I'm hoping at least another 24 hours. Dahlia looked accusingly at Ronkist. We should never have done the changing. Ronkist turned angrily on her. I know that now, but at the time it seemed the most pressing need. Dahlia had the good sense to know that she'd gone too far and backed off. Lupo quickly filled the intervening space. Do you think there's any way to stop the process, short of killing Darisk and those with him? Ronkist shook his head. Not that I can think of. So we have to hope that the ritual is still not completed by sunset tomorrow. That might be our only hope. Dahlia attempted to make amends by taking the position of the optimist. Why should this Thulhu take any notice of us? Maybe it'll only fuck with the humans. It'd be nice to think that, but I can't see how anything that powerful is going to have less than a detailed and highly adequate memory. We can only work on the assumption that it will recognize us for what we are, and know where we came from. I suppose there is a chance that it might leave us alone, but everything from the smell of this wind to the reputation that precedes it leads me to believe that, when it finds us here, Thulhu will do one of three things. It will destroy us, enslave us, or change us. None of which I find in any way acceptable. While the wind continued to howl round what Dahlia called the battlements, Ronkist turned and stared again at the purple vortex in the sky. It didn't seem to have increased in intensity, but that was little consolation. Did you love me, or just pay for me? Elaine was making the most of her first kill. Some might have said she was luxuriating in it, but for her the word luxuriate seemed to imply no expenditure of energy on her part, and that was definitely not the case. She had invaded the deepest intricacies of Diana Blade's mind, and was exploring all of its complexities and weaknesses. Blade's was only the second human mind that Elaine had ever entered. Delancey's had been the first, just a few minutes earlier, but she had been so overwhelmed, drowning in such a sea of fear and panic, that it had been without reason, and no place to linger. Diana, on the other hand, was struggling with a mass of contradictions. Her vaunting ego and cavernous insecurities, her morbid viciousness, set against her desperate need to be admired, could have kept Elaine amused for hours, except she didn't have hours. She was there to hunt, kill, and be gone. She found a small cluster of pleasure centers and stroked them. Diana gasped and, helpless before a physical surge of unnatural bliss, clutched at Elaine's viney-lankest body. Moments earlier she had been fighting her, but now she would do anything to have that inner caress repeated. Oh my God! What are you doing to me? I asked you a question, did you love me, or did you just pay for me? Elaine gave the pleasure center the light touch, but Blade groaned. If I didn't love you then, I love you now. I swear. Elaine knew that, in her own way, Diana Blade really meant it. Back then I was Darklost, but now I am something different. Darklost. Something you will never be. Something you will never live to be. Objectively, the situation was absurd. The violent wind blew through the shattered window, waving the drapes like tattered flags. Somewhere out in the darkness, Delancey was either dying or dead, while the half-naked head of a major Hollywood studio clutched at the vampire bending over her, in something close to a blind delirium of desire. In one frozen detached moment of unbiased vision, Elaine Dance realized that such was the logic of the Nosferatu, and in her new existence, it meant anything might be possible. Say it again. I love you. Because I can take you to the places you can only yearn for on your own. You can take me to the places I can only yearn for on my own. Elaine stroked the pleasure center once more. She found she liked to watch the way Diana writhed. Diana also whimpered. How do you do that? You want know? You want to see? You want to know what I've become? Elaine, aware that she was showing off, but not caring, conjured a vision in Diana Blade's mind that told her exactly what Elaine had become. Surprisingly, the woman accepted the vision with the oddly calm resignation. Am I going to die? Yes. I don't want to die. It's unavoidable. With the gift of the clothes had come her first steel spike. Brandon Wales had also received one. Hers had a handle in form of the head of a Schwulf carved in jade. Diana gave a soft cry as Elaine opened the vein in her neck. Elaine then whispered as she lowered her lips to the welling blood. This is what you always wanted, isn't it, Diana? Elaine had commenced to bring death to her first victim. As Lupo and then Ronkist followed Dahlia out of the wind and down the spiral staircase, Lupo glanced back. I understand Lamar took Philippa Tarisk to a hotel near the airport last night. Ronkist raised an eyebrow. Your sources of information are as reliable as usual. You placed her there for her own protection. And because she might yet prove an asset. You have a role in mind for her. Ronkist shook his head. Not as yet. I told her I'd go to her after the ceremony, but there will be no time now. Should I have Lamar go and bring her here? Ronkist thought about this. Not tonight. It would serve no good purpose. She will simply have to wait. At the foot of the stairs, and when Dahlia was out of normal earshot, Lupo turned and faced his Don. I rather got the impression you were drawn to her. That cannot be a consideration now. And you also didn't accompany the other Darklost on her first hunt. You gave her to Siegel. Sacrifices have to be made. Sometimes I wonder if you make too many, Don Victor. Philippa Tarisk was at a point beyond furious. How dare Victor Ronkist deposit her in this horrible motel and then just leave her there? He had promised to come to her, but seemingly his promises meant nothing. The Darklost part of her, that which had been awakened when they'd first exchanged blood, and then further stimulated by the second encounter beneath the Santa Monica Pier, longed hungrily for him to come. Her logical side, however, knew that she was going to be disappointed. It was too close to the dawn for him to come now, but that didn't stop her listening for the ringing of the phone, or an undead rapping at the door. Damn you, Victor, if you're not adequately damned already. You made so much about observing your obligations, and now you crudely stand me up. Damn you for all eternity, you thing. Outside, the night was so wild, Philippa could all too easily conjure visions of what it would be like to be alone with Victor Ronkist in this anonymous hotel room, and every one of them was a source of anguish and yearning. The wildness of the night didn't only create images of abnormal gratifications with Victor. On a whole other uneasy level, it frightened and disturbed her. Her fear was that the weird wind might be somehow connected with Marcus and his efforts to raise Thulhu. His previous attempts to contact beings from beyond had created odd meteorological disturbances. In Santa Cruz, frogs had fallen with the strange rain, while in the Yucatan there had been those odd cloud formations. And what had Victor said? Watch the psychopaths and the dysfunctional. They are the first to react to the coming of something like Thulhu. That was all very well, but how could she watch for anything, sequestered as she was? She had considered a number of times that she should call Victor, and once she had actually picked up the phone and started to dial the number, but then she'd panicked and hung up again. She didn't know whether it was her previous undoing by the use of telephones, or some block that Victor had secretly implanted that was causing this problem. Maybe it was just that she feared to learn that he hadn't come, not just because he'd been delayed or sidetracked, but because he'd finally and irrevocably finished with her. That news would be too much for her to bear. Whatever the reason, she seemed to be electronically incommunicado. Her inability to use the phone didn't mean, however, that she had to remain a prisoner in this drab, dreary, and supremely boring hotel room. She didn't have to obey Victor's orders. She might desire him in a way that was wholly unhealthy, but he didn't own her outright. She could leave this place anytime she wanted, and she was coming very close to wanting. In fact, she wanted right now. She wanted out, and this time she had no problem making a call, even if it was only to the front desk. "This is room 237. Could you get me a cab, please?" Elaine grasped Segal's hand. "Let's go. Let's go now. It's finished and I want to ride behind you through the wind." Segal had also finished. He no longer wore his motorcycle helmet, and the lifeless body of Delancey Cameron lay at his feet. The mask and one of the Lucite mules had vanished. As the more seasoned Nosferatu, he wasn't as irresponsibly ecstatic as Elaine, and he gestured to the body and the smashed window beyond which Diana Blade also lay pale, drained and dead. "We can't leave them like this." Elaine, beside herself with excitement, and close to out of control, tugged at his arm. "Of course we can leave them like this. When the police come they will assume it was the work of a psychopath, or the result of an S&M party that got out of hand. Isn't that what you did back in New York? Tried to make your killing look like the work of some demented human." Segal conceded this point, but still didn't move. "That's correct, but what? The first rule of the colony is that we disguise our leavings. Isn't obvious madness one of the best disguises?" Segal nodded grudgingly. "I suppose so. So let's go. Let's run. Listen to the wind. Isn't it a night for madness? The cops will probably believe they did it to each other. It will be the kind of delicious scandal they write bestsellers about." Segal reluctantly allowed her to drag him away from the house and the corpses, past the ornamental pond, through the trees, and out of the rear gate. "Re-engage the security system. That'll make it all the more confusing." Segal did as Elaine suggested, then he pulled on his helmet and straddled the Harley-Davidson. It was probably a mistake to choose someone you knew in your human life as your first kill. "You worry too much. I'm your mentor. It's the first time I've been given such a responsibility." In that instant, Elaine loved the grotesque Segal with a novel Nosferatu affection. It seemed so wonderful that he should care about her to such a degree. Was this legendary bond formed between those who hunted together? In her state of euphoria, it didn't occur to her that Segal was looking out for himself and the colony, and also trying to prove his worth, as much as he was protecting her. He straddled the bike and kicked it over. "No one must see us." The engine roared into life and she climbed on behind him. "Stop sweating it, just go." But going proved a little more difficult than Elaine had imagined. No sooner were they out of the alley than Segal was forced to brake sharply to avoid running into a pack of 20 of more dogs that loped down the center of the upmarket residential street, and seemed to be completely unfazed by the sudden appearance of the motorcycle and its two inhuman passengers. A number of the dogs were obvious strays, but others looked like pampered household pets, with decorative collars from expensive Beverly Hills pet boutiques. When the dogs had moved on, Segal revved the bike and moved off again. "I suppose they must have escaped from their owners and joined up with the pack." Elaine laughed. "It's as I said, any craziness is possible on a night like this. I think you should take a look at this, Victor." Sada and Imogene had obviously finished whatever they'd been doing in the North Wing, and now sat in the kitchen watching one of the earliest news shows on TV. The report running as Ronquist walked in was of a strange occurrence at the studios at Channel 8, and the blonde anchor woman was telling it with the kind of smug satisfaction that electronic news people reserve for those rare times when bad things happen at rival TV stations. Seemingly a mentally disturbed young man had mysteriously been able to get on the air at Channel 8, in the studio that was kept hot and online for emergency news broadcasts, and had managed to yell abuse at viewers for a number of minutes before someone had finally managed to pull the plugs on him. Ronquist moved up behind Sada just in time to catch a clip of the incident. Although his head was shaved, and he seemed to have a taste for tattoos and piercing, the young man on the screen didn't seem especially disturbed by contemporary standards. Even his yelling was fairly innocuous. In a couple of days, there may not be any more, bleep, John Wayne on the box. Or anything else for that matter. Oh, dear. Sada looked up. A Thulhu symptom. That's what I suspect. There've been a few other odd incidents reported and, of course, a good deal on the strange weather. Seemingly there have been power outages in some areas and in others the phones are down. What odd incidents? Sada shrugged. A bunch of UFO reports from the valley, people at a beach complaining about booming noises from out at sea. A UPS freighter skidded off the runway at Lax and snarled up air traffic, and then there was this naked crazy guy running around on the harbor freeway screaming and dodging cars. Just minor stuff. Nothing about the apogee. Not a thing. Come on, Victor. It isn't even light yet. Most channels are still showing the farm reports. Ronquist nodded. I suppose you're right. What's the matter with you? You seem disappointed that there hasn't been a full-scale disaster. Ronquist answered a little acidly, no, I'm not disappointed there wasn't a disaster. I'd just be happier if I knew how much time we had. If the stuff going on is still minor, isn't that a good sign? It at least means Thulhu isn't that close yet. Ronquist had to admit that Sada was right. That could be true. Are either of the new ones back? This time Imogene answered. No, not yet. But there's still more than an hour until dawn. You know Siegel is absolutely reliable, and do you really think Julia is going to let anything happen to Brandon Wales after all the effort she put into making him? As if thinking about them had made them appear, the noise of the front door banging and noisy laughter announced that at least one couple was back from the hunt. Moments later Julia and Wales almost fell into the kitchen. Wales seemed close to intoxicated and Julia was smiling for all the world like a proud mother. You should have seen him. You really should have seen him. This man has what can only be described as a fatal attraction. The expression on that woman's face in the Viper room was indescribable. Ronquist had to concede that Brandon Wales was so unnaturally handsome it was potentially dangerous. He remembered that the actor had been a magnificent presence in his early films, but here, close up, the modern, reconstructed version was beautiful to the point of near impossibility. As an Nosferatu, he would be able to have just about anything he desired. Once again, both Sada and Imogene were gazing at him like wide-eyed, slack-faced, unrepentant fans, and when Dahlia came into the room, ostensibly to see what all the noise was about, she also joined in with her own version of moist and tongue-tied rapture. The one thing Wales didn't seem to have lost in the change was his superstar's ability to accept all this attention as a part of routine normality. The women stared at him, and he simply and subtly posed for them. In just about any other being it would have been absurd, and conceivably obnoxious, but when Wales did it, it was totally natural. He was unself-consciously generous with his restored looks, as though they were a gift to be shared and enjoyed. Ronquist surprisingly felt no animosity to the new Wales, but he decided it was time to break up the fan club. So, Brandon, how was your first experience of being Nosferatu? It's a whole new spectrum of feelings and sensations. It's going to take some getting used to. Ronquist smiled. After 1,000 years, I still make new discoveries. The pleasantries were affably exchanged, with only the faintest whiff of put-down by the master, and then he turned his attention to the group as a whole. I know it has been a long and eventful night, but it would be best if no one retired or went anywhere until Siegel and Elaine return. We need to convene a meeting. Dahlia reluctantly turned away from Wales. Is this going to be a formal meeting? Ronquist didn't have time for Dahlia being difficult. You can make it formal or informal. I'm calling it because it's vital. When Philippa Therese got into the cab, she took little notice of the cab driver. As far as she was concerned, he was just a nondescript balding Russian in a brown leather jacket. She had written down the directions to the house in Benedict Canyon on a piece of hotel notepaper. It was so much easier that way, better than attempting to navigate as they went in pidgin English. After that, she settled into the less than comfortable back seat and thought her thoughts, oblivious to the pre-sunrise city that rolled past her, and certainly not watching where they were going. When they got closer to the house, she'd start paying attention and give the final directions. In the meantime, all she could do was to speculate on how she might be received if she arrived at Victor's residence uninvited and unannounced. They were, after all, vampires, and she supposed if worst came to worse, they might actually kill her. Unfortunately, Marcus was seemingly bent on doing the same thing, so all in all, she really had very little to lose. She traveled with the same uneasy and morbid train of thought for some time, until somewhere on Sepulveda, the driver suddenly hit the horn and brakes in quick succession, stopping so suddenly that Philippa was almost thrown to the floor. She righted herself, cursing. "What the hell is going on?" The driver answered with just one word. "Crazy." As soon as Philippa looked out of the window, she saw that the word really didn't need any amplification. A crowd of ragged men and women were spread out across the wide street, bums and homeless, drunks, and wandering mental cases, who somehow seemed to have coalesced in a gloomy parade. Some carried bundles, or pushed supermarket carts filled with junk, while others merely shuffled raggedly with the rest, unencumbered by the burden of possessions. The apparent sense of common purpose was eerie enough, but what made the desolate column something other than just a potentially unnerving derelict migration was the way in which they all beat out a slow cadence on tin cans, empty cartons, the lids of garbage cans, or simply clapped in time. One Latino wino in an unraveling straw cowboy hat and a dirty poncho played an off-key Spanish lament on a tarnished and battered trumpet. The overall rhythm was sufficiently ponderous to give the whole unreal procession the atmosphere of a sad, tattered, and somewhat menacing funeral, but for whom or what it was being conducted was far from clear, as was its ultimate destination. Philippa stared at them wide-eyed. Even in her rich and varied experience, she had never seen anything even marginally similar. "What is this, Fellini's Dawn of the Dead?" The driver was now leaning out of the window, screaming universal cab driver curses at them. "Fuck you, you fucks. What the fuck?" He glanced back at Philippa. "These not first fucks tonight. Everyone go fucking crazy." One of the crowd detached himself from the main body and shuffled toward the cab. He was old and black, with a gray beard and carrying a carved staff, which he waved it at them as though delivering a warning. "Get along with you. Get out of here. Don't you know nothing? This is the end, my friends." As other bums also began to advance on the cab, the driver seemed to decide that discretion was more pragmatic than abuse and threw the cab quickly into reverse. Philippa clutched the divider between them. "Why aren't the fucking cops doing something?" The driver shrugged. "Cops as crazy as everyone else tonight. I hear 2 cops shoot each other at donut shop." "You're kidding me?" "It's what I hear." "How come it wasn't on the news?" "Plenty of stuff not on news. Somebody should tell Howard Stern." "Howard Stern is in New York." The driver didn't believe her. "I hear him here in LA." Once again Philippa had not been watching where the cab was going, but when she saw they were coming up to the LA County Museum on Wilshire, she knew this was not the way to Victor Ronquist's house. "Wait a minute, where the hell are we going?" "I'm going home, lady." Philippa pushed her hair out of her eyes. What? I'm going home. What the fuck are you talking about? This is crazy night. I drop you anywhere you like along the way, but something bad is happening in this town. I go home now. You're the one that's fucking crazy. This seemed to be last straw for the driver. If anything, he braked even harder than he had for the bums. You get out of my cab. I'm not going to get out of the cab. I hired you and you have to take me where I want to go. You get out now. I'm not going to pay you. I no want fucking pay. I want you out of cab. You call me fucking crazy. The driver was now getting out of the cab himself, presumably to remove her by force. Philippa quickly opened the door and got out. She backed away from the vehicle, but kept her eyes fixed on the driver, whom she had now decided was wholly deranged. The only mercy seemed to be that the idiot wind had finally ceased to blow. As the cab pulled away, Philippa sagged. When cabs couldn't be trusted, it had to be the final death throes of civilization. She had no doubt that Thulhu was all but upon them. And what the hell was she going to do now, stranded by the Miracle Mile, with an unhealthy dawn showing in the eastern sky, and no transportation? It was only then that she realized she was standing on the sidewalk right across the street from the La Brea tar pits. She had never liked the preserved prehistoric site that the city touted as one of its natural tourist attractions. The stories of how, thousands of years ago, animals had mistaken the sucking deadly tar for a water hole, and blundered in to be dragged down to their deaths, had always depressed her, as did the life-sized sculpted mammoths, particularly the one of the mother mammoth sinking hopelessly to her doom while her baby watched in horror from the bank. Whoever had thought up that little gem of overkill sentimentality had to be one sick bastard. Right now though, something strange was happening to the tar pits. As she watched, a huge black bubble formed on the surface. It grew until it was 10, even 15 feet across, and then it burst with an oily pop, letting loose a small cloud of greenish-purple, foul-smelling gas. That was quite enough for Philippa. She slipped off her high heels and, in her stockinged feet, she started to run. Orton Gast woke aghast that the reality he had hoped might have been a bad dream was still real. He was still in his office suite. He was presumably a prisoner, and if the same goons weren't stationed outside the door, he was quite certain that they had been relieved by two others who were almost identical. He was quite surprised that he had managed to sleep at all, and even more surprised that he hadn't been dogged by nightmares of Squid and Armageddon. He could only assume that it was a combination of booze and exhaustion that had knocked him so totally out. What pissed him off was that he'd made the mistake of waking up again. It would probably have been a whole lot better if he'd died in his sleep. The first thing he inspected was the liquor cabinet. Some scotch was left and a full bottle of gin. Gast wasn't overly keen on gin, but if the scotch ran out, it would suffice until they finally came for him. He presumed it was a mercy that they hadn't dragged him away already, but he was determined to go on drinking until they did. After the liquor cabinet, he turned to the window, and discovered that the day outside exactly suited his mood. A weird purple-green fog had descended on the entire LA basin, hiding the horizon and even the closest hills, choking off the sun and making it hard for him to see the streets below. The TV was still on, and that was another revelation in itself. At first all seemed normal, but closer inspection revealed a progressive, out-of-whack, disintegration. An anchorman was busily relaying an apparently breaking news story, but the content was hardly a regular morning crime beat story or traffic report. Unconfirmed reports are coming in that a large asteroid, weighing between 5 and 800 tons, has crashed in rural Utah, some 15 miles outside of Provo, causing extensive property damage and earth tremors as far south as San Diego. Gast blinked as the anchor, an older male from the Cronkite School, paused, then put a hand to his ear as though listening to something in his earpiece. After a few seconds, he looked straight into the camera. It was only then, as the camera moved to an unnaturally tight close-up, that Gast could see that, Under the makeup, the news anchor looked almost as bad as he felt the dark shadows under his eyes, as if the man hadn't slept in days, and the fact that he hadn't shaved couldn't be disguised by Pan's tick. The camera moved even closer, as though it was part of a conspiracy to show that much was wrong with this picture, and a definite glint of madness showed in the newscaster's eyes. My producers want to know where the story came from, and my only reply to both them and you is that it's being told to me by the voices in my head. Now they'll cut me off because they think I'm insane. But the voices are right. So, folks, people of the Southland, I'm going off the air because they don't want you to know what's really going on. The screen snowed and then a technical breakdown card came on. Gast couldn't help himself. He laughed out loud. Ah, Thulhu, you are definitely coming round the mountain. Ronkist faced the colony with an aura that was totally uncompromising. They were all tired, but unless some massive deus ex machina moved into place, they had yet another battle awaiting them. I'm well aware that it's past dawn and we all want to sleep, but as you know, we face a serious situation. Most of you have witnessed first-hand examples of the madness that is overtaking the city. TV and radio are carrying nothing but stories of humans acting with increasing irrationality. In some cases, those reporting the news are actually breaking down live on the air, as we just saw on Channel 8. On all levels, the surfaces are fragmenting. Thulhu is practically here, but there's nothing we can do until the sun goes down again. I wish we could make our move now, but obviously that isn't possible. What we also can't do is simply retire and see how things stand at sunset. We need to watch the situation as it progressively unfolds. To that end, we will establish a duty roster to monitor the TV and radio during the coming daylight hours. Julia seemed to have been elected by the others to ask the crucially obvious question. And what happens, Victor, if Thulhu is here by sunset and there's nothing we can do? Ronkist only hesitated for one somber moment. If that is the case, we scatter and attempt to save ourselves according to our individual instincts. The rest of the Nosferatu exchanged unbelieving glances. Scatter the colony. Ronkist nodded. That would be the worst-case scenario. A surprised murmuring spread through the assembled undead, and auras wavered in confusion. Only Lupo and Siegel seemed to fully grasp the extent of the danger they might be facing. The rest had been so involved in first the blood feast, then the fight with From's police, and finally the double changing, that they had yet to really grasp the full potential of the threat posed by Thulhu and the apogee. Having given them the bad news, however, Ronkist decided he had better quickly stiffen their resolve. Matters are not yet so desperate that we should dwell only on the worst. We are still here, and we are still united as one. We are more than capable of putting up a fight. I firmly believe that, when the sun goes down and frees us from our need to shelter here in the residence, the movement of Thulhu into this realm will still not be complete. The human Darisk can only generate energy very slowly, and that will make the process a long one and, I hope, one that will give us a chance to stop it before it is anything like complete. This time, Sada was the voice of the rank and file. And how do you plan for us to stop it, Victor? Very simply. That's a relief. The moment it's safe to emerge, the entire colony will move on the apogee building on Santa Monica and kill Marcus Darisk and everyone else there who is in any way engaged in the process of bringing through Thulhu. Julia smiled. As simple as that? All-out slaughter. Ronkist nodded. It's not a situation that requires much finesse. Lupo chuckled. I never did like any over-elaboration in a plan. Brandon Wales tentatively raised a hand, having not yet learned the procedures of a colony meeting. The colony has an arsenal of weapons. Ronkist looked a little surprised. Weapons? You mean guns, that sort of thing? Wales frowned. Some of the other Nosferatu were already grinning, and he knew that he'd committed some kind of unknowing faux pas. Yes, that sort of thing. Ronkist laughed. My dear boy, I may take a Japanese sword of which I'm rather fond, but aside from that, we will go as we are. The Nosferatu do not carry firearms. We leave that to our human thralls. Orton Gast stared at the TV, flipping with the remote from station to station, watching a city that was coming rapidly unglued. 2 stations were already off the air. The CBS broadcast center at Beverly and Fairfax had been set on fire by an as yet unknown arsonist, and Channel 5 was in complete disarray after a disgruntled employee had gone on a shooting spree. The others had dumped their regular programming and switched to full news coverage, just as they had during the '92 riots, except, in this case, they were at a loss to give a name to what was happening. The looting and burning of markets and liquor stores in Watts, South Central, Compton, and Pico Union were sufficiently familiar to the reporters and anchors that they felt safe to tut-tut and pontificate about a new ghetto uprising, conveniently ignoring the buildings that had been looted and torched on Sunset and Hollywood boulevards by a huge mob of mainly white street kids, and few old hippie Satanists who were apparently demanding the immediate release of Charles Manson, not to mention all of the other pieces of bizarre behavior that had nothing to do with the usual triggers of race, economics, education, or police brutality. Why, for instance, had a mob of the well-dressed and affluent turned on selected members of their own kind, and started stoning them at the intersection of Wilshire Boulevard and Rodeo Drive, amid some of the most expensive real estate in the city? Even CNN had no answer for that. What the media seemed unable to face was that, unlike other civil disturbances, this one had no basis in any specific grievance, lacked a coherent point or purpose, and was operating without benefit of even the crudest logic. What the media were simply not equipped to report was that the city seemed to be in the grip of a day of the locust hysteria that hit, without cogent rhyme or reason, where it was least expected as, all the while, the foul-smelling purple-green fog that had moved in from the sea in the early hours in the wake of the freak gale grew thicker and thicker. Larry King attempted to equate it with the Columbine and Paducah High School shootings, but with little success. Howard Stern, from the safety of his dark Manhattan studio, gleefully came closest to the truth when he declared it the long-awaited and total collective breakdown of Southern California. By late afternoon, the toxin-shrouded city had become a cathedral of human insanity. The fog had closed Lax, Burbank, Ontario, and Orange County's John Wayne airports, effectively cutting the city off from the rest of the country and the rest of the world. Breakdowns, inexplicable routing malfunctions, and deliberate sabotage had destroyed over half of all telephone services, and the freeways out of town, the ones that hadn't become actual killing floors, were so jammed with panicking escapees that no one was going anywhere. For all practical purposes, the city of Los Angeles was paralyzed. As early as 3 in the afternoon, when the death toll was already approaching the psychologically significant number of 100, Gast had decided that the only way to visualize the method by which Marcus and Thulhu seemed to be establishing the monster's beachhead was as a rapidly spreading, communicable disease. TV itself was increasingly succumbing to the contagion. In the time that he'd been watching, Gast had seen 2 reporters, another news anchor, and a well-known local talk show host cut off the air after delivering as much as they could of a Howard Bale-style parting diatribe. One had even used the words "she was as mad as hell and not going to take it anymore." The more things fell apart, the more Gast became sardonically amused. If Thulhu was going to consume mankind, or turn them into his mindless vassals, little sympathy could be expended on a species that was so willing to have the worst so easily brought out in it. Gast had also started to entertain a few very tentative hopes that he might actually get to live through all this. If things continued escalating at the present speed, Thulhu would be here, and Marcus would have his hands so full that he might forget about Gast altogether. The only thing in which Gast had absolute confidence was his ability to not only to keep his head when all around them were losing theirs, but also to sneak away in the ensuing confusion. And he opened the great bottomless pit, and there arose a smoke out of the pit, as the smoke of a furnace, and the sun and the air were darkened by reason of the smoke from the pit. And there came out of the smoke locusts upon the earth, and unto them was given power, as the scorpions of the earth have power. Philippotarisque knew that, in the course of the day, she had become one of the living dead. Shoeless and wandering, she had no more purpose than any of the other figures that loomed aimlessly out of the fog. Every hour, since she had fled the crazy cab driver and the huge bubbles coming out of the La Brea tar pits, the stinking poisonous fog had grown thicker and thicker, until it reached the density of a pea souper from Victorian London during the era of Sherlock Holmes and Jack the Ripper. It invaded her throat and lungs, hair and clothing, with its foulness, and at regular intervals in her wanderings, Philippa had to stop, cough, and gasp for breath. And in those days shall men seek death and shall not find it, and shall desire to die, and death shall flee from them. The reading from the book of Revelations that resonated inhumanly from the muffling mist was hardly a cheering sound, but at least whoever was doing it was just a religious nut, and probably not a rapist, cannibal, or chainsaw murderer. From the muffled shouts, screams, and curses that regularly came from other parts of the murk, there were plenty of all three roaming the city. Earlier Philippa had actually heard the sound of chainsaws, but, mercifully, had been unable to see what was being done with them. For want of any better plan, she decided to walk toward the biblical orator. As she got near enough to see the owner of the voice, she discovered the Bible reader was a formidable black woman in her late 50s, in a flower print dress and church meeting straw hat. In one hand she held a worn leather Bible, and in the other, a massive white patent leather purse that matched her shoes. As she saw Philippa, she decided to skip forward in the text. And the woman was arrayed in purple and scarlet color, and decked with gold and precious stones and pearls, having a golden cup in her hand full of abomination and filthiness of her fornication. Philippa decided to take this personally and started off in another direction. Ronquist rose at 4, and after drinking a considerable quantity of water, dressed in his most serviceable and sinister combat attire and went straight to the kitchen to relieve Sada, who was watching the city-wide drama unfold on TV. So what do we have? Human madness, and plenty of it? She pointed at the screen where a Channel 10 helicopter was focusing, as best it could through the fog, on a firefight between an LAPD SWAT team and a gang of neo-Nazis in full battle regalia. Is it like this all over? Satin nodded. All over. If you can think of it, some maniac is out there doing it. Ronquist thought hard. This is not good. My guess would be that Thulhu is almost through. Is it all human aberration, or have there been any other untoward natural phenomena like last night's wind? There's been a considerable degree of activity around the La Brea tar pits. Huge bubbles are coming up through the tar. And, of course, there's the fog. The fog. Ronquist had retired to sleep before the fog had become a major factor. A thick toxic fog is filling the entire LA basin. It sounds as though Thulhu is having a new environment created for when it arrives. It keeps getting thicker by the hour. A thought suddenly struck Ronquist. How thick? Visibility's down to just a few feet in some areas. It's blotting out the sun. Sada looked up sharply. What are you thinking? That maybe we don't have to wait until sunset to make our move. Someone would have to test it first. Ronquist nodded. One of us would have to step outside. Sada stared sideways at Ronquist. We could send NASA. You think a Tlaisaki is expendable? No, but I think most of the colony would. Siegel would disagree. So who makes the test? Ronquist took a deep breath. I can't ask anyone else to do it. Sada turned from the TV in alarm. Victor, you can't. But Ronquist had already left the room. Gast heard the door being unlocked, and his stomach took the down elevator of terror. They'd come for him. He got unsteadily to his feet. What the fuck? The gin was almost gone, and what did he expect, anyway? Let terror give way to complete unreality. Did he think he was going to live forever? Two of the black uniformed guards came into the suite. They were stiff and formal, as though officiating at an execution. Orton gasped, "Are you ready?" "It depends what you mean by ready." "You're drunk." Of course I'm drunk. You think I want to face death sober? Nyarlathotep, the crawling chaos, has need of you. He may not be pleased to find you drunk. Ghast swayed, deliberately acting more intoxicated than he really was. If he doesn't like it, he can go fuck himself. The word of Nyarlathotep, the crawling chaos, is now law. Why don't you call him Marcus? I've known him more than 30 years. That's too long to be dealing with this Nyarlathotep crap. The black-clad guards didn't reply to this. Instead, they moved so one was each side of him. They attempted to grasp Ghast's arms, but he shook himself free. If I'm going to be a fucking human sacrifice, I'll walk to the altar under my own steam. Leave me some fucking dignity, okay? The guards looked at each other and seemed to silently agree to respect this. With Ghast slightly ahead, and them following, they walked out of the suite. The elevator was waiting. The guards had obviously arranged this so there would be no delay. As they stepped inside, Ghast giggled. So here we go, friends and neighbors. Dead man descending. Behind the giggle, Ghast soberly and grimly smiled to himself. The drunk act had worked. The fools had neglected to search him, and he had Tara's gun in his pocket. Ronquist opened the front door of the residence. The fog was, if anything, thicker than Sata had described it. It swirled and eddied like a fell miasma, somewhere between a vaporous toxic soup and something attenuated by a living bio-entity, certainly unlike any natural fog that he had ever seen. The trees, only a matter of yards away, were totally obscured. Of course, the sun was still up there, but the question was, how much of a filter would the fog provide? Enough to protect them. If it was, it would be a classic of putting the machinations of an enemy to one's own use. Ronquist only knew one way to find out. He took a step forward and extended his hand into the gloomy daylight. After about a minute's exposure, it did nothing more than start to tingle slightly. So far, so good. Now the final test. He walked all the way out into the sun. After a number of seconds, he realized that he'd been holding his breath. He exhaled and took a breath. The fog smelled as poisonous as it looked, but he had neither caught fire nor exploded. He didn't feel exactly good, but with heavy coats, hats, gloves, and dark glasses, they'd be able to move around. Instead of cowering and waiting, they could take the fight to Thulhu. He turned and raced back into the house. The first member of the colony he encountered was Dahlia. Quick! Wake the others. We're going. Dahlia looked at him as though he was crazy. It isn't sunset for hours. I've just been outside. The fog acts as a filter. It's safe. You're sure? I'm sure, now just go and do as you're told. Dahlia realized that Ronquist was deadly serious, and his grim excitement was infectious. Okay, I'm going. New changes had been made in the layout of the Chamber of the Nine. One of the chairs, the one opposite where Marcus sat, had been replaced by a fearsome-looking wooden construction so similar to the old-fashioned electric chair in the big house right down to the thick leather straps to restrain the occupant that its end purpose couldn't be anything but identical. Except possibly slower. At least, that was the way Orton Ghast saw it. As the guards brought Ghast through the door, Einhorn, the ex-member of the Nine, who'd been dismissed by Marcus right at the start of all the craziness, was strapped into the chair. If Ghast hadn't been a witness to all that had gone before, he would have scarcely believed what he was seeing. An angry octopod tentacle of pulsing, undulating, energy stretched from the pylon in the center of the table to the helpless Einhorn. Its probing, vibrant blue tip made contact with the middle of his chest, roughly where his heart was located, and then looped down to make a second connection with the groin chakra. Einhorn may have once been screaming, but now he only quivered and convulsed against his bonds. His skin was dead white, and although Ghast was no doctor, he couldn't see how the man could live very much longer. The reason for this was not especially hard to work out. The purpose of the thick, engorged, squid-like tentacle could only be to draw the life force out of the human, presumably to feed the growing and encroaching Thulhu. No mistake was possible. The direction of the shining flow of plasma from the victim to the pylon was quite literally transparent. Indeed, the tentacle might actually be part of Thulhu itself, reaching through into the world it intended to reconquer. Marcus and Tara were also involved in the process, seemingly controlling or programming it in some way. A matrix of filament-thin force lines flowed from the pylon to the tips of their fingers. Their eyes were closed, and their expressions ones of intense concentration. Einhorn jerked convulsively, and was still. The tentacle recoiled as though repelled by the touch of the empty shell now that it had been totally drained. The force lines withdrew from Marcus and Tara's hands. Their eyes opened and they looked up. They seemed tired but otherwise on top of their iniquitous game. Marcus spotted Gast and smiled a smile of pure malevolence. The entire chamber stank of old, bad electricity. Orton, they brought you to me. Gast almost pulled out the gun, and shot Marcus right then and there, but the guards were too close. If either of them was any good, he could almost certainly deflect his aim. So, Marcus, am I next for the tentacle? No, Orton. There is another candidate before you. I thought you might be interested to see what happens, before it happens to you. Gast turned as he heard a scuffle behind him. Horsham, the production manager of Apogee Publications, was being dragged bodily to what Gast still thought of as the electric chair. Gast gazed at Marcus with utter contempt. So now you're using your own loyal retainers to power up your godmonster. Don't be sentimental, Orton. It no longer matters. All are leveled before the great Thulhu. All serve only to feed him in one way or another. They cut a purposeful and threatening swath through the fog and the madness, voluminously flapping black trench coats, wide-brimmed hats pulled forward over eyes that were already hidden behind dark glasses, leather-gloved hands that swung determinately at their sides. Ronkist himself carried the evil Japanese sword, sheathed like a slightly curved walking cane, but still unmistakable. Ronkist and Lupo walked side by side, the seasoned warriors of the small but deadly task force. Dahlia trotted beside them, her small form swathed in a black Bedouin burnous and her face fully veiled, skipping to keep pace. Siegel and Brandon Wales flanked them, and the other women Imogen, Sada, Julia, and Elaine formed a second rank, while Naza walked, equally proud, but a few yards off from the others like an outrider. Only Wales was without a long overcoat. He made do with the short snakeskin jacket. Crazy or not, all humans who saw them backed away and avoided looking into their shadowed faces. Amid the fog and the smoke from the fires, by the smashed windows and overturned cars, through the litter and debris, and with the warped perceptions of a mass contagious schizophrenia, the humans recognized the group's unstoppable power. If they didn't know them for what they really were, they at least took them for dark Hollywood demigods from some hellish Western movie too dangerous for the screen. The entire colony had left the residence in 3 cars, and by dint of highly aggressive street driving and regular use of the sidewalk, they managed to bully their motorized way to within 3 blocks of the Apogee building, but then they reached an impasse on Santa Monica, where a stretch of the gridlock had been torched by vandals and the street made impassable by burned-out hulks and charred chassis. From that point, they walked fast, and each with a killer's purpose, they continued, unhindered and unquestioned. As the building came into clear sight, Ronkist looked up at the pylon on the top. Energy streamed down in a purple cascade of evil of a kind and intensity that Ronkist had never seen before. He gestured to the others. Observe, my friends, a sight not seen in 15,000 years. That is the arrival of the great Thulhu. He is not aware, however, that he has us to deal with. As they all stared up at the vortex of light above the building, a voice came out of the fog. Victor. Ronkist turned, automatically on the defensive, but then Philippa Derisk appeared out of the fog, directly in front of him. She was disheveled, haggard, and without shoes. Her aura told him that she had much to say, most of it reproachful, and some of it designed, as far as she could, to hurt, but she was too exhausted to know where to start. Instead, she merely stated the obvious. "You're going to finish it? I'm doing what you wanted. I'm coming with you." That would hardly be practical. Despite her condition, Philippa drew herself up to her full height. "Are you going to stop me?" Ronquist shook his head. No. The apogee had gone to some efforts to protect itself against the insanity it was creating. A squad of the new, black uniformed security guards had used cars parked along the sidewalk outside the building to form a first line of defense. A dozen or more assorted vehicles had been lined up in front of the steps leading to the main entrance, pushed one hard up against the other, and some turned on their sides to fill the more vulnerable spaces. Guards with automatic weapons crouched, half-hidden, behind this makeshift wall, visible enough to deter both potential looters and the wandering crazy, but sufficiently protected to withstand a more determined armed attack. These defenses were designed, in the main though, to keep insane humans at bay, not to repel a force of doggedly resolute vampires. A few guards raised their weapons when they saw the black-clad figures looming in the fog, but Ronquist didn't allow them to take this armed response any further. With the illusionist power of 10 Nosferatu at his back, he wasn't going to allow a firefight to commence. At a prearranged signal, they all locked auras. A huge fireball blazed right above the defenders, who, blasted with an intense Nosferatu-induced fear, threw themselves flat on their faces like Muslim fundamentalists on a high holy day. The 10 undead stepped around the cars, past the prone guards, and strode on up the steps. They were going in the front way. At the top of the steps, another figure suddenly appeared as if he had been awaiting them in some place of concealment. He was no apogee guard, however, just a ragged wino in a filthy combat coat, with a grey beard and matted dreadlocks, and how he had managed to get to where he was defied all explanation. The advancing Nosferatu tensed to take action, but Ronquist signaled for them to do nothing. The man advanced on Ronquist with the secretive smile of the madman who knows all. He pointed a trembling hand, encompassing all of the members of the colony. "I recognize what you are." Ronquist halted and looked courteously amused. "Do you now?" The wino nodded. "I wish it weren't so, but you could be the only ones who can stop the monster. Then you shouldn't wish to impede our progress." The wino stepped back with a bow, formally ushering Ronquist and the others in the direction of the main door of the building. "When it's done, the humans won't thank you." As Ronquist passed him, he smiled at the wino. "When it's done, the humans won't even know." The wino took 2 more steps back, and then the mist swallowed him, muffling his final words. "But I'll know." As the tentacle extended toward him, Horsham screamed mindlessly, and lost control of his bladder and bowels. Far beyond fear, he was employing the only course of action left to him. As far as Gast could tell, the tentacle had grown. It seemed thicker, and the blaze of its energy more intense than when he'd first seen it sucking the life out of Einhorn. It approached Horsham, but seemed in no particular hurry, as though it was toying sadistically with the helpless and terrified man, pushing him as close to the point of breakdown as it could without letting him find refuge in catatonia. It performed what looked like an obscenely swaying undulation, the hooded cobra dancing to the fakir's pipe, while weird energy plasma slime dripped from its tip and splashed on the marble tabletop like small gobbets of sticky fire. Then, to Gast's complete surprise, the tip itself split into 3 distinct and well-defined branches, like separate flexible digits. This completely validated Gast's observation. It was not only growing in size, but it was also developing in sophistication. If this was an actual part of Thulhu, the Great One was definitely on his way. One of the subtentacles reached for Horsham's forehead, the second went for his chest, while the third moved in the direction of his genitalia. At the same time, the force lines shot straight and laser-like out to mark his fingers. Gast knew the moment to take his shot had to be at hand. If he put a bullet in Marcus while he was locked into the process, it might not only kill the bastard but also cause a highly destructive disruption. Even if he was killed trying, he knew it had to be infinitely preferable to waiting around to experience what Horsham was going through. Gast had been forced into one of the original seats of the 9, still flanked by guards, to watch the life force drain out of Horsham. He glanced covertly at the faces of the guards. Both were staring raptly at Horsham, fascinated by a man in such an extreme state of fear and pain. By this point, Horsham could no longer scream. His voice had apparently burned out, leaving nothing but a hoarse rasp of struggling breath. Gast slipped his hand into his coat pocket. His fingers closed around the pearl grips of the gun butt. His index finger curled around the trigger. He began to ease out the dainty little .22. Holding his breath and starting to sweat, he cleared the gun from the pocket. He had to aim and shoot before a guard noticed, and Orton Gast was by no means a crack shot. As he raised the pistol, the energy glow of the tentacle flash reflected on the chrome surface. This was enough to catch the nearest guard's eye. His reaction was instant. Gun. He dived at Gast, who, instead of firing, hurled himself backward, determined to hold onto the gun for as long as he could. At the same time, the doors of the chamber burst open, and black-clad figures crowded into the room. On first entrance, the interior of the chamber of the 9 was close to blinding, filled as it was with so much raw, wild, and unearthly energy. Ronquist knew the chamber would almost certainly have armed guards, and as the colony rushed the door he had them protect themselves with another massive burst of projected fear. Once inside, though, he had to tune back his perception almost to the level of a human just in order to see. A huge energy tentacle, which Ronquist knew in a moment could only be an integral part of Thulhu, was sucking the life out of a strapped-down human male. A man Ronquist instantly recognized as Marcus Derisk, with his concubine beside him, seemed to be integrated into the circuit and was directing both the volume and the course of the flow. Despite the drama of the moment, an inhumanly detached part of Ronquist could be academically fascinated by what was happening in this place, this inner sanctum, the unholy of unholies beneath the apogee building. So that was how it was being done. It was crude and slow, but would inevitably work. Already a whole functioning section of Thulhu was through into his world, and able to feed itself with only a little help from Derisk. Ronquist realized they hadn't arrived a moment too soon. Although Thulhu was gaining in strength, it still had to make use of Derisk's psyche, mind, and nervous system to direct that growth. Ronquist understood all too well that the moment the great Thulhu no longer had need of Marcus Derisk and his consort, the two of them would be history, but while they remained in the loop, they also represented its weakest link. No one touch Derisk or the woman. Leave them to me. Neutralize the other humans. The colony went immediately into action. The apogee guards and retainers, who had been initially stunned by the deliberately heightened and augmented drama created by the entrance of the undead, were now starting to recover some of their scattered wits. One unfortunate goon had the bad judgment to attempt to draw down on Lupo, but before his weapon could even clear his shoulder holster, his neck had been swiftly snapped. Another, who was unwise enough to offer token resistance to Julia, was dispatched by a lightning blow to the head, just above the brow ridge, that fatally fractured his skull. Brandon Wales stopped the heart of a third with a vicious jab to the ribs, but most of the rest of the guards had a better sense of self-preservation and simply looked round for a place of refuge, or an avenue of escape. Very swiftly, Ronquist found his way clear to Derisk and the woman he knew had to be terror-swirling. He drew the evil samurai sword and tossed the ornamental sheath to one side. Since the couple were completely locked in a Thulhu-induced trance state of hypnotized thraldom, Ronquist moved on them at nothing more than a fast walk, swinging the singing blade as he advanced. Later, to himself, he would blame what happened next on overconfidence, a lack of peripheral awareness, or too unilateral a focus on the task at hand. Perhaps he was also anticipating lifting Derisk's head with slightly too much relish. Whatever the reason, he completely failed to see the figure rise from beneath the table until the very last second, by which time it was too late for any interception. The man with the tiny, short-barreled gun in his hand came from somewhere close to the victim being drained by the tentacle, and even then, Ronquist didn't fully realize that the two of them shared the same intention until he saw the gun was pointed at Marcus Derisk. Ronquist had no time to react, and the gun went off with the almost foolish pop of a small caliber pistol. A look of puzzlement and alarm came over Derisk's face, and his hand went to his chest. Swirling, suddenly jolted out of the trance, turned to look at him, as though in slow motion, with an expression of puzzlement and then horror. The force lines that still emanated from his fingers jumped in frenzied and uncontrolled zigzag spikes as he toppled slowly sideways. The man with the gun fired again, and this time, Derisk pitched forward for real. The tentacle reacted by ripping its triple digits free of the mercifully near-dead human, waving frantically in the air, angry or in pain. It lashed about as if the sole concept of its being was a need to violently punish whomever or whatever it perceived as the cause of its discomfort and the interruption of its growth. It swiftly coiled and uncoiled before striking at the man who shot Derisk, the man that Ronquist would subsequently learn went by the name of Orton Gast, and who had robbed him of his kill. Gast saw what was about to happen and twisted away desperately, but there was no way he could evade the speed of even a part of Thulhu. He was hurled across the chamber, to crash heavily into one of the velvet-draped walls, and then drop to the floor, pulling a section of scarlet drape down with him. He lay groaning, and from the shuddering of his aura, apparently dying. Ronquist had assumed that with Marcus Derisk dead, or critically wounded, the process of bringing through Thulhu would be at least temporarily interrupted. Instead, he saw the swirling woman was gathering the wildly dancing force lines with a precision that demonstrated she knew exactly what she was doing. Philippa Derisk pointed and shouted, "Will you all look? It's her." The Nosferatu all turned. It was just as Philippa Derisk said. Terra's swirling was seamlessly assuming Marcus' role, as though she had planned for this contingency all along. "Everyone thought I was simply jealous when I said she was the evil one, but I knew she was behind all this. It was she who convinced Marcus to raise Thulhu." Eyes tightly close and with utter concentration, like a rider reining in a powerful mount, swirling brought the force lines under control, and the tentacle coiled back. With the crisis seemingly past, her eyes opened, and she stared straight at Philippa Derisk. Except the eyes of Terra's swirling were no longer human. "He expects another source of energy, Philippa. Will it be you? It would be so very appropriate if you, the new widow, followed your husband into death. What the Hindus call sati." Philippa looked round at the others. "You see? She's the one. Look at her eyes. The slut exterior fooled everyone, and the devil only knows where she came from and what she really is." Ronquist moved beside Philippa, putting himself protectively between her and Swirling. At this, Swirling laughed. "Or perhaps the Great One would prefer to feed on an Nosferatu. It's thousands of years since it destroyed any of your kind. Remember how you cowered at Baalbek, Victor Ronquist?" Ronquist's eyes narrowed. "You know." "Of course I know. Although Marcus wasn't aware, I was being taught. Taught, or taken over. Does it make any difference? I have retained my brain, and at the same time I am at one with Thulhu. I can run the process without going into a trance as Marcus did. When the Great One is fully here, I will rule humanity." Ronquist motioned Philippa not to move, and took a step forward. "You think so?" "I know so." The tentacle started to waver toward him. If Swirling was controlling it, she didn't seem to be able to move it at its previous speed, unless, of course, this was an attempt at a feint. Ronquist watched the tentacle with the sharp eye of a fencer. "When Thulhu is fully here, you as an individual will be obliterated." Swirling's now totally alien eyes flashed angrily. "As an individual, I will remain. I will be both myself, and one of the 1,000 manifestations of the great Thulhu. As an individual, you are already insane. And, as he spoke, Ronkist made his move. Swinging the sword high, he leapt on the table, going for Tara swirling, hoping her anger would make her slow to react. Unfortunately, Ronkist was fast, but the tentacle was faster. Seemingly the previous loss of speed had been a fake. It seized him bodily. The blazing energy wrapped around him, not only crushing him and lifting him off his feet, but sending paralyzing energy jolts through him. Ronkist gasped at the profundity of the pain. The tentacle's 3 digits were attempting to probe his body, but finding it considerably more resilient than that of a mere human victim. Despite his resistance, though, Ronkist could feel his energy being drained, and parts of his mind were being precipitated into those right-angle places beyond and between the dimensions, reality, and mathematics of his world. Black void and the cold stars of another universe invaded and darkened his vision. He was fast losing consciousness when he heard Brandon Wales shouting to him, as though from great distance. "Victor! Throw me the sword! Throw me the sword!" Victor hurled the evil blade. For what seemed like a subjective eternity, it spun in midair, then Wales deftly seized the hilt and snatched it down. With almost balletic grace, lithe in snake skin, he sprang onto the table. One turning step took him within reach of Tara's swirling, and without hesitation, he swung the sword with a precise backhand sweep, cleanly slicing off her head at the neck. As the head went flying, spraying blood and turning end over end, the tentacle disappeared, releasing its hold on Ronkist so he crashed to the floor. Clearly, without Swirling's brain acting as the governing unit in the process, the partially emerged Thulhu had found itself helpless and had executed a hasty retreat from the world of humanity and Nosferatu. As Ronkist lay trying to recover sufficient strength to rise again, the end of the drama was played out on his eye level. A tiny, squid-like thing, scarcely more than an inch long, scuttled across the floor as fast as it could, and vanished into the open mouth of Tara's Swirling's severed head, that lay on its side, about 8 feet from Ronkist, platinum hair now soaked crimson, and dead eyes staring. He had no idea where the squid thing had come from, and he wondered if anyone else had seen it. He could only suppose that it was some small dropped residue of the now vanished tentacle. Philippa Therese was nearby, but she seemed to be occupied tending the man who had shot her ex-husband. The other vampires were helping Victor from the chamber, but Philippa stayed, bending over the broken body of Orton Guest. His eyes were open and he was painfully trying to speak. Philippa put a finger to his lips. "Don't say anything. We'll get you help as soon as we can." Gast shook his head. "It's too late for me, babe. It feels like that thing broke every bone in my body and ruptured every organ. It's all over for me." I can hear the fat lady clearing her throat. "But you stopped Thulhu." "I did, didn't I?" "You did, Orton. You did it. You're a hero." Gast sighed. "A hero. I like that, but just tell me one thing." "What's that?" "Who were those people in black?" "You wouldn't believe me." Gast winced. He was fading fast. "Try me." "They were vampires." "You're fucking kidding, M.E." The last word came out as a rattling gasp and Orton Gast slumped dead. Philippa laid him gently down, kissed his forehead, and then purposefully got to her feet. They helped Ronkist out of the building, but at the top of the steps, outside the main door of the building, he insisted that he could stand unaided. His pride wouldn't allow him to be seen physically supported by others. The fog still lingered, but shell-shocked humans were looking around as though they had just woken from some inexplicable nightmare. Ronkist was going to be interested to see how they and their media explained this metropolis-wide mess. He gestured to Brandon Wales. "You did very well, young man." Wales bowed. "Thank you." Ronkist beckoned to Lupo. "Would you do me a service, old friend?" "Of course, Don Victor. Please bring me the head of Tara's Swirling. I believe there may be a seed of Thulhu contained in it, and I would like to have that thing someplace where it can be locked away and watched. Dahlia came up to Ronquist and dropped her Bedouin veil to reveal a lopsided grin. You realize we just saved the human world, Victor? Ronquist nodded. I actually find that a little embarrassing. Dahlia laughed. Look on it as protecting the food supply. Doesn't the shepherd protect his sheep from the wolves, only to eat them himself later? At that moment, Lupo returned looking less than happy. I'm afraid the head has gone, Don Victor. Gone. Philippa is also nowhere to be found. I can only assume that she has the head. Ronquist sighed. He was still weak, and the pain was only slowly diminishing. I shudder to think what she imagines she can do with that thing. Lupo turned, casting in the immediate fog for any sign of Darisk's aura. Perhaps Dahlia and I should attempt to find her. Ronquist shook his head. He was a little stronger, but didn't feel up to the complications that would be created if Lupo and Dahlia dragged Philippa back to him. She's Darklost now. Sooner or later she will return of her own accord. Doubtless bringing Swirling's head with her as some kind of bargaining chip. Elaine Dance was now standing beside Lupo. When she does return, it will be with much cause to resent you. Ronquist looked hard at the female changeling. You think so? I know so. The Darklost always feels betrayed by the undead who brings her so far, but not far enough. You felt that Kinara betrayed you. No, but Kinara was destroyed. You can't use that excuse with Philippa Darisk. I made the woman no promises. Elaine looked at Ronquist with disbelieving reproach. When you took her blood and didn't kill her, you made a promise. Even though you didn't voice it as such, the promise was implicit. You would return either to bring her to the changing, or to bring her death. Ronquist pursed his lips. We're famous for not keeping our promises. He did his best to appear casual and uncaring, but he avoided Elaine Dance's knowing eyes. After all the centuries, he was surprised to feel a vestigial shadow of guilt. Now Julia stepped forward, into the light perception of their limited vision, and the other four finally turned to discover what the girl with the pierced tongue was staring at. Of course, Julia didn't let them see her as she really was. As far as these idiot kids were concerned, instead of a blonde, beautiful, and 100 times more stylish version of themselves, they were confronted by a towering bat-winged, bare-breasted she-devil from rock and roll hell, 8 feet tall, with pale coiling serpents for hair and eyes that glowed like windows into the ring of fire. The flowing duster served as a prop to the illusion of wings, but the eyes of terror were purely Julia's own creation. Although the image was plucked straight from the teenager's own horror comic fantasies, she chilled their blood and all but stopped their hearts. The paperback Necronomicon dropped from the hands of the boy in the leather jacket. Oh fuck. The other male looked at his companion with a fear so slowed by drugs that it had yet to be fully realized. I think, like, you really did it this time, Damien, man.